Oh my god! A Wednesday stream? Well, don't get used to it, but okay. Hello! How's it going, my dears? How are we doing on this fine Wednesday morning? Yeah, we're still in the morning, just about. Yeah, so because, of course, I wasn't able to stream yesterday or Monday because I was doing that tech conference, I figured, you know what the hell? We'll get the extra hours in today! Does mean we're going to need to make sure we've got enough people playing. That's always the worry. In fact, that's part of the reason why, like, typically I don't do 3 streams in a row at the moment, is because there's simply not enough, like, active, high-level players for the content, right? But we'll see how it goes. I'm hoping we're going to be able to catch some people live from the ladder. That's always a joy if able to. In fact, I'm tempted to check in on a Recon Dumu game. I think it's about concluded, so maybe we'll just wait and see who he hops into next instead. But it should be good. We've got some beasts. You've got some Louis as always. Dude, Louis is like a godsend, man. He's like my go-to person for replays because it's always such a pleasure to watch. So he has a very unique and different style to AoE4 than a lot of players do. So it always tends to lead to some very entertaining games. But I think what we can open up with is there should be... Where is it? A Killjadi Beastie game that I was intrigued by. In fact, I always like checking out some Killjadi. I don't think he's online right at the second, but he did play a few different players. I think there was some Louis in there as well, some Beastie. Just looking for it now. Let's see if I can find the game. He had some 4 lakes, but you know what? I think it's better we just avoid that. My God, he had 3 4 lakes in a row. But we wanted... Yes, Joan versus Byzantines, which is a curious one to me because we don't really see that very often. So I thought it'd be pretty cool to check out. So I'll just update the title with that. And I gotta get some new words to write in the title. I always just type casting games. Commentating games, it's just longer. What's up, Freelick? Oh, thank you very much, man. Good to be back. Glad I was missed. Glad I was remembered. I was saying before I went on holiday, we'll get into this game as set, but like it's kind of interesting on this. I was saying just before I went on holiday, you know, it's so irrational in a lot of ways, but at the same time, you get it. It's like the fear that you're literally going to like go away for a week plus and you come back and nobody will remember you. You know, it's not entirely true, but there is some truth behind it. And what I mean by that is like the way that Twitch functions as a platform is dangerously close to a toxic environment. I don't just want to outright say, oh my God, it's toxic, right? Because, you know, I love streaming, right? But I can see how it very easily can become toxic. Because when it's your livelihood or part of your livelihood or somewhat akin to that, what it does to you is, you know, it puts this pressure on you to always be live. And if you're not live, you know, you feel like you're going back. It's very different to YouTube. I've noticed YouTubers and TikTokers and the way they describe it. Because, like, if you think about it, for them, they can earn revenue no matter when. They don't have to stream all the time. They don't have to post content all the time. They post it whenever. But something that's quite interesting with Twitch is I feel like Twitch very much targets you towards a situation where you should be live streaming as often as possible. The exception being when you have very, very unique content. And what I mean by that is, for example, if you're setting up a game show, then obviously people aren't really going to expect that game show to be present every day of the week. And also because probably no one else is running a game show to the level of production you're doing, you can probably get away with the expectation being that you'd be live once a week, right? Just kind of very interesting for, like, it's something that I'm always kind of cognizant of because it's like, I think it's easy to balance at the moment. Something that has still got me a little bit paranoid is, I mean, you know, I hope it does kick up. And I hope I can do both. Is when esports, when that world wakes up for me again, and I have gigs coming in. Hopefully, I'll have like, you know, a laptop by then, and we'll be able to do some like content in my spare time when I'm out and about. But it's like it's always an interesting one. It's like I've said to people multiple times that I quite often feel like the esports freelancer life and the content creator life do not mix because they are directly in conflict with each other. And that's because of time, right? Yeah, just kind of an interesting little insight there. Don't know if anyone really cared about that, but I know someone that people will care about. Look what I got. Am I casting player gold games? Last time I checked, Beastie is actually, he might be gold. He's the White Tower Rush account, right? He lost to that. Oh my god. But yeah, I think like we talked about this before. I love the idea of casting gold games, but it's just finding good gold games for a start is the big challenge. Yeah. Oh, it's something we'll have to figure out as time goes on. All right, let's get underway with the first game of the day, though. And what has happened is broken again, hasn't it? It keeps doing that. Let me just quickly... I think it works now. I stream at the perfect time for you Aussies. What? 4 in the morning? Oh, wait, no, sorry, no, that's America. No, so it's like, what? 8 at night, almost? Is that the perfect time? I felt like the perfect time is usually more, like, closer to 6, right? So, like, theoretically 2 hours earlier. Good luck getting me to wake up that early every morning, though. Sips on my protein works, and let's get underway. Alright, I'm bored after doing 2 days of tech conferences. I need my entertainment. There is only one place to go. For you guys, it's here on this channel. For me, it's into a good showdown between Beastie and Killjadi. That's right. Random here is, of course, Beastie's account. I assume he's been randoming because I can't think of any other reason why anyone sanely picked Jeanne d'Arc right now. In fact, Beastie in particular has said that he finds this Civ very underwhelming. He actually thinks that she's quite underpowered at the moment. So curious to see what he's going to do to resolve that issue. Love the beginning of this. Already moving out onto the Deer. Pretty cool idea here is Killjadi is playing the Byzantines. Although they do ramp into Mercs quite quickly, you still have the first few minutes of free. And what I love is Beastie's statement at the beginning of this game. This is something that everyone should learn from and take note of when you're starting your games. Immediately identify what is your win condition and what is going to get you there. How are you going to play the opening phase of the game? For example, for the first 5-10 minutes, are you going to be attacking? Are you going to be turtling up? Are you going to be TC booming, fast castling? This will tell you a lot about what your options are. When you've decided what you want to do there, you then need to compare it to what your opponent can do. In this case, the Byzantines, they do have some good options. They can fast castle. They can also play some very aggressive feudal comps. But inherently, the thing that really pushes it over the edge and tells Beastie he can get away with what he's doing here is he's playing Jeanne, a Civ that you do not want to allow to XP farm on Feudal Age, and a Civ that has access to Feudal Age Knights. So with that info in hand, Beastie's perspective on this game is that he is the attacker. He should have map control and he should be able to do whatever he wants with it. That's why he's going out into this pocket resources straight away. It's a very smart read. One that Killjadi is going to try to contest. This is kind of wild. I didn't really expect this, but Killjadi has dropped the Dark Age racks in response to this and is now going to force the villagers home. Okay, so let's talk about why this is very smart from Killjadi. The reality is you're in a matchup where you're going to need Limitana anyway, right? You're going to be facing off against Feudal Knights, so there's no getting away from the fact that you will need Spearmen anyway. So the fact that he's just going to try to idle out, deny this investment for Beastie is pretty smart. And, you know, it's not a small investment at this stage in the game. The idle time aside without Wheelbarrow, remember, this is not French. This is Jeanne, which means those mills don't cost 25 wood. They cost a full 50. Yeah, and you may notice something else, right? Like, he didn't send Jeanne out there. He left Jeanne at home to keep garnering XP as much as possible, but that's kind of a negative here, right? Like, if Jeanne's out there, you can actually fight with Limitane for a very long time due to your insane HP. But in this situation, it meant he just had to go home. No Jeanne, no bulky frontliner. Beastie now just trying to rush on the gold to get what he needs. Smart read there, right? Like, the reality here is he's not going to have gold access long, so I think what he's aiming to do is get enough gold for tech up plus 1 knight, and then he's going to pull away. That first knight is very valuable, right? It allows you to go raiding the enemy eco, and in terms of the Spearman threat, you've always got Jeanne to address that. Killjadi not interested in going further into this. Looks like he is just going to stop at the 2 Spearmen. Very gathering now underway. I have so many questions in this game. So I was about to say, is this a Hippodrome play? And now to follow up, we have a Chamber of Commerce play coming out from Beastie. You know what? If there was any map for it, this would be the spawn. Look at that delicious corner trade post on both sides. So pretty cool idea here. Now, if Killjadi does go for the Hippodrome, he's in a very good position. But I would be surprised here. I feel like, you know, you should be aiming towards Grand Winery. The weird part is the fact he went out on berries in the first place. That's what's got me kind of a little bit puzzled here. He even gathered 150 and then pulled back. So I'm wondering why Killjadi exactly done that. It doesn't feel like it was just a miss rally, right? Like, I think there were still some sheep. It's possible they were being dried up and he was trying to buy more time hanging out. So I think this is more a forced, awkward situation than something you definitely want to do. And you can see that by the confirmation of the Grand Winery, right? There's no way he wanted to have to eat those berries. So yeah, pretty kind of rough start, right? Like, Killjadi, sure, you blocked this initial play, but I don't think you got more value out of it. And on top of that, what? Oh, Killjadi, no. So I had this feeling that he was out of food at one point when he decided to go on berries. And on top of that, he was just housed for a notable degree of time here, right? Like, we're talking about a 2.5 villager advantage, I think. Okay, no, it's about a raw 2. And that's huge here when you consider that usually Zhone gets a lot weaker when Age 2 comes in because you're converting one of your valuable villagers into a hero unit to attack with, right? So you're losing eco, basically. Instead, you're still going to be ahead in a game where you're also now going for the trade. As we already noted, it's going to prove to be quite lucrative here. Yeah, this game doesn't look very good for Killjadi to begin with. I think this is kind of tough. This matchup, the more I'm thinking about the opening play from Beastie, it's very smart because it forces an inefficient reaction out of the Byzantines. I said that you have these spearmen and you want spearmen as game goes on, so it's not too bad. But the reality is it is bad for your economy early on, right? Like, your timings feel really screwed because you have to remember with the Byzantines, you pay more for your spearmen than other civs. They are inherently better, yes. But in this situation where you get that extra value, things like the range resistance and also the ability to fight melee, it doesn't exist. You just wanted a unit that could push villagers away from their economy. So in a way, Killjadi kind of lost out in terms of efficiency there. Speaking of Limitana, they are gradually being chased away. Another negative of having to build them like this is when they're spread out across the map and a slow movement speed than shown, that's just extra XP, right? Like, the fact they're a premium spearman means they give extra XP over. Villager is going for the corner. Jones already here. So, I mean, Killjadi, he could try for the villager kill. I'd be surprised if he gets it here. Like, Beastie, yeah, it's a smart choice. I was about to say, the only way this doesn't work is if he doesn't stab. That was really smart. And, by the way, this works out even better for Beastie, remember? Because now he buffs the build speed of that villager. So he gets that marker up just that bit quicker. Yeah, this is one of those sad situations where actually the thing you're doing that you think is a negative for your opponent ends up turning into a positive, right? This is something I warned about Zhone being very potentially good at, and something that we see more and more of as time went on, is the reality is... well, the reality of this village is going to die, but the reality of this Civ is Zhone's rotations matter a lot. I think it's something that really is going to get locked in as months and years go on with Zhone as a faction, especially with established maps like Dry Arabia. You know, it's kind of like when you play a different style of RTS, something like StarCraft, where the map spawn is fixed, right? And StarCraft, you know how long it takes to get in position for a proxy racks on your opponent's natural or the third base location or something like that, right? And then, as a result of that, people know how to react. The interesting thing about Zhone is she has these kind of timings, right? We've seen with the 2 TC builds, players have tried to get a little bit better at waving Zhone around the map so that she comes back in time to buff the build speed. And you just saw a small example of that here with the corner side buff. These are things that I think Zhone specialists are going to get brutal at dishing out. And considering that Zhone, in my opinion, is on her way towards a buff that feels inevitable, we may be looking at a spooky force as time goes on. Don't get me wrong, this Civ is absurd in the late game. I actually think everyone's mindset is wrong here. Zhone isn't an issue in early game. Where she gets absurd is in the late game with Arbre Triemas and guild halls. That's the problem right now. Her early game, and I have to agree with Beastie's fault on this, I think the other stage of the game, she feels quite underwhelming. Killjadi looking to overwhelm though. More spearmen being built, and we have also now got the javelins being added in. Now, one upside is if you do have enough of these spearmen, they don't become this negative XP feed. What they do instead is they become a very powerful pinching tool, because you have to remember, with the health pool you've got, these cleaves, they do 20 damage, and you're talking about a unit that has extra health, up to 100, right? So it makes it a lot harder for Zhone to get those cleave swipes that instantly wipes out half the boys. But these archers will have no problem with it whatsoever. Oh, we got another banner? Oh, we got a new banner for the Pro Team Works. Okay, no, I'm getting tempted on that. Guys, the Savory Super Meals, that's reminding me, I need to talk to my agent about this, because I noticed they've got a Thai green curry that I need to get my hands on. Right now, it looks like Killjoy needs to get his hands on some kills here, though. These archers need to be reduced in count, right? Like, the goal here isn't just to beat this army back. For Killjoy, he needs to dent the economy, because the reality is he's falling behind. Trade count is up to 6 now. We're going to have more coming as more ecotechs flood in over time, not to mention the extra traders being added on the way. And I love these little walls by Beastie. It seems like he's almost griefing himself, but he's not. He's just guaranteeing that his opponent can only block trade half the way if he chooses to go left or chooses to go right. Just takes away options, right? Like, I always recommend this to people. When you're up against these type of raiding civs that want to circle your base, drop a short wall. Just a tiny little wall like this prevents 360 rotation. It doubles the time it takes your opponent to get from here to here, right? Because they have to backtrack on themselves to get back around. Small raids coming in. Nothing too substantial right now. Traders are going to be pulled back. Remember what we said about this map. It is a perfect spawn for some Chamber of Commercing. He has, of course, got access to the trade route on the east side as well as the west. And this has to be really frustrating for Killjoy, right? Like, the reality is he's not able to spread his forces. Like, one of the big risks here is if you split your troops and go left and right, it's not just that maybe a massive archers come, or maybe there's knights now being added. The bigger concern is Zhone herself. Like, you're going to be feeding XP, similar to what we saw earlier, where just 1 or 2 spearmen out and about equaled an extra 9 XP here and there for Zhone. Honestly, I think Killjoy's win condition at this stage should be to try and get an age up. He's trying to scale into an army to break his opponent now, and this doesn't surprise me. Killjoy really is the epitome of aggression these days. He loves playing these all-in type feudal approaches. It kind of feels like what he's leaning into is the idea that he can force Beastie to try and tech up first, which, I mean, is smart, actually. I think if there's something I've noted of players, someone that really tried to lock onto recently, it's the idea that teching up is actually punishable. Truly punishable in a way that we hadn't really seen before. If you guys remember, I'd say for about the first year and a half, maybe 2 years even almost, the common strategy was if your opponent teched up and you were nowhere near their base, you would just then tech up instead, right? So you basically admitted you'd lost this point in the game, and now you had to follow in your opponent's shadow. Well, players have stopped shadow following. They've changed up the game now. It's all about, okay, how do I do something now? How do I take what I've got invested in this moment and punish them for not joining me in this choice of long feud? Jav Scout scaling. I mean, one thing to consider here is the Jazz are going to reach a point where Zhone will be easily snipeable. The Matane going for the clash. Cleaves come out. A lot of XP actually going the way of Zhone here. I think the issue I'm seeing, Killjoy just doesn't have enough jabs. A few knights leak through to the backside. And Zhone still just trying to front line here. Admittedly, there were no Divine Restorations used there, which felt like a big mistake. It's going to be a backup now. Zhone definitely reaping the rewards from this fight, though. Divine Restoration finally going to be popped. Zhone is going to go down, but not before she yoinks a bunch of extra XP on the way to the afterlife. The counts are low on both sides. Now, Killjoy is good the way he's actually been able to follow up this fight. He's got more military on the field to flood through with, but he needs to start stripping Eco right now. He gave a lot of XP over to Zhone. And wait, Beastie random Zhone 4 times in a row? Perfect random system. Well, Killjoy is coming in strong now. This is the dunks that he needed. Gets a few picks, does need to retreat away. Zhone is back in action, though. Needs to respect this. Remember, she can reap a lot of XP from these fights. Every single thing you've got here feels like it gives a premium. The Horsemen are worth 12 XP. The Limitane are worth 9. The Javelins worth 12. And you do not have enough to immediately snipe out Zhone. Now, Beastie is reluctant. That's for good reason. He knows Horsemen are coming, right? Like, if he gets pinched by those Horsemen, he will die. Let's go for the flash, though. Cleaves come out again. We have to be getting close to level 3. Like, this is kind of insane. The amount of XP in his pocket right now. I don't think he ever got the boar in the flank, though, so it's a little bit deceptive. But what's really good for Beastie is, although it looks like he's losing right now, he has at least still got the trade going on, right? So things could be much, much worse. What Killjadi needs to now do is take 2 or 3 of these horsemen and cut the trade. And there he goes. Smart man on the move. Killjadi now just trying to idle up the eco in the base. Beastie finally admitting, I might need spears here. I mean, it's actually crazy because if he'd just gone spears instead of trying to add knights, I think this game could have looked a lot better for him. But definite reason to do so now, right? Like, Killjadi is double digits into horsemen and shows no signs of letting up. Now, one thing that really sucks for Zhone when you have to switch spearmen, which makes it actually harder than it used to be, is the blacksmith nerfs. You used to get so much value out of blacksmith drop, right? Bloomery, you already had knights, great. Zhone gets the buff, great. And then spearmen, wow. But now you actually have to spend that extra resources there. It seems like a small nerf, but it does kind of hurt, especially when you're scaling initially into spearmen. It puts you essentially 2 behind on the quality that you were at previously, right? Because when you have to choose bloomery, you're choosing actively to not build 2 extra spearmen. He needs every one he can get right now. 26 military to 39. Looks like Killjadi has strode deep enough to try and block out the trade indefinitely. But, I mean, the problem I'm seeing here right now is that you've cut yourself off in a very dangerous way as level 3 Zhone comes in at 15 minutes. This is big. Beastie takes the champions as well. Makes a lot of sense, right? Like, you're versus a Fulege army. They can't do any damage to these heavily armed men. Zhone now going in. Has got the cleave to work with. It's going to be heavy damage done. And a big army cleanup. Archers on the backside are going to be targeted down by the horsemen. The best thing you can hope for here. But jabs are going to be flatlining. Now, the upside is Killjadi has made a smart choice here. He's stopped investing. He's getting ready for a tech up. The negative is what's coming his way. If Beastie is quick about this, there's an opportunity to dive the enemy base and get substantial damage done before Castlage is truly realized. But he needs to be fast. Man is on the move. Horsemen, in the meantime, are going to start backing up. Outposts being rushed up to try and defend. But, I mean, the crazy thing is Killjadi, he's got so many horsemen, but now they feel almost worthless. Right? Like, the only thing you want to be doing with these guys is blocking trade. Well done to him. He finds exactly that. So the trade does get cut down. But this is where Beastie should understand from his position, his army is just better. So he should be looking to force defense from Killjadi. If Beastie runs around his base, putting out these fires, Killjadi's just going to win, right? Because the reality is you've now got level 3. This is the strongest you're going to be until you go Castle Age. If you don't go and do something with it now, your opponent will beat the castle and then just Varangian flood you. So Beastie now on the move, which should force the reaction of horsemen come to defend. Coming to defend against an army they really cannot defend against. Killjadi hasn't even got that many olive groves either. If I'm not mistaken, he's out of food at home, right? Makes sense when you're this deep in. So he's playing pocket resources. Luckily for him, he has not been scouted there yet. In fact, Beastie, I think he should know about this. He hasn't seen the deer die on the screen entirely though, right? So Killjadi getting away with it in the center though. Big mass coming in. Where are the spearmen? Oh, wow. Beastie, he didn't bring them all. Great grab. Killjadi able to get this around. Front line is going to fall, and behind this, Golden Horn Tower now on the way for the Byzantines. That's insane. I can't believe that. I mean, Beastie, the problem here is there's so many horsemen to deal with that he felt like he needed to leave a lot of his spearmen at home. That cost him dearly there. He does clean up the massive cavalry, but now he gives access to the third age for Killjadi. This is exactly what the Finn was missing. Now, the horseman chase down. There might even be an opportunity to finish off Zhone in her knight form, which would be quite expensive to lose at this stage in the game. I think you just about get away with this if you're Beastie. You did build the outpost on the front side. Weirdly enough, he's just going to run through. He's like, well, if they want to follow... Okay, that was disgusting. I can't believe that. He runs it all the way back to the TC to make sure more horsemen die. However, Beastie still has bigger problems now. Killjadi's tech up is complete. Varangian Flood has been initiated. And thank you very much for the gifted sub, Camian. Jabs in the meantime. We'll snipe out a few of the villages as well. Remember, this is a game where trade has been set up again, but it has been heavily reduced time and time again. It's down to just 4 traders in total, all being built. Zhone The adorable attempt by Killjadi to snipe out Zhone with 5. He's basically hitting for 1 right now. Remember, there's a very good reason why it works that way, because for some reason, someone on the dev team was drunk when they calculated damage reduction. So for those that don't know, and you're going to probably want to read about this in the comments, probably even go make a Reddit thread and ask why. For some godforsaken reason, the way that damage reduction calculations work is the percentage damage reduction happens first, and then the armor value gets removed afterwards. So in that situation, the reason Javs are hitting for measly 1 damage, right, is like they're at 11, they lose, what was it, 50%, I think? Let's keep it simple, 50%, so that's 5.5 damage gone already, and then Zhone has got 5 armor. That's why the Javelins do no damage. It's kind of insane. Oh, but it's insane as well. What? Killjadi? What was that outpost? You would think he doesn't have wheelbarrow because of how quickly he's about to die. Cleaves are about to come in. Archer's going to target this down. I mean, you can get a cooldown off for 1 more cleave here. That's going to be a wipe. I mean, Killjadi, if he somehow gets any villages out of here, I think it's more a mistake by Beastie, and it looks like it is. Not able to stick deep enough on it. So Killjadi does get away with 5. I think maybe Beastie was out of charges there. Yeah, it looks like the final one was dried up. Unfortunate, but you know, Killjadi should be counting his lucky stripes right now. The fact he got away with anything there is insane. However, I'm not sure he's going to get away with much more of this. Beastie's about to tech up. Killjadi looks dead. I actually don't know how he plays this game anymore. He hasn't got enough of these olive groves, right? He's trying to panic rush them now, but you know, if Beastie realizes what's happening here, all he needs to do is camp the Grand Winery up to this point, and it's GG. We'll see if he realizes it, though. Tech up is now on the way. It's going to be Guildhall coming out from Beastie. I don't like the fact that Beastie's playing back like this. Like, yes, it makes a lot of sense usually to back up a little bit to protect your tech up, but you're not backing up to protect the tech up, you're just backing up, full stop. From his position, he should be full on sending it. I don't think Beastie realizes just how far ahead he is, and you can see it by the vision, right? Like, he hasn't seen what we see. The lack of anything that scary, right? Like, when you've got mass spears like this, perfect opportunity to dive the eco. Perfect opportunity to take out these crossbows as well. Instead, Beastie is just going to play it safer. So tech up complete. Wouldn't be surprised if we're just looking at an arbitrary transition. Actually, I'm a bit more worried about this because he's consecrated 3 Raxes. I'm hoping this is just going to be spears. Men-at-Arms would feel like a waste here. And again, I mean, when your economy is this far ahead, you can kind of get away with anything. But I am happy to say it is indeed arbitrary now on the way. He even queues up the Ordnance Company. Farm now easily being torched down. More XP as well, right? Killjadi. Whoa, what was that? No, it's not time to return to work. Apparently it's time to return to the underworld. I don't know what that was. Killjadi just assuming Beastie was going to walk away. I love the fact that there's been a sheep back here this entire time, next to the player that has no food. I like a lot of things that Beastie done in this game. Like, another one that kind of comes to mind that you're now seeing here is the fact that usually Byzantines are going to be going for Javelin contract in this game. The fact that Beastie didn't play into Knights was very smart, because if your opponent does fast castle, I've been really trying to like nail this one home to people. Camel Riders are the solution. They will disintegrate so many cavalry-based civs. You know, it's quite interesting actually, because I think another example, one that people usually don't realize, is Ibids. Like, when Ibids do Camel Lancers, if you have access to Riders, you do Riders, because it counters perfectly. Zhone. That's a little bit of cleave damage coming in. Looks like she's going to be pushed back. This is just the crap tier wave though, right? Like, he's throwing away all the spears. He doesn't really care about them. They're just cannon fodder. What really matters is this arbitrary mass that right now Killjadi isn't addressing. Do love the fact that we've got 1 or 2 cataphracts coming out there. That's kind of cool. You don't really see them often at the moment, but one thing they are pretty handy for is, as an individual killing entity, very powerful. Takes a while to get in position, but once you're there, the 28 base damage is definitely of note here. Killjadi needs every little he can get right now, right? Like, he needs to keep blocking that trade, because that's the thing that's going to snowball Beastie in a game where Beastie has notably killed more eco. What I'm wondering is, Killjadi, where are the relics? When are they getting gathered? Because remember, he went Grand Winery. He should be able to pump for Relic gathering straight away. I think he was paranoid about the mid army coming out from Joan, so he didn't want to rush out into the field. But this is the time. This is exactly when you should be getting relics. Camp Riders are just scramming on that one. We have got Limitane upgrades coming in, which is interesting. I'm not really sure what Killjadi's thinking with that. You can't build Varangian against Arbitrary, right? I get that, but the problem here is that Limitane don't help you much either. The reason is quite simple. Like, you're building Limitane into Arbitrary. Arbitrary can get Gambesons, which gives +5 armor. It means you tickle, right? So I would have really preferred him to instead have said, okay, kind of tough situation. Horsemen are a bit expensive, but let's say, you know, I am able to get 10, 15 horsemen together. These Arbitrary are dead. Even Siege would have made a lot more sense here. Oh yeah, the 1.38 attack speed. What, on the Cataphracts? It's interesting. That one usually gets glazed over, right? The other interesting one is like the Camels, which are even lower at 1.18, I believe it was. They attack insanely fast, which is why they're able to beat Knights so much. Pushback coming in. Yeah, I think Killjadi's just trying to rush this a bit. I mean, the problem I'm seeing is he's finally going for relics, but he goes to relics so late here. There's risk of getting none here, right? He's now allowing Beastie Rub to break out. In the meantime, he's splitting his army left and right. We've talked about this before, why this is a really bad idea against Joan. She will reap it. And that's exactly what's happening. It doesn't really matter if the XP value is much anymore, but just the raw kill power is what matters once you reach level 3 like this. Really, what have you broken in for, right? Like, there's 5 traders here. There is 12 traders in total. There is 5 coming back, and then they're shifting to the right side. So all of a sudden, you've just got this game where Killjadi continues to play an awkward phase of burning hills that could cost him any semblance of control here. It's already fading, right? We're talking about a 20+ eco lead now for Beastie. I don't think it's going to slow down. Killjadi's probably going to have to consider maybe... I don't even know if you can go 2TC here. I think 2TC kills you. You're not going to trade yourself, right? You don't have any map control. Also, I feel like Joan is one of the worst civs to try and trade against, unless you're Mongols, right? And the reason is whenever you trade against Joan, you're putting very expensive units out in the field that she can kill, which lets her farm XP quicker. Beastie. Now marching in the farmlands again. At least there are some towers around this time to give early warning if nothing else. Because they definitely aren't going to stop this many men-at-arms. I mean, he could just mop this up and idle it out, right? Like, Killjadi's not coming home, apparently. He's just parking his army in the enemy base. Arbitrary trade out here. Pervis has been dropped, so a heavy amount of favorability towards Beastie in this situation. Joan, in the meantime, is going to go down as the rest of the army of the Byzantines does look to defend. Mangonel Tower should be enough to convince Beastie this is pointless. Yeah, if it wasn't for that Mango Tower, that was pretty clutch, right? Like, that coming in, I think, saved him. Otherwise, Beastie would have kept idling this out. Joan with a buyback, though. Beastie is moving across to just farm up some more XP. So it looks like the last crossbows will be mopped up. Beastie lost a lot of army here, but what you really need to be cognizant of is the fact that he's in the middle of a farm transition, right? So pushing his opponent all the way back home like that buys him critical time. In fact, I think Beastie is looking to lock himself in with more time. We've got keep drops on the way. Okay, so he's stonewalled on the left side. He's gathering gold up here as well. He's got a keep drop to secure here. He's pretty much safe to do west side trade. He knows there's going to be a pushback on the east, and when that happens, next time the only option left for Killjadi is going to be to go directly into the main base. And considering the amount of stone that Beastie has, it means that he could easily keep drop his main as well. So very limited approach angles here for the Byzantines. Right now, Killjadi is still in the back of his own base, mopping up what's left of the stragglers. A good fight, sure, but if he can't turn this into anything immediately, it's bad. Whereas Beastie's army, it got thrown away underneath the Mango Tower. But once again, it forced a full reaction, right? So like that's why Killjadi, although he took a good fight, he probably doesn't feel good about the state of the game. He's got relics coming, which feels great about 35 minutes from now when you're pop blocked. But in the interim, all you can think of is the fact that your opponent is still trading. And instead of shutting down the additional trade, you had to come home to defend. Okay, what the f... Remember how I said, yeah, this is great. He can drop a keep in his own base and be fine. Nope. Beastie's dropping one next to the enemy base. Relics attempted to be grabbed now by Beastie. In fact, it looks like we might have a 2-3 slot in our way. Spin Arbitrage should be able to push this away. He needs to get a second Monk out. But the interesting thing is right now in a game where Beastie should be rushing to set up farms, he really isn't here, folks. He's sitting at 8 farms still. That's the entirety of his permanent food economy. Playing a very dangerous game. He's going to need to switch hard onto wood soon or risk just burning himself on the food entirely. Meanwhile, Killjadi doesn't have that issue, right? Playing the Civ that has the most OP farms in the game tends to make permanent food quite easy to get into. Killjadi moving in position now. Oh, Beastie's done him dirty. He really has in this game. Look at what just happened. He pulled the food. He's going to rush a keep drop. Yeah, it should be a red pass drop here, right? Like in the back of his base. Instead, okay, he settles for a keep for now. So that's going to reset his tech timing a little bit. But the problem I'm seeing right now is Killjadi, he needs to die fast. He's on the clock here. He hasn't got time to work with. And he cannot afford to back up. Beast, in the meantime, has just settled for gathering wood out here. Might need to set up some farms in the area. Consecration is active on all the archery ranges, right? So arbitrary remassing is pretty cheap. And that is interesting. Well, you don't see it very often, but BC just queued up a bunch of Jones champions. I'm a little bit surprised he even bothers considering what he's up against here. You're talking about a massive crossbows, right, that counter you, and you're building a unit that costs more food in a game where you have no food. So yeah, a little bit of a peculiar choice, especially considering he hasn't even consecrated it. Trade is going to be a problem. In fairness, like, BC's army looks really small, but we have to remember this is Jeune de Blast, right? Like, we're age 3 on both sides, and we're talking about level 4 Jeune with Valorous Inspiration. So don't just immediately assume numbers mean Killjadi wins. Not at all. Especially when you start adding in the elite champions and cannons like this. Wait. Oh my god. Yeah, my brain didn't even process it. This is disgusting. Guys. BC Gigabrained it. Because he got level 4 Jeune, he gets elite men at arms in age 3. Oh, that is vile! I didn't even realize this. I think this is the first time we've seen someone do it in level 3, age 3 rather than level 4. That is disgusting. It forces Killjadi to leave. So Killjadi's now going to go for the tech up, but what a Gigabrain read here by Beastie. I don't think I've seen any player utilize that. We've seen players attempt to spam Jones champions, but no one go, oh, I'm level 4, which means I get Imperial Age units in Castle Age. That's such a sick read. Now, Killjadi is going to get Imperial Age units in Imperial Age. Foreign Engineering Company about to complete here. What a sick read. I think that actually saved him from risk of execution here, right? Like, it forced Killjadi to back up for the tech up instead. However, now that tech up has been confirmed, BC can now just follow in his shadow, only a few seconds behind. Red pass now on the way. Armies still looking better for Killjadi, but the eco behind this all is what worries me now. Killjadi just made a pretty brazen choice to go Imp when your economy is at 74. The reason is that you have to remember, once you reach Imp, you have all these expensive techs ahead of you, right? 1,000 resources each, right? 700 gold and 300 food. It's a pretty lucrative investment. And you've got multiple things you need to upgrade here. You've got to get the elite status on your mercs, you need to get the crossbows upgraded, the Mitane, then considering siege. It's several thousand gold alone. BC doesn't have the same worries, right? For him, it's more or less going to be about the Arbitrier. Jeune de Blast in the meantime, adding a lot of damage in here. Divine Restoration being held for the moment, but Valorous Inspiration does get activated. A little bit of a mistake there. Beastie backs up too far, doesn't buff the front line. Remember, that aura is only around her, and it's constantly being buffed out. Arbitrier definitely benefiting from it down to a 1.68 attack speed, which pretty much puts them at archer speed. Front line has been decimated. Killjadi now at risk of losing the entirety of the back. I mean, he's doing no damage here. Remember, the damage reduct calculations with this 8 ranged armor as well means the crossbowmen barely tickle. And just like that, Beastie now with the military lead. I think this game might be over, folks. Beastie, economy where it is, army status where it is. I'm not really sure what Killjadi's answer is meant to be here. You know, he went for a contract that really doesn't shine through in Imperial Age. It doesn't really have anything great to lean back on now. On top of that, his eco is a mile behind. He has at least got the relics and the sacred sites going his way for the time being. It's just a struggle to see how that's going to be enough here. What a crazy read by Beastie. That is sick. I don't think I've ever seen anyone use the Jones Champions that way. You might think it's a nitpicky detail and it didn't really change anything. I disagree. I think it did. I think just a handful of them, if Killjadi had had to take that fight near the castle, he would have been in trouble. Correctly, he's trying to say he thinks he needed a Cataphracts. A decent idea, but I think, you know, at the point where it would have made sense to scale them originally, he struggled in the economy, right? Now you could kind of say, yes, Cataphracts should have been coming, but it once again goes back to that point we made where his economy really isn't that strong, and you're now forcing him into all these extra tech ups that he has to consider, right? Like Cataphracts alone, it's another 1,000 resources. And then on top of that, 330 resources per unit coming out. What I could have possibly seen was maybe what would have worked was a Palatine School build into Cataphracts. That might have got you to the Catacomb. But it's such an unexplored strategy. I'm not surprised Killjadi wouldn't lean into it. Most people don't even look towards it at all. Does melee level 4 Jeune have the range tag? No. Heavy Siege. Heavy Siege, and then I think range form is range. Is it Light Siege or something like that, or just Siege? Springalds. So Springalds an interesting one. They will get the bonus damage, but you won't notice it. And the reason is because Jeune reduces range damage. So if you want to get the best unit to snipe Jeune out in late game, it's actually Bombards. Culverins and Springalds suck because the issue is that damage is catalogued as ranged, which means that although they get bonus damage against Jeune, they then lose 60% of it, and then another 8 damage on top of that. Whereas Bombards, or Cannons, they're siege damage. Siege damage equals pure damage. So yes, great Bombards are Jeune's worst, in theory. Jeune is going to be flopped. I don't really think that matters anymore, though. What a cool game. I don't know, man. Like, I kind of want to focus on that sick detail of the Jones Champions. You know, it wasn't the... I don't know if I'd say it was the absolute most definitive detail, but it kind of was, right? Like, it was enabled by the fact that he got level 4 Jeune so quickly. I mean, this is a perfect example where a player of Killjadi's playstyle can actually find it backfiring against Civs like Jeune. The fact that he was so relentless and all-in kind of put him on the ropes in a weird way, because every time he took a fight, if it wasn't a definitive GG fight, it was just feeding the big issue coming down the way. Smart read by Beastie as well. He understood this was not going to be a boom game, it was going to be an aggro game. If he thought it was going to be a boom game, he would have went for range Jeune because she scales better into late game. But the logic with melee Jeune is, in the event your opponent keeps attacking, if you're in feudal and you manage to get your age free, you basically have an overwhelming advantage there with the melee Jeune. If you're wondering why does it feel so much better to have melee Jeune for the early skirmishes versus the late, there's a few different reasons. One of the big ones I find is, like, you know, your cleave scales very well because your opponents don't increase their health if they're stuck in feudal, but you increase your damage, right? So you just become much better at damage saturation. Danny's getting no bonus damage against Jeune Dark level 4. I believe they do not. I'd have to double check that one, actually. Because anytime we see ultimates, they never actually get that deep into the game. They just die. But I think they should. No, they will. What am I on about? They should, because cavalry, she still has a cavalry tag, because Spearmen do bonus damage, right? So yes. Zone level 4 will still take bonus damage from Janissaries, or should. Killjadi breaking out the flanks in the meantime. Now, things have calmed down for a moment, which might give kind of a breath of hope to Killjadi, but look at what's happening at home, man. Beastie's up to 45 traders. It's not just the gold you see, the 70 gold each way. It's also the Merchant's Guild, remember, giving the +1/+1. So an insane amount of bank coming in for him. This game is getting tough. Hold on a sec. Let's move that down there. There we go. I like that board there. It slides beautifully. Killjadi. The interesting thing is he has all this golding and access on the map, but it just seems like he hasn't got the eco spread to really get on it. Maybe he doesn't care because he can just play Foreign Engineering Company, but I think that has its limitations here. Right? Like, you can see where it's going now. BC's moving into the premium. Hand Cannoneer's now on the way. Reboldaquin's also here. And he's baiting them in towards it. This is actually kind of sick if you think about it. Reboldaquin's with Varus Inspiration is kind of dirty. Because it's a high base attack speed unit, any damage and any attack speed reduction is huge here, right? You go from, I think it's 5.25 seconds down to every 3.75, which is huge. It's almost 2 seconds your hair cutting off. Killjadi, I really don't know how he's expecting this one to go down. Splitting the army like this was bold and... Dude, just leave. This is the worst feeling ever. You're like, oh no, I lost the flank fight, but I'm going to go into his economy now. Oh. Well, we have at least got Kara Siphons on the way, but one big issue I take is that you've just built them in front of Beastie. He's got a castle on the way, and not just any castle. Remember, these are Arbalest emplacement ones, so this is not going to work. The plan is flawed for Killjadi. In the meantime, he's about to be flawed at home. Beastie now moving in with the main army. Has got the Springers to make sure those Nesta Bees cannot do anything here. It's not like the Clock Tower Nesta Bees. They can't even take a bit of a licking. And in the fact Varus Inspiration will also work on the Springers, by the way. Yeah, you can kind of see why this skill seems so insane. It is incredible, the DPS increase you get from this. Always remember, though, keep Zone in range of things you want to buff. I've noticed so many people press the button and then run off. That's not how it works. It's not a war cry that applies and you run off, right? Like, you're not Arcanthos from Major Mythology. It's playing through the campaign of that, actually, from the OG. I need to go back and complete it. I was realizing just, damn, how good that campaign is. I'm hyped for AOM later this year, actually. I genuinely think it's one of the best RTS campaigns ever created. Flash coming in. Oh, this would have to be one of the greatest defenses ever perceived by Killjadi to hold on. Joan is at least going to go down, but not before she does her business and does her damage. Frontline is pretty much dead for Killjadi. Numbers are deceptive as well, right? Like, you're building crossbows versus Arbitrary. Arbitrary just better. Hand Cannoneers are also now in there as well. Better. And then better arms versus Limitane's front line, right? Limitane just can't really match up. They can't really put a dent in the armor. This game is over. Damn. Cool read by Beastie, though. I mean, you know, I'd expect nothing else from someone who's clearly getting very good at playing the zone when they random them 4 times in a row, but that quick instinct read to understand that level 4 zone equal elite champion men-at-arms in Castle Age was a game changer. Yeah, that was cool. I really think it was as well, because it looked like Killjadi didn't notice that detail, and I imagine that's why he backed up and tapped up, right? Because, like, as you try to dent the enemy's base, over time, more and more champions come out. You're taking a worse and 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 worse fight as it goes on. So, pretty cool way of holding there. It's one of those deceptive things where, like, at the highest level, you know these players are reading these things, but it's very easy when you're casually watching and go, ooh, how, like, what? Why didn't you not take a fight? That's the reason. He knew that would end the game there. Let me just come up with a title for that. So, Elite Infantry Castle Age. Oof. Ah, there we go. So, let's see who we can check in on next. I'm actually wondering if we have some live games, because I said there was a few players on, so we might be in luck here. Do you think damage reduction should be changed so it's on second place? Yeah, it feels a bit weird to me. You love the brown shirt? It's not a brown shirt though. Thank you, but it's actually yeah. Ooh, maybe the coloring is a bit off on my camera. It's burgundy. Don't know if it shows if I get closer. I guess it's a little bit washed. Give us a wink. There you go. My glasses wink for me. Ooh, I'm just conscious now of the... If the banner's moved again, because they changed the banner again, then that means we're probably going to want to slide the thingy up there. Hopefully that's right. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the damage reduct does get revamped. Revamped? Okay, so... Let me have a look here. So Core and Recon are playing. Let me quickly check. Oh, sorry. I need to stare at me. Let's quickly check the Observe tab and see what we've got to work with. Oh, dude, my ears. These glasses are digging in. Oof. That's what happens when you go on holiday for like a week plus. You just get used to not wearing headsets. You don't have that thing where it like digs into your ears. Oh, blimey. But yeah. Oh yeah, I almost got to say thank you, Pessimistic. Yeah, I got a son on the way. Whoop whoop. Daddy for a second time in September. Had 10 hand cannoneers trying to kill an almost dead level 4 Zhone. Yeah, it's kind of funky, right? Like, some civs don't seem to struggle as much. Like, I've noticed all of the Dentured are really, really good at killing Zhone. Their crossbows actually, like, they deal the type of damage you'd expect to see, right? Okay, so let's have a look here. I see someone's been watching Shogun. Anyone else been watching Shogun, by the way? I think I'm on... I just finished episode 8. So I've got 2 to go. 6 show, man. I love it because what I find very creative about the way that they manifested that show is that it doesn't have a bias to one view. And what I mean by that is, like, typically you have these shows which almost feel like cultural appropriation, where, you know, it's like the Westerners' view of this place. Or you get the ones that try to be fully encompassing of the native experience. They try to basically show everything from the POV of the Japanese in that situation. What I really, really liked about Shogun, and have liked so far, is that it kind of shows it from both perspectives, right? An outsider in Japan, but it doesn't treat it with a bias of like, oh my god, what are these Japanese people like, right? Like, it actually treats it from both POVs, where it's like, okay, no, the Westerners seem savage, and then, oh wait, no, the Japanese seem savage, right? Like, it has this very interesting thing that I just don't think you see very often in TV shows or movies which are historically based, where it has a clear understanding that these are two very different cultures that view each other in a very unfavorable light, right? Like, I think the classic way to think of it from a different POV, because, you know, it's very difficult when you mix up cultures. Think about it when you watch like a movie or, you know, TV show or whatever, and you have the bad guy, right? And the best bad guys really don't think they're bad guys. You know, even the ones that are insane, like the Joker, for example, like, he doesn't think what he's doing is evil per se. He just thinks everyone's view on the world is incorrect, right? So it's like, it's kind of that interesting element that I think a lot of writers have gotten good at adopting that thought process, but they've neglected this idea that actually just, you know, culturally, the way you view different countries can be very polarizing when you change perspective. Alright, so do we do Recon versus Core? What do you think, guys? Maybe we do some recon versus core. Yes, I am back, Eric. Hello, hello. When we think of Americans eating dishwasher salmon and putting marshmallows on sweet potato, wait, what? Oh no, dude, no. There's no disagreement. That is actually savage. So we're having this really deep discussion a second ago on stream about like the TV show Shogun and how it shows like cultures from the different POVs and how they all view themselves as right. And then we just got Murakai in the chat going like, when we think of Americans eating dishwasher salmon and putting marshmallows on sweet potato, no, that's just wrong. All right, like universally that's wrong. Like most situations in the world, everyone thinks they're the good guy, right? You're wrong if you think you're the good guy in that situation. But I've got two good fellows here. We've got Recon up against Core and Dry Arabia. Glad to see Recon back, actually. It's a person who's been kind of AWOL for a while. We haven't seen him, it feels like, for weeks consistently, right? So I'm hoping he's back on the grind a bit. I know he was feeling a little bit disheartened, a little bit drained. I think if we're being totally real, you know, PMA and trying to keep the positive, like, don't be delusional. With everything happening in the esports scene right now, I get why some players have been feeling a little bit deflated and a little bit drained. Hopefully, there's positive things down the line to get them re-engaged, but I'm glad to see Recon hasn't just fully abandoned ship. Core, we gave up on him a while ago, okay? You know, he washed, went to become a Valorant pro. I'm not sure how that went. Anyway, always glad to see both of them. Abbasids versus Malians a very interesting matchup as well. One that we haven't seen too often. I feel like it's kind of interesting, right? Before the Abbasids' recent buffs, you were seeing a decent amount of Malians, not much Abbasids. And then, as soon as that buff came in for the Abbasids, most people started to drift away from the Malians, because to be totally real with you, I think Malians don't really feel that powerful. They feel kind of a little bit silly in the way that they play. I'm not a big fan of this whole idea that you have 1,000 safe food underneath your TC permanently, very easily as you cruise up towards Castle Age, and all the passive gold you get alongside it. But when you think about it on a strategic level, at the highest level of play at least, you know, Malians have been flopping time and time again recently, bar a few specific matchups. Even the English matchup, which used to be insanely dominant for this Civ, has started to skew the other way. But this matchup, I think, is an interesting one because the Abbasids tend to lean the pressure in on Feudal Age in a very creative way. A lot of the counters against the Malian's fast castle build we've seen a lot of involves just going 2TC straight away, right? And then the logic is the Malian player has to do something about your 2TC or they won't be ahead in economy when they castle. The cool thing about Abbasids is they can actually go 2TC and then still be the aggro party. The reason is because of how cost efficient it is. Remember, fresh foodstuffs comes in very early on in the game. That's already accruing quite the lofty savings. In fact, it's quite an interesting tech, especially since they moved it to the mill, because you end up saving, what was it, 18 food per villager, and it's only 100 resource tech. So that means on 2TC, after a minute, yeah, you heard me correctly, after a minute of producing villagers, fresh foodstuffs pays for itself. It's kind of incredible when you realize that. So no surprise that that small tweak actually helped the Abbasids a lot, especially considering you now can get it straight away, whereas before, you know, unless you were definitely going 2TC, players didn't want to rush it, so they maybe kind of held out on going fresh foodstuffs right away. And originally, you'd end up sacrificing one villager in perpetuity, which means until you're pop capped, which is very deep into a game, you're missing out on 40 resources a minute. You'd typically be getting fresh foodstuffs around 4 minutes into the game, which means you're actually denting your economy pretty hard, right? Like, being missing one villager at this stage, that's over 5% of your economy. And then if you think about it, you know, by the time you're going Castle Age at, let's say, 14 minutes, you missed out on 400, 450 resources at least from one villager because you had to go fresh foodstuffs. So, may seem like a small difference just moving this tech over to the mill, but it actually made the world of difference. Tech up's complete on both sides. Recon did, of course, go for the standard choice to Manta Quarry. Spawn-wise, I don't think this is a great spawn. He got a forward gold vein here and another forward gold vein with no retracted nearby, only one right off the corners. The reason I don't like this spawn is I think it's quite easy, actually, with the Abbasids military wing opener and the Horseman follow-up, which is sick, by the way, to just starve out your opponent. This is a great read. I think this build has quickly become one of the most popular builds, bar situational matchups where you're hard counted on Cav. The logic being is because you've got Military Wing, you've already got 2 of the 3 unit types in the triangle. If you just spend 150 wood, you can complete the triangle. And it means anything that you run into initially, you counter. And the thing that makes this build so cool is that the Horsemen not being a Military Wing unit is actually a good thing because they're your fast unit. They're the thing that you can send over on a delay and they arrive at a decent time. If instead, let's say you opened Military Wing and it gave you Horseman Spearmen or Horseman Archers, you'd struggle a lot more because all of a sudden you have this awkward element that is going to arrive way too late. Oof, Recon. I don't like this small detail here. Missing opportunity to just stick a small wall on the back line. I'm a really big fan of doing that. It looks like instead, though, I'm not sure if Recon is intending pro scouts here or if this is just simply to contest everything in his way. But the weird part is Core has played into it. He's gone for archers, which is the worst thing to build against this, by the way. I'm a little bit surprised that Core chose to, considering also he's up against a Civ that can build javelins. This is rough as well, because remember, the scout is slower than the warrior scout, so you should always be able to hunt him down. If he can... Oh my god. No. Wait. Okay, Recon's making a bit of a mistake here. He should be killing this. It's worth it. If you got that kill right there, which, by the way, is feasible before those scouts, the way he split them, he would have grabbed 10 sheep away from his opponent, which is huge in this game, because it would have forced Core out of his base much quicker. I think Recon made a critical blunder there. He definitely had the movement speed. He definitely had the damage. Yes, you might have lost 1, possibly 2 scouts, but consider what you would have got in return. Consider the fact that this is likely to lead eventually into a pro scouts play anyway, with the way you've got so many scouts already. You can just offset the need for that by getting an extra 2,500 food for free. Wow. For free might be a stretch. To lose 2 warrior scouts, though. So 2,500 food, it costs you 180 food. Like, sign me up, dude. Like, if someone came to me with that deal, I assume I'm being scammed. Opportunity now missed. Recon, funnily enough, has not been to jabs. He went to archers instead. Trade out is kind of interesting here, right? Like, at first, it looks like it's favoring Core, but remember, these scouts have been basically ignored in this fight. So clean up now at the tail end will favor them. And remember, if you do not kill these scouts, they heal up quick. Nanotech and the Marlians guarantees it. You can already see the health bar just tickling back up. Just inching its way forward. And I mean, this is one of the frustrations, right? Like, you know, it's a build we kind of forgot, but I've noticed a few players starting to do scouts again. And I love it. Actually, I hate it. But I love that they've ID'd this. Because something that I think people really woke up with because of the English King build right now, Feudal Age healing's kind of OP. Especially when it's so freely accessible. You don't understand why people smurf? It's so frustrating. I mean, well, I've talked about this before. Like, there's an excuse for some people smurfing right now, which is like match dodging, like queue dodging, and just not finding matches quick enough. So I kind of get that. And also the flaw of, like, you know, ranking seeding systems from leaderboards. But in an ideal world where you don't have to worry about dodging and abandoning, yeah, smurfing should be a bannable offense. Dota 2 got that right. In Dota 2, if you smurf, your account gets banned. Oh man, didn't even finish off the scout. Alright, this is kind of getting painful to watch. Cool. It's just, it has to be so infuriating. You're like, nice, I'm winning. Wait, where are those units going? Oh, they'll be back, Core. They'll be back. Looks like he has started to push this away a little bit, but remember, this is all 1 TC. Meanwhile, look at what Recon's done. Right, it's not like he's putting everything into military. He's being a greedy boy. The cow boom continues, and that means the Warrior Scout numbers are going to start to swell in a way that has me truly worried for Core. Scouts just mopping it up, though. I mean, this is getting vicious at this stage. Core must be feeling it as well, right? The interesting part is I think Recon... Oh... I think someone's been playing a bit too much Stormgate. This is absurd. He's been skipping villager production. Look at the numbers right now. So, like, in a game where Cautious start to lose, like, actually he stands a chance here because Recon slipped on production of villagers, of all things. I can't believe that. That's a huge blunder. Missed opportunity as well, right? Like, Recon, the thing that is at least going to be okay for him is the fact that he has at least got some ranches, right? So that inflates his eco to make up for the gap. But that gap has extended, right? Like, we're talking about a 5 villager advantage now for Core. And what did he kill for it? 1 villager. That's not usually how the maths works out, right? Then you add in the fact that he's got the Golden Age here, giving the 15% gathering speed buff. All of a sudden, 3 ranches doesn't feel anywhere near good enough. Yeah, like, arguably, Recon is behind on eco, right? Because if you think about the maths in it, you're getting 75 food per farm, so the villager is worth about 45. So let's say each of these farms is 2 villagers. Let's be generous, right? So you've got 6 villagers here, and Core is 5 ahead. Actually, like, are we really getting, like, we're almost 6 ahead. So he's already almost matching it at 6 ahead, but then on top of that, he has the Golden Age for 15%. So Core's economy is just raw better right now. Like, you have at least got the Mansa and the Pit Mine. He has set up the second one, right? Okay, yeah, okay. So this makes it a bit better. I didn't see the second one. So I think that's what will keep Recon a little bit ahead here. But if it was just the Mansa and the Pit Mine, that's worth like another 4 villages. But as we said, like the Golden Age at this stage, let's round up to say 40 villages because we're about to get there. At that stage, a 15% increase is equivalent to having an extra 6 villages anyway. Interesting choice of the round by Core. I'm not sure that was... I think Core may have made a mistake. I get why he felt he needed to break that location, but like gold isn't his problem right now. It's food and wood based, right? It's scouts and archers. Recon starting to headbutt these fights a little bit for good reason. There's barely any spearmen left over. Oh, this is getting tough for Core. He's going to lose the Archer Ball. There's no easy retreat from this. Remember, these are 1.75 movement speed scouts that get bonus damage up against range units. And Recon, you know, the beauty is because of the food situation with the ranches, he can afford to just keep pumping these boys non-stop. And worst case scenario, you can always just consider going for some deer, but instead he just keeps eating more cow at home. Wait, what? Actually, why are you eating berries? All right, there's definitely some room for improvement in this game for Recon. I think he'll acknowledge that at the end of this. Cool. Great read here, though. He's going for the Camel Archer. And actually, Recon... Is that me, or did he really just stop microing the scouts? It's kind of a mix, right? Like, there's 2 issues here. 1, Core got enough archers to give it an insta-snipe. 2, Recon was not microing those scouts well. Like, for example, earlier when this spearman line was Finn, instead of running beyond it, he stood on it A-clicking. It's one of those games which I don't want Recon to see. But actually, no, you kind of want to see to learn from it. But, like, you know, considering he's just back, you know, he's just warming up again, it's probably a little bit demoralizing when you see the very clear and simple mistakes you made in this one, right? Because the difference isn't small, if you think about it, right? Like, we're talking about an 8 eco lead. It should only be a 6 eco lead. So if we talk about that 45 value, that means, you know, on average, you should be looking at an extra 3 to 4 units, military units built, actually, per minute. That's the difference. That would have been the difference over the last 4 or 5 minutes. Core now arriving with the Camel Archer. Remember that debuff is going to reduce the base damage, but will not affect the bonus damage. Wait, why did I say they get range damage? I'm an idiot. He doesn't get any bonus damage versus ranged, right? Yeah, I'm an idiot. You can tell it's been a while since I've watched the Warrior Scouts. So 8 base damage. This is really trash now. Like, that Camel Archer detail is sick by Core. Usually Camel Archers feel nice, but not drastic against Horsemen, right? Because Horsemen get bonus damage which is unaffected. But these guys are just raw base. Cool. I think he's done just trying to double dip into different unit types. I think he realizes if he just balls up a bunch of archers here, he should go to wide. Credit to him though, Recon. Line formation on the chase. And although the scouts may not have done a lot of damage themselves, they've done damage in different ways. Their sacrifice led the way for Recon to at least briefly take the Archer lead. Camel Archer not being there was a little bit of a surprise as well. I think, you know, although it wasn't much damage coming his way, any reduction is a good reduction. Behind this core is adding an additional Archer range. So I imagine now the goal for the Abbasid player is just going to be raw Archer dump. What I'm curious about is whether Recon feels like he needs to add in Javelins here. Javelins could be a pretty cool read. I think it's difficult to justify Javelins when there's this many Archers in the field already. And what I mean by that is like your opponent could just insta-snipe the initial jabs, right? Looks like instead he's got bigger problems. Core wouldn't be able to insta-snipe a jab because instead he's going for age 3. This game just took a very interesting turn. It's not often you see the Malian player hanging feudal and the opponent rushing castle. Not at this pace, right? Like it's either immediate rush castle, but on a delay, typically the Malian player will try to move ahead into next age, whether he's winning or not, and the other player, whether they're winning or not, will try to find a way out into castle. Instead, although Recon may be prepping for castle, he's going to be beaten to the punchline. And this feels rough, because remember, the beautiful thing about playing the Abbasids is the fact that you build up these huge reserves of resources as you tech. Gets you ready for an immediate transition into better units. It's interesting as well, because like in the earliest days, I remember everyone thought that was a huge negative, right? You only have one landmark. You don't get enough out of this. And admittedly, yes, they needed some buffs at the time, but fundamentally the idea wasn't terrible. It's just the way it was being utilized was pretty tragic. Now with players just realizing that this stockpile of resources gives you immediate flood at the beginning of an age, the builds have changed to a point where it's value, right? Like for example, now you, on average, at early points of the game, you tend to see more production buildings than you used to 2 years ago. And part of that is certain eco buffs, but a bigger part of that is really people understanding the value in surging units. Grand Fulani Corral now on the way. Mass Camel Archers equal win for Abba? That's true. If you are in an Abbasid mirror and you build Camel Archers against Mass Archers, that is indeed a win for the Archers. Thank you, Faye. Composite bows queued up. So at this stage, Core should just simply blob and A-click. Like, it's machine gun Archers, right? Recon's the one who's going to have to change gears. I don't like the fact he's going back to Warrior Scouts again. Considering what we just highlighted, they don't get bonus damage against range units. You need to be going into Sofas right now. Like, Sofas are actually your redeeming factor. Scouts from Lord Raid in the meantime. Not doing anywhere near enough damage. They doing Castle? True. I still think you go Sofa though, right? Remind me, does the ranged armor go up to 3? I think the ranged armor doesn't go up at all with Warrior Scouts, right? Like, someone could correct me if I'm wrong. I always forget this with the Warrior Scouts because we just don't see them often. Hence why my brain fried on the range damage. Prop still 0? Yeah. This is why, like, Gully plays Malian's crap ton, right? Like, we've cast him playing a bunch. And he's not even sure about this detail. And, you know, that says a lot, because I think I know a lot of obscure details about AoE4, but that's one of those ones that just escapes me. Oh, crap ton? Every time I check you, you're playing it. Isn't it like your 5th or 6th most played Civ now? Alright, there's your confirmation. They do not get any range damage increase. They do get the movement speed increase, but no range damage increase. A ranged armor rather increase. They do get the range damage increase. So actually, like, I think Core's fine. I legit think that Warrior Scouts cannot dent this. Because the problem is that in your approach, you're just going to lose so many, right? I think the only way that this doesn't work for Core is A, he really mucks up, or B, Recon goes into Mangoes. Mangoes might be a difficult thing to stretch into, though. Dive comes through. Recon, not ready to commit to the fight just yet, but I don't think he has a say in it anymore. The big problem he's got here is the +2 upgrades. He's at a disadvantage. He has at least got the range defense, but no range damage increase. Core. Thank God. The weirdest A-click imaginable decides to start attacking the stables. Does put him out of position here. No. That you can't lose because of that. Oh, no. All right, we're going to get a stay of execution here. Well, we said Core went to try and commit himself to a career as a Valorant pro. We can tell that that experience must have ended in silver. Because that click was not ideal. The hilarity is at the tail end doesn't really even matter, though. Composite Bows truly is a whole other beast. I think that's the biggest challenge for Recon, right? Like, when you're playing Marlins in this matchup, you go into Castle Age, you want to be switching your ranged element from Javelins into Archers with Toxins, but Toxins just do not compare to Composite Bows at all. Add in the Boot Camp as well, and you just feel like you are fighting an uphill battle, to say the least. Oh, man. I can't believe he almost lost that because he clicked on the stables. Still, at this stage in the game, I think Core's got to be fairly happy with the results, right? Like, he's still only 1 TC. He does need to find more. Okay, scrap that. He might not be happy with the results. Does Recon realize what he just found? Oh my god, he does. Oh no. Am I the only one sitting here feeling like Recon should not be winning this game? Right? Like, this isn't just Marlian OP XD, right? Wow. I can't believe that. I mean, I don't know if I'd say it was all down to the stables click, but gotta say, this is a bit of a wild game. You know, Core, it looked like he was in a pristine condition when you're moving towards that whole idea of like Castle Age coming in. You know, the Composite Bow seems unbeatable. I think you probably still want to actually add in some Ghoulims. Like, that would probably be my #1 takeaway from that game. There were two weird things here. One from Recon in that he went for Warrior Scouts, because I think Warrior Scouts is terrible up against Castle Age Bastards, because they can just build Ghoulims. And the second is Core never reacted to that detail. There were never Ghoulims coming out. There was never any transition. Instead, for a guy who basically wanted to burn down buildings, he chose to just use Archers to do that. But wacky build. I think you're going to see more of this, by the way, folks. There's been a rise in Warrior Scout play. I've noticed it coming through. They may not be the most effective Archer clearer in the early games we saw here, but what they are is a pretty effective meat shield for your backline. Well, that was a wacky one. Cast a Curse Core? I don't know what you're talking about. Is it, like... am I just imagining, like, maybe I'm just wrong here. Marlians were just going to win that in Castle. Like, I felt like Core's dive was a little bit ambitious. I felt like he was in a really good position with Castle up. But he went Eco Wing and didn't do anything with Eco Wing. Right? And then he only built Archers. That's a funky one. What am I going to call that one? New Marlian comp? Maybe. Alright. Yeah, alright, we'll go with that. Marlian 3TC all-in fuel going to be the meta? Why would you do that? Just build more cows. Valorant aim? Dude, yeah, this is why we listen to Faye. That's actually a good one. Wait, so the title of the video should be, he should just go back. Wait, no, do I do him dirty and just put, how's that Valorant Pro career going? Oof, that feels so mean. Valorant aim. Point to stables. Show kick WMO. Has to have a kick WMO on it. When RTS players go to shooters and come back. Something like that. Dude, I need to think on that one. RTS player turned FPS player. I need to finish the title. RTS player turned FPS player. Fails return? RTS and FPS does not mix well, maybe? Well, we'll go with that. Double trouble? Oh, yes. My wallet is gonna bleed. What do you mean, Fook? Wait, what are you doing to Crackety? Whoa, no. Crackety wouldn't say they're OP yet. He targets one at a time and then moves on. So we'll get H3 kneecapped, and then we'll move to Malians. So we're good. My wallet might be dry, my legacy will live on. Yeah, in a cardboard box. Wait, what? Is that actually Anatan's name now? I'm checking this. Yeah, that's actually Anatan's. Alright, boyo, please get in the game. Jesus Christ. Alright, 1 second. Let's have a look, see who is gonna be online for us to watch. Oh, that was what I was gonna do. I was gonna respond to the Smurfing comment earlier. So, let me scroll up. So yeah, Evan, I agree on the gold thing. What I was saying on the gold thing as well is like actually in some cases that legit might just be someone who's decent at RTSs who is now queuing for the first time on AoE 4. That's a possibility. But yeah, the people who literally just low rank Smurf are cringe as all hell. It's really pathetic. Like, just play your rank. There's no reason to. Because you basically drive people away from the game. I've talked about this before. Like, when the experience is so polarizing that you don't even know what you've done right and what to improve on, then you just clock out. It's like when a game is bugged and you lose because it's bugged. Do you give it another chance or do you leave the game? You just leave the game, right? Same logic when you're up against a player who's like miles better than you and doesn't make sense to you. Ezra? Where's Ezra? I don't know about Ezra. I do see a Gully Duckle. Wait, guys, we have Core versus Dumu. Of course I'm going to click that. Go get some spicy Core. He's on the Abbasid train. Doot, doot. They're both playing an interesting way here. Abbasids versus Zhu. Let's have a quick look. So we'll have to wait a few minutes for this one to be live. All good though. So 4 minutes until we get to party. One second, I want to check something. You know when you have that feeling like there was something you meant to do this morning or whatever and you forget? Taxes. That's something I still need to do. Oops. I'll have to remember that later. Oh, blimey. Whew. There's still something else I'm forgetting to do. It'll come back to me later, I swear. Wondering what I'm going to actually watch next. We were just talking about like how I'm almost done with Shogun. I need to find someone afterwards. Tile do not build only range units? No, dude, you always build range units. That's a lie. I've got pros in chat, they'll tell you. You always just build range units, right? Crackety, you play some Zhu, you only build range units, right? Faye, you play Mongols, you only build Magadai, right? You always just build range units. Oli Pascal's great. Have you been... Oh, no, you haven't stopped. You haven't been brought over to the way of Corvinus's Pro Scouts build, have you? Chicken is the last option. Last resort when your opponent goes mass archers. You're a liar, dude. I've seen you in those clown cars. You only make bald men with sticks. That's true. Guys, what we need is we need AoE 4 to survive for like 30 years, so that when we talk about the Shaolin monks, we can just call them Marine Lords, because they'll be like old men with walking sticks kicking the crap out of everyone. So it's like Marine Lord in retirement homes type stuff, right? Personally, I think we need a unit a little bit like a warrior monk that has a Beyblade attack, where they full on Tasmanian Devil spin around. You know I'm right. Like, we have Landsnake, but where's the active ability, guys? And Landsnake, dude, Landsnake don't do full 360. They just ahead. For years, and KP will be casting from the nursing home. Hey, alrighty, guys. I've got someone changing my diaper right now, but we're gonna get into the action. Got all day to cast. My children never come to visit. All right, Jesus, that got depressing. Get me off screen. Let's get ready for this. Oh, I need some energy drink in me. I had to wake up so early the last 2 days. You guys don't understand. 6 a.m. Actually, a lot of you probably do understand, but you don't understand. I'm so not happy about that. I was like, why couldn't this conference have been American-based? I could wake up late. You wake up at 6 a.m. every day? Have you considered just not doing it? Yeah, see? Faye's there with me. Boom. Ooh, it's a live game. It's a live game. You know what that means? That means we get to do predictions. It also means this is going to be hilarious because some interesting choices coming out. It seems Dumu is doing a day of Zhu here. Meanwhile, Core is back on his Abbasids. Now, I gotta say, like, actually, credit to him. I think Core does pretty well with the Abbasids. We've seen some really impressive games. When people were starting to test out the whole idea of, like, fast castling up against the Iabids, he was one of the first people there finding success with the, I think, the Culture Wing build, right? Which was really cool to see. This is a different kind of tempo, though. This is one focused solely around feudal more than anything else. And I'm curious to see how Core's going to address it, because one thing straight out the door, actually, that I'm not a big fan of is if we see Military Wing. I think this is one of those matchups, and this is rare. You will rarely hear me say this about Military Wing. I think this is one of the very few matchups where you could not go Military Wing, because it's not valuable at all. The reason is that you're going to get 2 archers and 2 spearmen, and your opponent's just going to build Chuganu rather and kill you. And thank you for the resub, Jurosar. Welcome back to the Swarm, buddy. So I think in this matchup, I don't think you can just go Culture, right? Culture feels a little bit greedy. Doesn't it feel that crazy, though? Trade Wing is kind of intriguing to me. Trade Wing on this map spawn as well, with where he's placed the House of Wisdom and where the neutral trade post isn't a bad idea, because if you think your opponent is going to play Feudal All-In, which is like practically all GG games right now, or go Fast Castle and do nothing, either way, trading is a very beneficial element for you. So we'll get the moment of truth soon. Meantime, initial scout rotations. Looks like we have got a 12 sheep pool versus a 10. So not too much in it, but pretty respectable for Dimmu when you consider the fact that his opponent should have been able to stay out for a lot longer due to the berry gathering of the Abbasids. And I imagine we are just going to be looking at standard Meditation Garden. Honestly, I think you just take the default location. Like, it's kind of been given to you quite nicely here, right? The berries and the gold with the wood line like this, it's going to be a decent one. You could run out into the middle of the map, but if you think your opponent is going military wing, it feels like it's kind of a death sentence for the villager, and you might not even get the landmark up. So, considering Dimmu hasn't even pulled a villager yet, it's going to be the safe choice. I'm a little bit heartbroken, not going to lie. I legit think that one of the things that can make Zhuji absurd on this map are the central spawns. Like, look at some of these. Double food, for example, is just a jackpot. I don't think there's a disgusting one. Sometimes I'll see it be like 3 berry bushes in range of each other with gold as well. I think this one probably wouldn't have been worth the walk. So Dimmu did make the right choice. But cool, we're going to find out if this is the right choice, because I'm really not sure. Alright, I'm going to get chat's input, because we like to involve you guys. One's if you think military wing is the correct way to go here. Because it is still going to be 2TC. That's an obvious. Like, you're playing Abbasids, you're almost always going to go 2TC. Because I think that Trade Wing would have been a lot more beneficial here. It would have also forced your opponent out of his base towards you, and then you could have punished him when he comes nearby. Right? To me, Military Wing is just, like, you're running towards a player that you know can have what I call the paper shredders of Feudal Age, right? They just disintegrate anything that doesn't have armor, and all 4 units you're sending are going to have no armor. Maybe the thought process for Core is like, if I can force him to build military units, then that's good anyway. Instead, it looks like Dimmu may be playing into Core's hand here. If this is an intent to go 2TC off the back of Song, then I actually think Dimmu may have made a bit of a mistake here. The reason is that you could very easily get punished for this with the military wing units, right? Like, you're not going to get a good TC placement, which I guess isn't the end of the world for the Zhuji. But you also are going to give harassment value over the Core, right? In a game where usually you probably say the Abbasids shouldn't be able to do anything with these initial units in this matchup, he'll be able to due to the fact that you're going to be spending, well, presumably 600 or so resources on the TC, and then, of course, the tech up is going to cost you another... Oh, I always get the maths on it. Was it 520, I think? 510, sorry. Because remember, Tang Dynasty gives a 15% discount. Which is about to arrive here. Scout already knows about it as well. I love the fact that Core just sits in range of the TC and says, yes. Yes, I am coming. Dimmu, yeah, he needs to move more villages over ASAP. Now, the good news is it's only 2 archers, 2 spearmen, so it won't be enough to stop him gathering, but it is going to kind of skew his economy a bit. Might actually cost him a villager if he's not careful as well. Yeah, so starts moving the village away. That is going to be a villager going down. I mean, it should be. Wait. Huh? Nani? Okay, he's at least going to get one now, but I mean, that should have been 2 villages then. A little bit surprised by that. Dimmu, oh, even more surprising. He doesn't have the stone. What? He has to build a marketplace. This feels terrible, guys. He just spent 170 gold to get 10 extra stone. Right, yeah, don't get me wrong. He bought 100 for it, but he only needed 10 of it. That feels catastrophic. That's so painful. Interesting choice to delete the mining camp. I guess he just doesn't want to deal with the pings, right? Because remember, the Abbasids, like, they don't get anything from burning these builds down. It's not the Mongols. The TC now rushed up. Other side of this, Core already has his on the way as well, but notably slow, right? Zhuji build speed difference. The difference that's going to balance it out a bit nicer is the fact that, remember, you've got fresh foodstuffs here. You know, we've seen a lot of these Abbasid-Chinese matchups before, where I think I still favor Abbasids, but you can see how Chinese can contest. I think this matchup's a bit different, though, because you don't have the Song Dynasty that gives the extra production speed. You don't have the Song Dynasty at all in this game. You just have 2TC versus what I would say is a better 2TC. Yeah, it's kind of wild how much better China is than Zhuji. Not just the Song Dynasty, but it's also the Taxman detail, right? The Imperial Academy buff was kind of bonkers. Whereas this Civ still struggles to kind of get those Imperial officials out, right? They don't get the discount you do as the Chinese, and also they have to sacrifice villager production to do it. Is it worth throwing those units under the TC5 to just force a shift around of villagers? Yes, because he doesn't want them, right? You can see, like, Korra's not building any more military units, right? So he just wants as much idle time as he can get. If you were trying to scale into something bigger, I'd agree throwing them away is kind of a no-no. Damn it. Wow. Well. We've seen this before out of him, actually. I think we cast a game a few weeks back. I believe it's against HRE as well, where he went for the Palace Guard spam. We've also seen him do it against Kiljadi's Mongols. It's a pretty cool idea. You scale several of these Palace Guard, you force a reaction, and then you just pull them away, tech up. All of a sudden, you've got your Castlades Palace Guard already in the field. In the meantime, you just have this beautiful blocker to anything Core really wants to do, because there's no realm of existence in which Core is going to choose to do a camel boom right now, right? So that's your biggest threat that isn't there. Instead, what he's doing is free TC Abbasids. What? Alright, this is getting quite some interesting spices to the brew. So Dumu's going to fast castle now, right? Because I think he did just glimpse on that, right? He did scout on it. So he knows the free TC build. Presumably. He definitely knows at least 2 TC. Understandably, you don't want to play a long feudal, because you'll just be falling behind. He is going to go for the fast castle. I like this. It's really smart. Like, Core's not going to be able to rush it. He went free TC with military wing, which means he's not been getting the discount. That already hurts. On top of that, when he does go for the tech up, he's going to be stuck waiting almost 2 minutes. And it's not really the type of game where you want to spend those resources to build units beforehand, right? Because if you do, you're doing this, which is exactly what I was worried about him having to do. The Camel Archers. They're a Palace Guard, which kind of justifies it, but now with your opponent coming over the top into castle, I feel like Camel Archers is the worst thing you can build here. You're slowing yourself down too much, right? Like, you're not going to have the resources amply to get to a fast castle. And on top of that, you're not even going to have the scalability. And what I mean by that is Camel Archers, they take 35 seconds each. It's not like you're booming these units out every 10, 15 seconds. Shaolin Monastery now on the way. Decent discount on this, right? Like, he's saving himself, be 270 resources. Camel Archer. Oh, cool. Cool. That is definitely not a core W. Heavy damage on the Camel Archer and hasn't really done anything with it. So Dumu just a cheeky little outplay here. The other important thing here is this is just keeping Core at home. So he's not even intercepting relics, which is critical because remember, Demu did go up the Shaolin Monastery. First one already queued up. Yeah, this is going to get rough. You know, what's interesting is sometimes I've actually seen players drop a monastery just so they can spend gold into monk production as well. I'm not expecting that this game. I don't think you need to. I think you just prior the food and rush it. The reason why it can sometimes feel good here is because, like, you're already spending a lot of food onto TC production, and this, you know, do you really want to be putting onto Shaolins when you want to be putting on Knights instead? I think in this game it's fine because Core doesn't have anything. Right? Like, if this is a game where you need to scale army, I think pumping this many Shaolin Monks would kill you, but it's a smart read by Demu, and now Core. Military Wing, free TC into Eco Wing. I see this kind of build way too often, and it always hurts me. I really do wonder if, at the start of this game, had Core just chosen to go Eco Wing instead, could this game have looked a lot better for him? Has at least got almost a 10 Eco lead at the stage, but the difference maker really for Demu is going to be the relics that the monks are now gathering. On top of that, remember these monks actually make reasonable attackers themselves for the main army. 15 damage, a 0.75 attack speed. That is the lowest you will find, right? If you think Ona Big E should attack quick, meet these lads. What did you guys bet on in the end? I've got a feeling we've got loads of Demu fans in there. Okay, it's 97% Juji. Poor Core with the 3% of votes. How do you counter Byzantines? All right, I'm going to run you through this. It's a really, really high-level guide. So have you got your notepad out? Make sure you're paying attention. So, all right, what I want you to do, first of all, you need to start your PC. You need to get on it. Get going Age of Empires 4. You're going to read the details that sound most egregious to you about the Byzantines. And then you're going to open up Reddit. And then you're going to type out a post. I just sat down and realized chat said that as well. So, I mean, how you count Byzantines? Like, you're asking me for the Holy Grail of answers without any context of what you're playing. Yuan Dynasty is funky, by the way. That gives him the discount, right? So Yuan Dynasty, I'm trying to remember the numbers. It is it a 15% discount? Oh, sorry, 10%. Yeah, it's 10%. Yeah, you're right. So a 10% discount on all units, right? Honestly, am I the only one who feels like Yuan Dynasty is kind of underwhelming for the Zhu Ji? I don't think I want it to be buffed. I'd rather it just be something creatively different than a little bit of a discount. It's very weird because like Zhu Ji in a lot of ways feels like a discount Chinese, which is ironic because basically all of the dynasties are based around discounts. Right? Like, it's kind of a weird thing that just reinforces our idea that this is a cheap version of the main Civ. Is that all of their dynasties are about cheapness, except Ming, which gives the... What does Ming give? Because it's not the damage, because that's... No, it is the damage, right? Because standard China is health. I think Ming is damage. Yeah, 15%. Thank you, Crackly. It's like, unless you go all the way into Imperial Age, which doesn't even... Like, the rest of Imperial just feels terrible anyway. There's just no upside at all for this Civ. Dimu now going for the Zhang Nantao. Wait, is he losing out to that one Camelot? Not like this. Okay, this is one of those sad moments where you're like, I've got 26 villages. If I just stab him once. The problem is, as long as Core doesn't do something silly, he shouldn't really ever get caught here. So Zhang Nantao is eventually going to come out. Core, in the meantime, in his base, is getting raided. The Palace Guard have done some chip damage here, but not enough. Core still over 10 villages ahead. And his farm transition fully underway here. 15 farms in, is adding about another 10. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dimu, of course, is getting the Song Dynasty prepped so that he can get into his own farm transition. And yes, you did just see that correctly. Dimu built his Castle Age landmark to then go back and build his other Song Dynasty Feudal Age landmark. The reason for this is he probably wanted the extra food that you get out of taxing Mount Lu Academy. And you might wonder, well, why did he do it that way around? Well, because he was still Tang, right? So he got the 15% discount on doing the second Castle Age landmark, which is more cost efficient than doing it the other way around. I mean, not that you could because you lose the dynasty, right? So that detail aside, it's also the fact that this is just more cost efficient. Did it for Pagoda 100%? I think it can be both details. I think it can actually genuinely be both details. Like, I've noticed this. A lot of players have stopped in Mount Lu Academy, and I've noticed the difference it makes in their food. It's kind of surprising just how helpful it can be. It doesn't sound like a lot, right? 20% in taxation, but when you got multiple taxmen scurrying around taxing everything, it's surprising what it can do. It's kind of similar to the idea of the Japanese farmhouse with Yorishiro drops. Seems irrelevant, really isn't. Going hard into those Shallow Monks now. Dude, he's going to rush Imperial Age. Okay, this is getting pretty comical. Yeah, we've got a Ball Boy build from the Ball Boy himself into Imperial Age, which is really big because remember, the Shallow Monks, the reason this is kind of efficient is the fact that Shallow Monks don't have an elite upgrade you have to queue up, right? They just auto get upgraded. A few villages are going to be chipped down, though. I mean, this is a game where Duma has five relics and 3 sacred sites, right? Like, he's got an insane amount of gold. It's kind of weird because he's not really spending the gold. Nestibes are now on the way, which is pretty smart here, considering that Core mainly just has crossbows. What is this build? Oh, I love watching Ben. Villagers now being pulled. He's like, don't kill my market. That allowed me to build my TC earlier on. Monk's now marching out. Funnily enough, very effective up against Rams, by the way. And he has activated the Body of Iron, so 50% range damage reduction. Remember, the way this works is you take away 50% of the damage you take, and then you take away an extra 2 for the ranged armor text you've got. So it gets the Breeding Room, pushes the Rams back, and that buys time now for the Nestibes. Dimmu, hard commitment now back into the cast stage. It looked like for a second he was heading for Imperial Age. Instead, he is going to be adding in a healthy layering of Power Scar plus more Shadow Monks. Only one farm cluster in, second one is now on the way. Core has to be a little bit worried about that, right? Like, it's such a meaningful build, but if this ever gets fully online, it feels so hard to shut down, especially at this stage in the game. Still, we've got some ways to go. Remember, the production speed is pretty quick here. 20 seconds to pump one of these bad boys out. That's the bees. Not being dodged out. Core. One nice thing for him is how long this Body of Iron cooldown is, right? Like, you're waiting, I think it's, I'm trying to remember, was it 2 minutes? Either 2 minutes or 100 seconds. It's a very long wait. And once that's gone, these guys do die fairly fast. The issue right now is Core is microing like a goldfish. He seems to be looking away. Stood his ground. Worst possible thing to do against the ball guys. You see, what people don't really realize about the Shallow Monks is they all have arthritis. So if you just run and gun, they die quite easily. Standing still, definitely not advanced. Willems. Oh, he can get a second one here. Or we could just attack guys that will kick our ass. Okay, so not as expensive as it should have been for Dimmu. It's kind of funny, right? Like, we're in a game where Core is almost 40 villages ahead, but it doesn't really feel substantial when you consider the taxman effect, when you consider the relic situation. Like, Dimmu is in a fairly good position, and the taxman effect is just exacerbated further by that Mount Lu Academy detail with the food, which kind of generates even more to work with here. What is the win condition now for these two players? I mean, Core can play this game very late, right? Like, the Ambassadors are one of the few civs that can trump China and discount China in that late game. Actually, that's not true. Everyone can trump Zhu Ji in late game. I think it's good for Core to try and find age up, because to me, I feel like this is one of the strongest points for Zhu Ji. When you go into Imperial, it feels like you have this very shallow and hollow Imperial, right? You don't have hand cannoneers. Some of your unique techs that you can lean into your landmarks from just don't even feel that great. Ming is maybe your one redeeming quality, but your landmarks, once again, in that age just don't feel as powerful. The one way I could see maybe late game looking good for Zhu Ji is if you play into cavalry. I feel like that's what the intent was from the devs. It's like, no, none of this hand cannoneer and infantry and siege stuff play into the cav. The problem there is this is one of the worst civs to play into cav against, right? Like, we're reaching late game where camel riders, camel archers, spearmen, these are all things that Ambassadors thrive in. So, well, the other thing they thrive in is the trade. Core now on his way towards Imperial Age. Is trade win wise? Yes, because we're heading into late game, right? And gold will eventually dry up. Your opponent went from Mount Lu Academy. He's playing Shallow Monk comp, which means he can just afford to play the late game on food only. And on top of that, he is going to have plenty of gold to assist it. So what do? You go trade so you never run out of gold. That's very important for the Ambassadors because they have some very strong tools in the late game. The hand cannoneers are pretty decent due to the extra health they get. On top of that, you've got Golems, which are actually surprisingly effective up against Shallow Monks, right? Shallow Monks have very limited melee armor. They cannot damage reduct melee attacks, and Golems have the double strike. So it's very important that Core ensures he has late game gold access here. Temple of the Sun down the way from Dimmu as well. Correct choice as well. I've been losing my hair. Alright, like me and Dimmu are going to be bros at this rate. At the detail of library. Like, so often when I watch Zhu Ji players, they go library first, and then they don't use library for 4 minutes. And it hurts me. Guys, you don't realize how deeply to my efficiency core it hurts. By the time they queue something up in that library, they basically have already gone and got their other tier 4 landmark. So, like, always, in my opinion, go Temple of the Sun, unless you have some very weird niche strategy in mind, such as maybe mass bombards with the Terrorizing Cloud. But, like, you know, most games, you're not going to go to that straight away. Even if you did, the way that becomes disgusting is with Divine Defense. Like, all the good options feel like they come after Temple of the Sun. So both players with the tech up. Cool, going into the Last Horseman now. Against Shallow Monks, you might say that's a very weird choice, but I want you guys to realize that this is the equivalent of Cherry, was it Cherry knocking on an old man's door, right? You hear him run the door. You knock on it. He comes to the door. What are you all doing on my lawn? Yeah, shut up, old man, and then you just run away. Like, that's all you have to do. And it's kind of interesting the way Core's begun this, because I don't think you need to attack into the siege. All you need to do is flood into the economy. That's how you now win this game. Dimmu hasn't protected himself, right? He's got a stone wall across the ways, but not towards his main base. He's not playing China, which means no Great Wall Gatehouse to protect him either. And everything about Ben's comp reeks of lack of mobility. Yeah, don't go knocking on my door, okay? Depending on your country, you definitely should not knock on old men's doors. They might have terrible eyesight, but they also might have a shotgun sitting behind the door. Willems now marching in on the villagers, though. Dimmu's trying to get some keeps. He knows he needs someone to defend against what's coming here. This is the thing, like, Core, the moment he revealed the Horseman, Dimmu, this was a very smart reaction. He understood what this game's about to turn into. It's going to be a Horseman flood that you can't keep up with. So how do you deal with that? You wall, you keep, you restrict that mobility. A bit of a weird micro from Core there, though. Runs past the stone line, comes back in again. I think he's maybe trying to bait the Nestbees out of position. Doesn't really work in the end. Still, he can keep this up for days. Look at his economy. 150 to 91. His whole goal here is to try and starve Dimmu out so he can't reach mass boom. Because I think that's the one thing Core's worried about is when they both go max cap. Although usually are very inefficient compared to China, they've got some things working in their favor, such as that 5 relic grab in this game for Dimmu. Numbers are crawling upwards. What's the count of Shaolin Monks? More Shaolin Monks. Thanks, I'm here all week. So, the counter Shaolin Monks, like in this game, Golems are really good. Golems are probably your single best counter. Hand Cannoneers suck because of Body of Iron. Mangoes are also as your bait. It's just so hard to get enough mango damage together. Like, it's a 252 HP unit, right? You're just not going to kill him quick enough. When an army is 70% Nesta Bees? Well, hold on a sec. Calm down. We're not that deep in. Don't be a knob about it. Ha-ha! Wait. It's on the other page. I hate myself. Oh, this could be big. Core needs to get the hell out quick. Remember, no textiles, plus the fact these guys hit for an absurd 19 damage. And also, it's kind of more wild than that. Like, their DPS checks out at, I think it's 25 a second. And he hasn't even fully scaled it, right? Like, yeah, he's missing 2 melee attacks here. Flash in the base, Core. I mean, Core, you just gotta go, buddy. They don't come back to deal with this. Clean this up later. How you deal with the Shaolin Monk? Someone asked, what is the counter? The counter is simple. You ignore them until they die. They're old men, right? They've only got a few years left. Run away from them. Run towards the thing that's fueling them. These guys are not cheap. 200 food each. Find the economy. Shut it down. Or you could run at the old men with walking sticks and get hit with a whipping stick. Sorry, the whooping stick. Is Core really losing this game? I'm trying to weigh up whether this is like Dimmu just played this really, really well, or if there was a slip up by Core. I think Core's idea to go Horseman was smart, but his choice to attack the Siege and the Shaolin Monks, not so smart, right? Like, Brain Cell count declined at that point. He had a lot of Horsemen, he should have been flooding the farms. Like, that's, I think, the way you deal with this, and then behind it you stonewall up so there's no counter raids. Instead, he still has enemy monks in his base. He's still only building horsemen. If your goal is to fight the mass monks, you have to build golems. And by the way, the siege shouldn't be a problem because also you're the civ that has culverins. So you dominate siege battles. So yeah, I feel like Core became a little bit too fixated with horsemen. And it turns out old men beat horses. Wait, what? Hey, someone's got to run the blue factories. Dumu now with his Nesta Bees operating like trebuchets here. Ay, ay, ay. Alright, so we said China's kind of like worse than, like better rather than Zhu at everything. But guys, I think I found the one way that Zhu can be better. Mass Shaolin Monks and Nesta Bees is the premium Nesta Bees Spear Comp. I mean, you should never be allowed to afford it, but if somehow, some way, you get the moolah together, this is what you can expect. Alright, we got Zhu Library now on the way. So Dumu, I mean, this is kind of where things get wild, right? Is these Shaolin Monks do benefit from the Divine Haste, notably so. They get actually reasonably speedy. The other possibility in this game that I could see being pretty good is Divine Defense. Like, switch over to Divine Defense for the Nesta Bees spam, and then I think on the unique text in the Zhu Library, he's probably looking at... What one is he going for here? Wait, is he going more Taxman? I mean, you could go the Bombards and go the 11 tower range, right? Which also complements the Divine Defense really well. Because for the time being, he's literally just keeping it on Divine Vitality, which is... I don't know if that's just a misclick or intentional. I think the idea is kind of cool, like, because the Shaolin Monks, when they're moving between new targets, will heal even quicker, right? Because you've got the Divine Vitality, but then you also have the Ascetic Recovery. Which I believe, someone correct me if I'm wrong, I think Ascetic Recovery is either, is it 1 health a second or 1.5? So you're getting either 3 or 3.5 healing per second. So you're getting like double chivalry. Alright, moment of truth. What did he want from this? There's no way he wanted to draw the dragon, right? I think that's still bugged. Is he going for the Dynastic Protectors like we talked about? I think this might be a Protectors build. Remember, we said that's the one way I think that Zhu really makes a lot of sense in the late game. Outside this kind of Mimi Shaolin Monk siege build is to go Cav. I think those are the two angles you can approach the late game with Zhu. So Dynastic Protector is pretty good. Instead, though, it is going to be the Cloud of Terrors and the 10,000 Volts. Now, that's pretty cool, because Dumu is the guy who I've seen experiment with this. We've actually got, I believe it's uploaded on the YouTube channel. There's a really cool game where it experiments with the Cloud of Terrors and the Divine Defense. It's 11 tower range Bombards. They're like mini Great Bombards. I was really impressed. I believe he wasn't able to win in that game in the end, but it looked like he should off the back of that strat. So potentially a very strong one. In the meantime, these Shaolin Monks are looking the strongest of all. Camel Arch is not really being microed away by Core. Oh no, and he's got the Divine Haste. And the Ming! Okay, so this is what I was worried about. This is the moment where the Foul Melee Tech is going to come in, right? And then we're talking about 25 damage per strike. That gives him a, quite frankly, absurd DPS check of 31.5 with these guys. There are not many units that can match that. Like that, you're literally in Knight territory at that point, right? Like that is elite Knight damage. Yeah, you know how usually you have that, like from the Star Wars movies, like I'm one with the Force and the Force is one with me. I'm one with the Force, right? Dumu's just here. I'm one with the board and the board is one with me. I'm one with the board and the board is one with me. Wait, please tell me he got the armored caravans. He did, and it doesn't even matter. You know, in a lot of situations, the armored traders is really smart. It doesn't matter because these Shaolin Monks just hit so hard. Oh my god. You have to feel for him because I have to wonder, what is Core thinking right now? Where did this go wrong? How is it that I am unable to defeat the power of the Balds? Oh, what a game. What do we call that? Master of the Balds, maybe? Dimu is one with the Shaolin, and the Shaolin are one with him. Oh, dude. Poor Core. It's okay, winning's overrated anyway. Dimu basically playing as Master Yi with a bunch of clones to his army. Jesus Christ. I mean, can he float? Oh, I feel bad for him. Like, that actually looked brutal. Like, those are the type of games that just make you uninstall AoE 4 for a week, I feel like. Alright, let's see who else we've got playing, who's online, and what they're up to. Dragon's in-game, but we can't view it. Can you take a look at a 4v4 Conk 3 versus Conk 3? You can look at by Big Milk. I'm not sure if I'm in the mood for 4v4s right now. Maybe later, Rocket, we'll see. Like, there's a few issues with spectating 4v4s. The lag is notably worse because my PC is dying. Doesn't help. The games are quite often very bloody slow. And then the UI is atrocious for storytelling. Where's my accent from? From my mom and dad. So, yeah, I'm from the UK. Let's have a look and see what we got. If I link it in my Discord, I might have a look at it later. Let's have a look and see who we got live right now. Team games on Gorge, nice. Yeah, I think Gorge is the one map that gets it right. The sad reality is, like, if more games were designed in the thingy UI, like if the devs just integrated the UI that we had for the team tournament, it wouldn't be too bad. So this one. This is really what's missing. I'll show you. Like, this makes team, like, this UI, a really big shout out to Kush, you originally done it. Copia? Sorry, I always forget the name. I'll remember them in a sec. It was Kush, Cornopia, something like that, and then the final person was Hosen that worked together to come up with this. And it just, like, these are the type of UIs that it needs. Is the tournament games? Oh yeah, I'm not casting them. I'm just showing off the UI to prove my point about why, like, I don't really cast laddered team games, because the UI is abysmal. Because it doesn't have this. Okay. Oh no, they use this one. Okay, this one I don't think is as good. This one's okay. It's just really not that good though. Yo, sub Faplop. Thank you very much for the gifted sub, buddy. So, like, there is another UI that was used that is better than this. But I think the other one had bugs, and that's why people couldn't use it. But there's another UI where it had all the info along the top for each player, and it was beautiful. Alright, so let's have a look. So I think we have some people queuing into games, yeah? Is everyone just doing scrims? Is everyone doing some cheeky scrims right now? What a load of sweat lords, okay? It's only a qualifier for, like, the biggest tournament in the next few months. How dare you all try so hard? Chrysal. Do you guys want to watch Chrysal versus Core? Or do we check out something else? What do you think? Let's see what else there is on the ladder. I've got a minute and 40 anyway. But yeah, I think my PC is dying. So when I got back from holiday, my M2 SSD kept, like, basically unplugging. It kept disappearing from my my drive list. And then also I've just noticed weird performance issues. Like when I was doing the observing while casting Dota 2 on Sunday, and I was sending my feed through, I noticed the frame rate was absolutely trash. It was just really, 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 really bad. I think my motherboard might be the culprit, is my theory. I think my motherboard's just giving up. Our friend had to reinstall his PC because the game lagged so hard. I mean, like, this isn't just one game, though. I was hoping to have a PC sponsor sorted by now. But we'll see. Things are kind of unresponsive there, which is kind of unfortunate. GME goes to the moon. I'll get you a Giga Chad PC, Poogers. Thank you. I look forward to that in the year 2088. Very big pog. Wait. Why'd the music stop? Did I get stupid ads again? I did. 3? I'm poor boy. Does not even buy Spotify Premium. Okay. So, Fire Hicks playing another one. Maybe record a game? Like I said, I think some people are just in private games. Or the practice, although they're warming up for the day.
Now you're my shit.
Hey! Sup, Marika? Thank you very much for the raid. Hope the stream went well. Perfect time for some low elo legends. Yeah, I've been over this before. I love some low elo legends. It's finding them that's the problem. Work time. Oh, that's cringe. Who does work? Why don't you just slack? Is slacking not easier? Oh. I mean, maybe Papa Samba, but I think his game's... I don't know. I'd have to check it. Like, I think it's the same Papa Samba. I'm just not sure is the problem. Got work like 30. Is that all? There you go. That's not too bad. Yeah, the classic. Yeah, I'm definitely busy. Wink, wink. Oh, you know, I kind of noticed that with some of these things, that, like side projects that I work on, where like people always tell you it's going to take thousands of hours. And you're like, actually, no. If you just don't work like a muppet, it's not too bad. I find usually the thing that bogs you down and takes all the time is tedious meetings with like other people setting fire to systems and ruining things in practically any career, right? So I think let's do some Chrysal versus Core. Let's check out on Core Pookie, shall we? Gotta love this song. Yeah, I think we also do have some Louis replays that we can check out. So I think there was a game against Mia, Micah, and Tanker that I wanted to look into. There also, I think, was a few Anatan games against Corvinus. So we've got plenty of options. But for now, let's sink our teeth in this. Boop. I don't know, dude. The more I think about it, the more I just hate being this zoomed out. Am I alone in this? Because I know some people saying they actually want it fully zoomed out. I feel like that is the spot. Right? Like, 1's for that. 2's for that. That just resonates better with me. All right, folks, let's get into it. We've got Chrysal versus Core. It rhymes, and it is time for Core to get a win. He's sick of losing, so he takes to the roost. Of course he does. On the other side, Chrysal's going to be on the Marlians. I think Marlians are pretty poo-poo on a stick on this map. I think it's a rough experience to try and play them here. Typically because you just can't really get more than one pit mine unless you play quite aggro. So I'm curious to see what Chrysal's strategy is going to be here. Especially in this matchup, I find the best civs to dealing with Marlians in the typical Calboom approach are civs that can easily go into multi-TC very rapidly and then provide some light pressure to force their opponent to invest in the H. Roos ticks that definition perfectly. French is another one that can kind of hit it, but they have their own struggles. The reason Roos works really well is you have the Kremlin to easily defend your own base, the second TC to inflate your economy in unison with the Ranchers coming out, and then you have those Roos Knights to apply some pressure, which keeps a Malian player back from just going full cattle boom. Instead, they have to actively invest in military, right? Which keeps them away from their real win condition, rather, which is Castle H. So, looking at the spread, looks like we only got a 1 scout opener, actually. A little bit surprised by that from Chrysor. Sometimes you do see the 2 opener. But he did get 1 pack of deer. Unfortunately, he didn't see the second. So, golden opportunity for Core to get himself more of exactly that, actually. Gold on his side. I believe he's now taking out his second deer stack. So, we're on trend here, right? Like, Wheelbarrow is going to complete soon. Oh, I think he has 1 more tick coming in the gold. So, he should just about hit the mark here. Just about hit the mark here. Just about missed the mark here. Okay. Luckily, the hunting cabin saved his bacon from being cooked there. 23 gold right at the end. Wait, no, I think that was the wolf. I think he found a wolf. Okay, yeah, he found the wolf. Yeah, that was almost a catastrophe. There's nothing worse than having that experience where you're literally like 10 gold away from your tech up costs and you already invested in Wheelbarrow. It just means you missed the opportunity to get off at a reasonable point and get an optimal timing. And that's very important in these matchups, right? Because it can be the difference between easily being able to access the stone and gather and having 1 or 2 javelins in your face. Just remember, let's actually sort predictions on the last one. So we'll pay out the predictions from the last game. And we'll put up some new ones here. So, I'll give you guys a minute on the predictions. Get them in. So, second TC could easily be dropped on the forward here. Alternative options, you could try and play it safe on the berries in the tree line and on the gold. I think those are the 2 options. Either here or here is probably where Core's looking at. If you play on food, you actually can fast castle quite efficiently because of the deer gathering rate, but you can also aggro. If you play on gold, you've really only got 1 target in mind, and that's Castle Age. So it's going to be very telling what he does here. Chrysor, on the other hand, curious to see if we're going to get any of these kind of Sofa builds that I know have been on the rise, especially if it ends up being a loose TC. I think Sofas can work wonders, but the most logical thing for Chrysor should just be to go for that fast castle. And I'm wondering, did Chrysor... No, he still doesn't see it. So Core, talk about a freebie. Okay, this is big because actually Core, what I'd love to see him do now is open stables and build 1 or 2 knights to force a reaction, which is perfect. It looks like instead he's just going to go the way of TC first, which is unfortunate. I think it's much easier for Chrysor to react into knights with a delayed timing than if he has to do it straight away. Other side of it, cool upsides are at least you should be able to get into some of your eco techs a bit quicker with this extra gold. I'm wondering, is there a possibility for something like that Scouts build we saw earlier? He's going for the stables. I genuinely do hope it's the Sofas. I think Sofas have been slept on in the feudal age. Statistically, they're fairly impressive for what you pay, especially on a civ that can actually afford it. Right? And it's not really just their ability to fight directly. It's like they are reasonable raiders. And you're playing against a civ that is probably likely to play loose on the TC placement because they want to be greedy. Right? The perception from Core in this game is that he expects himself to be the aggro party because in most situations, a Malian player is the defensive party because of the fact they go for spim and javelins all the time. There you go. So it's going to be the TC dropping the deer. So, pretty smart choice by Core. We mentioned this keeps the door open, right? Possibilities, either tech up or aggro. I have a feeling we're leaning into aggro, though. And that should be going both ways. So we've got Warrior Scout upgrades coming in. Chrysor has snuck out for that second gold vein. And ooh. Yeah, this is one of the sad realities of playing Malians right now. It's why they hate the rotations for Cliffside. It's why they hate Gorge sometimes. Not just the fact that the golds can spawn really loose so your secondary is nowhere nearby. It's that quite often, I've been noticing this happens a lot. The berries seem to overlap on the gold, which means you can't get full value gold veins. Cool with the outpost. There's no way. If he gets this up, I think Cryzor is the one making a mistake. He's got double scout here. He should just dive the villages right now. There is no way this should happen. Interesting enough, Cryzor goes for the injured scout first. Turns on the villages now. Good micro away. This won't work. There's no way this works. There's a third scout coming. Cool. Oh, an ambitious idea, but unfortunately one that is going to fall short. And just look at all that food up for grabs if these scouts die. In fact, if they don't die, there's still food you can gather yourself. Go ahead, check out Protein Works now. Look at all that tasty food. And what? What? Okay, clearly I distracted Cryzor and he went to buy some things off of Protein Works because for some reason he didn't react to that. He didn't take out the other villager. I can only imagine he was busy typing in the Killer Pigeon code because that is the only logical reason you would not have got that kill because you were too distracted by the big savings. Like that outpost should never go up. Unbelievable. So this is core what? Trying to keep Cryzor honest to Feudal Age? I don't think that works though, right? He's still got the mining camp over here if he wants to try and get extra gold. So it's not a GG on its own, but now if Core pivots into the south side with his triple archery range base on the forward, this could be big. This could actually starve him out. And remember, Cryzor, he's kind of revealed his hand, right? Step one was to go into the stables and build the scouts. Scouts that do not get bonus damage against archers. That only comes in once you're in Castle Age. Jabs queued up by Cryzor as well, so at least that's the correct read there. I wonder, does Core consider adding in the stables now? Yeah, double on the way. Yeah, I mean, the scouts would have been valuable for shutting out the outpost drop, but he failed there. And because that failed, I just stuck back at this original thought of, would Sofas have just been better? You know, you got 2 scouts to 1 Sofa in terms of cost, right? And thank you for the sub, Aki. Welcome back to Swarm, buddy. I feel like you just get a lot more value out of the Sofas. Great raider, can even think about diving the TCs, but these scouts, I just don't feel like they're going to do anywhere near enough. Like, theoretically, they can raid as well, but what they can't do really is fight. They are simply cannon fodder. They are front line to absorb damage. That's the only thing they do. Jab spam now on the way from Cryzor. Core does know about the second gold vein. Love the fact he's just using the scouts on the primary vein in the meantime, right? It's just free kills, right? There's no way you get contested here. Even if he wants to, the javelins aren't going to insta-snipe until you've got, like, what is it? I think 12 might be about right. Actually, it'd be more than 12, wouldn't it? It'd be 14 would be safe. That's without ranged arm upgrades being considered. How to beat full feudal samurai rush as HRE? You can just kite them with archers, actually. Like, Kazuyohan's not wrong. You can just go Castle Age, but you can legit also just spam archers. Because they can't touch your archers. And if they're full feudal, they're never getting into Mount Samurai, right? You have options. HRE are very, very powerful in Feudal Age right now. Bold choice of the Knights to go in here. It started off alright. I think that the tail end, it turned out pretty bad for Core there, jumping the gun a bit. He's at least keeping the javelin count down, and you're seeing the issue I was talking about. Cryzor just doesn't have a front line. So all Core really needs to do is double down on Knights here. And Cryzor needs to react with Rax's ASAP. Right now, he's doing just a triple archery range build. No front line that really matters here. It means Knight should be able to dominate these fights as long as he doesn't rush in. Remember, the longer this goes on, back and forth, without any tech up coming out, the better it gets for Core, right? It's 2 TC versus 1. Ranch count is only at 3 right now, and we are indeed seeing Blacksmith and Marks being dropped, but still no additional production types. I don't like what Cryzor's doing here. Unlimited javelins, like the only reason it kind of feels like it's working is, I'd say it's more on Core rushing out when he doesn't need to. If he just waits and just stockpiles a bunch of knights here, it's GG. I think what his worry is if he waits, Kryze will add in Spearman as well. And then he's in trouble. So interesting discussion point about HRE in particular. How can they suddenly be overpowered with all this movement speed for free, be that different? The difference isn't just the movement speed tech cost, which I think was like 175 resources. The fact you don't have to build a blacksmith anymore, there's 150 resources there. And instead that blacksmith's resources goes into an archer range. So you're up on production. The biggest issue of HRE was it was very inefficient for them to try and scale production because they needed blacksmith techs to really shine in Feudal Age as well, right? But like the biggest tech was marching drills, which they get by default. There's no weight to get it as well. So you add these details together, all of a sudden you have a situation where you're 2 archers extra into production to where you were before. On top of that, you are in the enemy base notably quicker because you're not waiting for the marching drills to come out. It is simply there straight away. I think that is the big game changer. It's all about timings. We talk about all the time on this channel, the whole idea like the first knight does a lot more than the next 2. Same with infantry in those situations. Same reason why the Abbasids always go military wing. Same reason why the king right now for the English seems absurd. It's like it gives you this level of control over a game at a very early stage. And that is critical because early dominance, early control snowballs. It's like a spider web just shooting outwards with all these intricacies, all these extra little branches coming in. I say spider web. Probably a better way to describe it would be a tree growing all these branches out. And sup, Starkey. Thank you very much for Prime sub, buddy. So, while we've been discussing this very interesting point, Core, probably like, you know, his hairs on his arms are going up. He's like, oh, they're watching me play Roost. They're talking about HRE. This is his jam. He's feeling pretty good in this game for good reason. He's 10 villages ahead now. Knight count is getting worrying. The Jav count is not scaling anymore. You're seeing a switch down to Sofas, but I'm starting to wonder if this may be a little bit too late for Kryzor. Outpost defense will at least be able to assist him here, but the Jav count is shrinking. Rams are starting to deal with these defenses as well. Meanwhile, elsewhere, most of what was in this area is gone, right? The pit mine's been dropped down. The second one hasn't been built up to replace it because he can't, due to the fact that the berry patch is blocking a vein drop here, which is quite frankly absurd. I don't know how this is still an issue to this day, but welcome to AoE4. Looks like he's going to try to sneak a gold vein on the enemy side at least. And Core starting to stockpile quite a bit of gold. I'm wondering if he's thinking of being a bit greedy here. I hope not. I actually think you should be double downing here. You are building a substantial eco lead. Your opponent isn't really in a position to just blind tech up. He doesn't really have a standing army. So if you just mass knights here, it should be quite a simple GG. But yeah, final thoughts on the HRE point. I said it before, I'll say it a million times. There are many different stats in Age of Empires 4. Health, damage, gathering rates. Like I'm going to include any type of stat. Anything you see on a building, and how, like whatever it may be, right? Any type of element you think about. Out of all of them, the most absurd one is movement speed. Movement speed defines everything. If you have none of it, you can't go and do anything. If you have all of it, you got control of the game, baby. And that's where those marching drill changes really helped HRE. Same reason why I rate Horsemen as such a high tier unit. Sure, you don't want to use them for this direct fight with Spearmen, but the beautiful thing when you have that movement speed is you get to choose. That's what makes the big difference. Same with marching drills. You are the agent in control of how things occur. Same reason why Japan right now, if you think about the things that make them look good, it's Mounted Samurai spam. Well, that's a cavalry unit. And then it's Onobugisha spam. Well, that's a mobile infantry unit. Palace Guard for Chinese, like so many of the different units that oppress, overwhelm, and defeat highly skilled players revolve around this idea of mobility. Oof. Now, that being said, Corp respects the power of mobility. 15 knights, and yet he still has 1,000 food in reserve. Tech up's now coming from Kryzor. Is Core going to read this, though? I mean, he should be checking the base right now. It's a little bit weird that he's not looking in, considering you're up against a Malian player, that you're outscaling. He has to find a way out soon, right? Giants are going to roam to the back goal instead. So Chrysler will bit of garrison up here. Core just needs to look for economy right now. He should be looking to tech up as well. He's actually harboring way too much food here. Just needs to get hard on the gold. I think we are starting to see that. In fact, I would drag these people off the berries right now onto that gold. Going down the outposts. Villagers are going to try to run for the high hills. Now, the interesting thing is Core, alarm bell should be going off right now. He sees the army, and it's not big. In fact, the fact that Chrysal's even posturing here suggests something else is happening. Core gets the confirmation. Tech up comes in. Chrysal has to back up here. Queues up the upgrade in the surface straight away. 30 seconds out. Sorry, javelin throwers first. No, I'm not sure that's going to help him. He needs the front line ASAP. Goes into the choke point. High trade house now on the way from Core. Chrysal, smart choice. Clever boy. Hangs out between the two landmarks, minimizing the melee damage coming his way. Also means the small groups of Sofas are able to just hold on their own here. That was a sick read. Chrysal might be enough to save his bacon here. At least initially. New wave of jabs coming out. Knights. The pathfinding's atrocious. You need to just drag them around the back. This has not been ideal, but it looks like it's going to be enough. Chrysal says no more. No Rax is coming. Second wave of Knights in. Core gets the GG out. He doesn't even have to see Castle Age for it. Yeah, wild game from Chrysal. I'm not really sure what his mentality was on this, why he thought he didn't need Donzos. If I had to speculate, I'd say it's because he's up against Roost that can spam a lot of archers, right, with the 20% more wood. But, you know, I think the biggest cardinal sin here is I like the idea of Sofas. I just don't like how long it took to get into them. A few Sofas early on, raiding to the enemy economy would have made a world of difference here. The issue in this game is that Chrysal is identifying that he can't just be greedy, but what he's not identifying is, yes, you can't be greedy, but you also need to stop your opponent from being greedy. Core had a double TC economy that went completely unscathed for the entirety of the game because Chrysal was always just reacting to what Core done. All right, there we go. Not sure if that one's uploadable or not. That's an alright game. What would I call that one if I upload it? I'm not entirely convinced that one's worth uploading, actually. It's a very weird game from Chrysal. I haven't watched the lad for a while. I'm not really sure what the full process was there. Change necktie. Oh, these people and their necktie requests. Can you just let a boy be like all chest hang out, you know? Red on red? Is it red on red time? That doesn't fit. I guess it's going to have to be one of my most trusted ties. Whoop. Oh. Does that work? Like, you guys think? This sort of works. I feel like it's not the best. Whatevs. I can't be asked to drag down my green screen right now. Oh, fine. Let me stream for 2.5 hours. Were you here for the full 2.5 hours? I know you typed early, but I don't think you were in straight away, right? What's that? What am I doing? Well, there we go. Hand on the wrong side there. I was getting ready to do a full Windsor. I've made this tie obnoxiously long. I do not care. Boop. There we go. Are you happy now? Do I look pretty? Am I giving full Fred vibes from Scooby-Doo? No, because it's not orange. I swear, I'm pretty sure I have an orange tie, I just don't know where. There. I look very professional. Tell me I look cute, chat. One's in chat. Alright. Ooh. Mia might get back at it. That could be fun. Who's he cute against? All right, we're gonna let's have a look and see if there are other human beings playing Age of Empires 4, right? Let's at least entertain the idea that other people play this game. Oh dear. All right, let me have a look. Ah, you watch sporadically. Ah, there we go. What you're saying is I'm not interesting enough. Ow, ow, trap nerve. Me and Mike is the worst to play because the server's always Australia. Faye. Kindly shut up. Okay. Are you really trying to say Australia is more painful than India? Okay. Let's be fair here. The Indian server is the nightmare. Get the same ping to both? Yeah, but the Indian one's less stable, right? Like, from what I've been hearing from a lot of players, it's more jittery. You know, like, at least the Australians have an excuse. The koala's nibbling on the line or something. You think Marine Law and Dimmu are going to do custom games, but you don't think it's observable? I guarantee they won't make it observable. Which is comical, because they're both streaming it, but it's exclusive content for them, right? Like, I think maybe we do some Louis. Quals love that fiber. Gotta poop, right? What? But like, let's see. Because the easiest way to see is it will show up here. So we can wait a sec and see if the match shows up here. I'll give it a minute. If it doesn't show up, then we can't see Dimmu versus Marine Lord. And we can't watch the previous ones, because I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Don't look good for it. But like I said, we have always got some Louis. So let me have a look. Who's Louis been up against? So Louis had a game against me and Micah that I wanted to check in on. He also had... He did have a game against Dimmu yesterday. I don't think that one looks that interesting though.
Hey, hotels.com here.
No, no one cares about hotels.com. Yeah, let's go for the me and Micah one. Dimmu. I mean, dude, we can't watch Dimmu though. Oh, do you mean the Louis Dimmu one? It's like a bastard English. Yeah. Viper Online? Okay, yeah, I should probably explain it to people. So, the reason why it shows Viper is online, the reason why it shows Doubt is online, and all these other people like Kapoch all the time, is because I think about 5-6 months ago, something like basically the servers got transferred across. So, Age of Empires 4 servers used to exist on a separate server base than 2. And they shifted them across. So some details leak through, such as people being on the game shows up for Age of Empires. So I'm pretty sure if you like go on AoE 2 and you look, and let's say you had like Lash added, you'd be able to see it on AoE 4 as well. Oh, we just talked about Louis. Louis online. Do we wait a minute? See if we can catch some live games. I do prefer live games. We'll see if he searches. Because it looks like we definitely can't do Dimmu versus M-Lord. What rank is Leozim and Krisha? I know Leozim keeps bumping up and down. one of those tough ones where it's I've talked about this before, where everyone just wants to watch like the top 5 players. It's like, surely that gets a bit boring though, right? Like, you know, you mix it up. There are other people to watch. Krisha is ranked 200th. I haven't seen this person before. Apparently have a YouTube channel. They finished ranked 289th in Season 6, so they're fairly decent at the game. And then Leo Zim on the other side. Yeah, Leo Zim, ooh, dude, he had a bad Season 6. Ranked 2000th. Before that, he's like 350, 242, and whatnot. He's currently 603rd. This could be an interesting one because, like, Krisha is from a... So Louis is searching now, but, like, he'll take a few minutes, I reckon. Krisha from a rank perspective is favored, but Leo Zim from a Civ selection is favored. Like, this matchup is genuinely one of the hardest ones for the Mongols in the game. Need to hydrate? Alright, Jesus. Okay, I hydrated. You happy? Don't refund and anti-drown me. Alright. You know what I'm starting to realize, actually? I never got around to doing a Mana Lords playthrough. I got sent a key. The key, they literally sent me a key when I was on holiday. I'm wondering, actually, how many people would be interested in the, like, checking out that game? Let me know. One's in chat. Because I am curious on this. I said before it'd be fun to, like, be able to mix up the content a bit, so I'm not just, like... Because I think that the nice thing, like, I've really come to appreciate is that when we get to cast tournaments, it feels a lot better than when we just have to cast pubs, right? Alright, let's hop into this anyway. Wait, what? Okay, no, we got to talk about this, like... What? I didn't even know it looked like this. When have you ever seen an Ibid player build a Rax in the Dark Age? This is wild. All right, folks, so we've got an interesting one here. Elo-wise, pretty respectable. Krisha in the pink is ranked about 200th in the world right now. Leo Zim has sunk a bit. They're down to 600th, but they've, on average, if you look at all their seasons, been around 300, 400 in the world at the end of season, which is pretty damn good. What I found to be very interesting about this, I thought would be a very intriguing matchup, is the fact that Mongols versus Ibids heavily leans towards Ibids. Like, it is so incredibly Ibid biased, it's unbelievable. Like, I have rarely ever seen a Mongol player win this matchup, and when they do, I always call out play. So, considering it's rank 200 versus rank 600, and then considering the Civ difference, this should be a pretty close one. Now, it's already wild. We expected an outpost rush attempt with Spearman coming out from one player, but all of a sudden I wonder, did Krisha see that? Did they actually see the Spearman and think, no? Because this is very odd. Like, typically what you do is the Ibids here, you don't build Spearman. You just build an outpost. Because what you've just done, and this is usually why you feel like a Womble doing it, you could have built an outpost for 100 wood. Instead, you spent 150 wood on a Rax, and then went on to spend an extra 60 wood. So you could have got 2 outposts for cheaper. And thank you very much for the Prime sub, Trigger. Welcome to Swarm, buddy. Like, that is exactly why Ibids don't engage in this, because you don't want Spearmen. Like, if you think about Ibids, the unit they build the least. I want you to just, like, close your eyes, think for a second. All the Ibid games you've watched of high-level players, out of all the units available to them, by the time they're in Castle Age, what bio unit do they build the least? It is Spearman, right? Like, if someone wants to get really smart on me, they can say Scouts, but it's Spearman. So this is already a very different type of game to what we used to. I actually think it's quite fun to check these guys out because I was saying, like, you know, we always focus on the top 5 and 10. I think as a community, that's actually bad. It's really bad. Because we're not really seeing anything different. We're kind of seeing the same strategy honed in on, and that's great when you're trying to learn a build order. But if you want that, you go watch a beastie build order, and it'll tell you the perfect way to do the first 10 minutes, right? Like, what you want to see is evolutions, new strategies, clashes, things that are more relatable. Like, I would say for 99% of the people who are going to watch these videos, what you're going to see in this game is going to be more relatable than when you watch me cast a Beastie versus Louis game. Because this is already leading to a lot of question marks and interesting kind of, like, in hindsight and focus points, right? Like, The fact that we have this many spearmen coming out from Leozim, and it's getting wilder because he stopped gathering on the gold and he's gone for advancement wing. Dude, this is such a wild build. You do not see advancement wing and Feudal Age, or for Feudal Age rather, unless you're talking about water. There is no water play going on. This is the map where you could water play, but they're not. So Leozim is trying to bait Krisha. His idea here is that he will tech up first and then immediately ambush him with a Feudal Age Spearman upgrade, right? And then overwhelm him. He does need to come out to gold for that, though. It takes 35 gold. He's got 5. So he needs to walk 3 villages out to full gather right now. Spin micro. Not on point here from Leozim. This is a huge question mark. I mean, Krisha just microed that much better. And he's still getting better value here. Stabs come in. Oh, okay. Spoke too soon. Krisha, a little bit off the mark, but this is really bad for Leozim. Now, he can just go into archers instead, but then it poses the question, why did we even bother spamming spears like this in the first place? Because unless he can access that gold, he's at a disadvantage here. Looks like Krisha has stopped on the spearman spam. In fact, if I was Krisha right now, I'd be very happy. I think Leozim is overcommitted. He's convinced himself this game is going to be a melee feud, but it's not going to be at all. Right? Like, Krisha has Silver Tree come behind this. There's likely going to be an archery range drop, and then a spam out from there. And that's bad news for the Ibids, folks, because this is not a Civ that wants a long feudal. Right? This is the type... So, how to describe this? So, a Bassids is like that person that goes into the restaurant and they do the menu deal and they get, like, you know, they get the starter, they eat everything. They get the main, they lick the plate clean. They get the dessert, fantastic. Then they order a second cheesecake. Ibids is like that person who, because everyone else is doing the menu deal, they do the menu deal as well. And they, like, eat one little spoon of the, like, spaghetti bolognese starter, and they're like, oh, don't really like that. Don't ask me why this is bolognese starter. I had this at a restaurant recently. Then they get the main, and they eat, like, 2 slices of the pizza. And then they get the dessert, and they eat, like, 1 piece of the cheesecake, and they're like, not really for me. I'll feed it to, like, my little nephew. They could not be more different in how they're going to be played, right? And the reason I'm highlighting the Abbasid Ibid comparison, because they're the most obvious similar ones. Like, if you talk about Mongols versus Abbasids in Feudal Age, you'd feel really good about Abbasid's chance. But we're talking about Ibids. This is not a Civ that can be here at all. And you can see that Leozim fully understands that. He's trying to go for a tech up as quickly as possible. My worry now is if Krisha just sends the troopers, he should be able to block this out. But he needs to be sending them right now. This is a critical blunder by Krisha. What? Okay, there is so many things to dissect here. This is something that should never have been allowed, but Krisha decided to fully halt spin production in its entirety, which allowed Leozim to do the same thing. I also do not like the fact they went archers in the stables before producing the first archers. I'd rather just see more archers coming or stables first. The other issue is, yeah, outposts can now go up. Like, the absolutely comical hilarity of this is that genuinely, if Leozim had just done an outpost like this at the beginning, he'd be winning anyway. Like, what we are seeing is what would happen usually at the highest level of play in the first 2 minutes, happening at the 7-minute mark instead. Outpost up. Leozim may want to consider a second outpost here. Stone gathering would also be beneficial. Like, you know, you could actually just quickly walk a few villages over, gather enough for arrow slits and walk back. But I think instead he's just going to raw dog send it. Food goals being stockpiled up. We should be looking at the growth wing here. Honestly, growth wing is just absurd. It's not a landmark that feels reasonable right now. The 8 villager boom is just insane. Well, Krisha's at least trying to get something himself. Traders are now coming out, so 74 gold each way is not too bad. The worry I have, and this is an example of exactly why Mongols suck in this matchup, is that Ibids rush the Castle Age, they come in with the Camel Lancers, and those Camel Lancers can hunt the trade. So you're just exposed, and what makes it worse is you have to be on the map to defend it, because your trade gets no value at home, right? So you can't just condense yourself. You have to play wide. The only way you're going to do that was Keshiks. And if you're doing Keshiks, you have to raw outnumber the Camel Lancers, because otherwise you're just going to lose every day of the week. Remember, it's not just the fact that the Keshiks could probably be an age behind the Iber Camel Lancers in that situation. It's the fact that the Camel Lancers also heavily reduce your damage. Tech up on the way. Can confirm it is indeed the Growth Wing coming through. Archers. Keshiks raiding in, and that is exactly why people go for a double outpost build. Liazim. Unnecessary losses here. Krisha keeping some semblance of hope alive here, right? Like, gold gathering has not been big for Liazim there. He only has enough in reserve to get a single Camel Lancer out here. In fact, he may have to consider going Golems, which would give Krisha a better opportunity to play against this, because Keshiks aren't terrible up against those Golems. More out of time. Honestly, I'm really impressed by Krisha here. I've never seen this player before. We were looking them up. They're a player from Turkey, ranked 203rd in the world right now. So I'm hoping this is an entirely new player, and not just someone memeing on Harry Potter. Movement speed a little bit off the mark there from Krisha. Another thing to keep in mind is this outpost is not in range for the House of Wisdom, so no fire armor. So should Krisha manage to get a handful of the Keshiks together, he could easily burn this down. Now Liazim still just getting a trickle of gold here or there. Growth Wing now complete. Notice that he's still behind though. Dude, this is starting to just feel like an outplay. I mean, this honestly, no offense to Liazim, because he has like proven he can be very good at the game, ranked 200, 300 in multiple seasons, but this is skill diff right now. I feel like this game should never have got to this point, but Krisha, honestly, I think he's won this unless Liazim can sneak a miracle, and he's trying to right now. 13 villagers out onto the flank. Flank that has not been scoured right now. Trade count up to 10 for Krisha in the meantime. And this is where Krisha should be getting very suspicious, right? Like, Pink should be like, okay, what's going on here? Because there's no way you're playing this Age without gold. Yes, I know, you're Iberbids, you can play Archers, it feels good, but you're against Archers plus Keshiks. It's just not a playable comp. So you should be suspicious that something's happening elsewhere. Instead, it looks like Krisha's going to be hanging around in the stables, though. I'm not sure how I feel about this. Like, you know, right now, you should really just be going after the gold veins. And Krisha knows where they all are, right? Yeah, he scouted the big one. He knows about the right side. The biggest mistake, the biggest criticism I give Krisha right now is that they're not looking at any of these targets. They've got a stables, yet they haven't bothered to build a scout. They've lost their Khan. It's understandable why you're not scouting with him. But you should always try to get this info. Even just sending an archer over there would tell you everything right now. And the funniest part, the most baffling part in this game, is if Krisha was scouting the gold, sure, he wouldn't find gold mining here, but he would have found the food. Food that feels like an absolute must right now. I mean, sheep count's down to, what, 4? Camel Lancers are going to charge in. Spinman now arriving will force Liazim away. And I wouldn't be surprised if we now see Yellow add in double archer range behind this, just to start scaling archer mass. Liazim needs to start getting these Camel Lancers out of the base as well. Like, the biggest value point is shutting trade down. That's how they always beat Mongol players like this, right? They use the Mongols' greed against them. But right now, all he's doing is reacting to what he's seeing instead of reacting to what he doesn't know. What he should know, though. Because on a map like this, there's no doubt in your mind, a Mongol player is definitely going for trade. Trade that is now up to 15. Looks like he's going to go hunting. I'm wondering, has Pink set up any outposts yet? It doesn't look like it. 1 or 2 outposts would do wonders here because the Keshiks would be able to gap close. Instead, though, he sends the spears after. Sends the archer Keshiks back towards the enemy base. We have now got Golems on the way. We mentioned this is the way you win, right? But the Keshiks is still a threat point. So he needs to be very careful at detail. The smart thing by Krisha is because they went full Spearman as well as the Keshiks, they have the optimal counter to Camel Lancers. Because if they had Keshiks only, they'd have to invest more Keshiks to defend, right? So it allows them to be a bit more flexible, a little bit more frugal with where they put their units. Push is going to get denied though. Looks like Pink instead is going to dive in. More villagers being sniped out. Camel Lancers not really reacting to this either. Now, it's interesting that he's going for this dive with 0 Spearman, because he could easily get punished here. Trade, in the meantime, is being intercepted. Spearman have finally arrived to push that away, though. Camel Lancer count now in double digits. This is where Liazim should start to just kind of flood the map, right? Like, Krisha is really just trying to keep him at home with these dives because it's the only way he can contest. He doesn't have the mobility. We already talked about this so many times in the past because it really needs to be drilled into people's heads. If you want to know how to beat a Mongol player, make them defend. Mongol players suck at defending. They are the worst Civ for defending in the game. That's exactly why Pink was trying to ignore his base. A lot of gold coming in. If they just recalibrate their food situation, they could easily tech up as well. And I am aware of the Dimmu Marine Lord scrims going on. We cannot cast them because they've both got their profiles set to private and the games are unlisted. So, if there's someone the community really want, I'm not the one to take it up with, I'd say. Range armor level 2 coming in from Liazim now. I think Pink needs to send it into castle right now. It's already kind of starting to slip away from him. The trade is at least mostly unscathed, right? He lost a few traders, but he's still up at 16. So, you know, although he's layering his tech up, although he didn't end the game and GG Darby's out, let's look at the positives here. He has good amounts of trade behind him. He's about to have Kurultai, which is like a Castle Stage plus. And then on top of that, you're talking about an Ibid player who is yet to grab a single relic, despite the fact we're now 15.5 minutes into this game. That is very unusual for Ibids. They tend to race towards those relics, but it's really a credit to the way Pink played this. Then again, it could also just be the interesting way that Liazim plays this. When you remember how delayed and different the Feudal Age was in this game, maybe he just does his Dervish spam 5 minutes later as well. Yeah, private profiles? God, who would do that? How? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hiding strategies? Okay, the funny part is they're not really hiding strategies because they're both streaming the games, but... I mean, I guess they, exclusive content for them, right? Oh my god, this is turning into Masco. If he just camps here right now, Krisha's got problems. Like, wait, what? The rally point as well? Oh my god! This should not be happening, but Ping, remember, military's deceptive here. The entire army is in the enemy base. What a read by Liazim. Gulem's going to have to back up. Lancers are going to dive even deeper. The panic is on. Krisha has encountered quite the creature in his path here. He's looking at that trade, but with the Gulems, it's not ideal. You need to be finding the villages here. Archer upgrades are not being queued up, so these Gulems barely getting tickled. Remember, so many squishy targets. As soon as they kill one, they're going to get that Mamluk's Bravery. Keshiks might be able to save the day here. They are vetted up at least. But I'm worried about what's happening on the other side of this. The backside is being hit. Eco is being found. So many losses for Pink in this game, and yet Yellow still mostly unscathed at home. First wave of Gulems has been mopped up. Villagers are going to start being targeted down, but all I see here is a situation where Pink doesn't really have eyeballs on the economy. He needs to find it. And he just did. This is huge. Okay, if Krisha pulls the Keshiks away and hunts this right now, he could just starve Liozim. Liozim's food is all over here. In fact, Liozim doesn't even realize this one Keshik. Going to town on everything. Hello? Kind sir? Hello? Any Red Alert 2 players in the chat? Just hearing the promotion noise. Dun, dun, dun. I'm expecting to see Pips next to his name. Jun de Keshik over here. Should be leveling up any moment soon. That was a huge strike back there for Krisha. So Liazim losing a lot of the food workers. Others getting added up. Army is now retreating on the way back to this. Now, he did take a heavy hit at home. Somehow, 18 minutes into this scrappy game, we're now looking at an even Stevens eco count. Archers are going to run face first into the Lancers. I mean, I'm starting to feel like this is reaching that classic Camel Lancers OP point, but it really never should have got here. This is exactly why Ibids usually dominate this matchup, because Mongols just don't have a great answer. And now, because the Mongol player is going into Mass Spearman, it should be pretty simple for Liazim to just convert over into Archers. But first of all, he needs to get his Converter Boys himself, because he wants those relics. Mosque drop now finally on the way. Camel Lancers or Camel Raiders? What's better? Camel Lancers. Lancers are much easier to use correctly. Raiders are very situational. Double outpost at least coming up, Silezium. Guaranteeing that there's some layer of defense here in the future. Unfortunately, the problem is that this many spearmen, these outposts could just get torched down. In fact, Krisha needs to stop chasing right now. The biggest mistake he's making is hunting these Lancers and ignoring the outposts. If you just take these out, that's 10 eco kills. Keshitz will just split off looking for the villagers. Kurotai is now on the move up as well. Yeah, Liozim has a big problem here. Remember what we said? The thing that he can't do is he can't be bogged down defending. He needs to be attacking. Because he went for the food out here and it got scouted, he's now stuck defending. Because the moment he walks away is the moment that Krisha is just going to take it all out. I actually think this game's over. The issue is, like, you're looking at a situation where the Iber player is outnumbered, but then you think, oh, it's deceptive, he's got all this armor. The problem is his food, more than anything else. Not even gold at this stage. The food becomes predictable, and your opponent has map control. And it just feels like these Camel Lancers, they should be able to do so much damage. It just never really feels like enough when you're up against Silvertree, right? That 40% quicker production speed really does add up. Trade count has at least been reduced down to 5, but, I mean, all I see at the end of the day is a 10 villager lead now for Krisha. Liozim does at least have the Golden Age to offset that somewhat, but the food continues to be the sticking point. Camel Lancers now finding targets over here, though, Krisha. We'll lose a few eco. The berry bushes have been cleared up, though. And the second Deerstat gets spotted. At this point, Liozim basically needs to think about just setting up some farms at home. I don't think you can come out into the map anymore. Like, your numbers don't really match up. Your opponent's got mass spearmen, and you're trying to go Camel Lancer still. I think the biggest issue in this game from Liozim that I really hate is that they never switched archers. You know, you're running out of food, right? Like, do you want to know another reason why so many IB players go towards archers? It's not just the snowball effect of the Mamluk's Bravery. It's not just the fact that they couple Lancers really well. It's the fact that these Lancers, they spend all your food. So when you're out of food, your choices are what? Go out, risk gathering food in dangerous locations, or switch farms. The alternative is you go full recession about it, and you cut back on your spending. How do you do that? Archers. 30 food, 50 wood. You have plenty of wood at this point in the game. There's food that runs out. I think Liozim's choice to stick on food-heavy units is what's killed him. And there it is. GG gets called. A very, very weird game from the IBIB perspective in this one. Not sure it was entirely necessary, but always refreshing to see people try new things. Let me know what you guys think, though. Do you want to see more games like this? You know, do you like actually seeing players that are outside the top 50? I feel like these are the type of games that are going to be a lot more relatable, a lot more comparative for most of the community. That was a very weird build. IBA players, I've never seen that building before. All right, so let's have a look here. So let me have a look and see who we've got. So Voldemar seems to be playing. Louis playing. Poogers. My boy. I'm here for the best of the best and KP telling what they did wrong. I mean, you know, like I said, I think there is way too much. Oh god, it's a Roos mirror. Do we do it?
Готово есть.
Like, really, really do it? I mean...
Построен есть.
It's a Rose Mirror. Okay, we'll do it. I'll try not to barf as we do it.
Что?
I heard you guys like interesting gameplay. So I don't know why we're watching this. We've got a Roost Mirror. Wow, I have not said that in a very, very long time. But you know what? It's always a pleasure to say these two players' names. Louis MT going up against Recon. Glad the Trash Pan is back, man. It's going to be an interesting matchup as well, because Recon, you know, has been on, I want to say, a journey to trying to be more of an aggressive player. He's going to have to try to resist that temptation to play a more greedy game, because the player on the other side loves late game. Louis MT, definitely no stranger to it, but also knows how to end a game fast. Looks like we are going to be on Lipany, so I guess that kind of works even better. I mean, the reason I kind of like Lipany for Roost, right, is that the way that the deers, the boar spawn, you tend to see a little bit more forward play sometimes. And in fairness, this isn't a terrible map spawn either. Some of them tend to be overly defensive, and this one, to its credit, fairly open. I actually feel like this is almost what you want Lipany to look like. I'd actually argue this is kind of what I prefer Dry Arabia to look like, right, as a baseline. Maybe -1 wood, because I genuinely think there's way too much wood in most AoE4 maps. You being back cured by depression, but Roost Mirror is bringing it right back. Look at the plus side. Roost is going to lose. Isn't that... You know, we've all had that experience. We all know that guy on the ladder. That person that we do not like, who they only pick Roost, they only play Roost. Maybe for some reason they try to beat you with Horse Archers as well. But what we'll know is by the end of this, that one of these players who picked Roost will have suffered. Kremlin's drops on the way. So, more or less the same on tech timings. A little bit better for Louis, but the difference there is that Recon did walk pretty far out here with the 5 villages. In fact, the 5th one is only now on the way. Pretty greedy drop here, but he knows he can get away with it initially. He wants the gathering rate, which is pretty smart. Louis is going to have a more optimal timing for, I'd say, a second TC. Like, I think the issue I take with what Recon's done here is if this is 2TC, 2TC, it's a lot better for Louis. In fact, other thing that's already better, as is being highlighted by the chat, is the wheelbarrow situation. Louis dunked on his opponent when it comes to the scouting game. They both went free scouts, but you can tell the difference just by looking at the gold, right? Like, there is a huge, whopping 170 gold difference here between the two players. Yeah, I still am kind of perplexed by Recon's choice to drop the Kremlin here. I mean, he had the stone at home. I guess the thought process is you want to drop it towards where you're going to gather for the TC, and this gets you the TC, right? Like, whereas on the other side, Louis, he may have a more optimal time with his tech up. He may be using his stone at home, but he has to go pretty far out for the food drop. When he does, however, he is going to just have a superior spawn. This is a classic example of why I think we kind of moved away from mirrors in tournaments, because it's kind of cringe how map spawn can define it so much. The difference is day and night, right? You've got this absurd double deer stack. Meanwhile, Recon has split. He could potentially go for a TC drop here and yank the boar in, which might make it a little bit better. But you know, even from that perspective, another kind of crazy thing is look how close the boar is to Louis' base. If Louis was to pull the boar back here, he'd basically be in range of the Kremlin to gather. That's insane. If he walls off here, the boar isn't easily gankable because he can easily just kind of like, you know, TC drop the center here, right here. There's just a lot of things that I prefer about the spawn, and I don't blame Recon for taking this very weird approach with his own. The question mark is where we're going to see a TC boom or Castle's race. I think there's an opportunity for Recon to raid. I'd actually prefer Recon goes all in here, because I think considering Louis is likely to drop a TC on either the boar or the deer, you can attack that quite easily. Especially if you build your base near where your TC dropping here. Right, like that's another merit point, is if you're dropping the TC here and you build the archer ranges stables here, you're pretty quick across the ball. Alternatively, if you see your opponent goes to the north side of the deer, you build it at home and you're fairly efficient on reaching it as well. I'm not saying you won't have to build a hunting cabin. You're always going to have to build a hunting cabin for this board. The point is that in terms of defense, if you pull the board back to here and kill it, you then can always rally towards the Kremlin to defend yourself, right? Like, you actually have protection. And Louis seems to agree. So TC drop on the stone. This is, wait, is this free TC? Can I just highlight that I watched way too much Age of Empires 4? You know, believe it or not, guys, I hear me and Louis are long-lost twins. That's why we think so similarly. So there you go. Hunting Cabin gets dropped. And this is really smart because now if Recon comes raiding in, look at the vision. He gets seen long beforehand, which means that Louis can always just pull back in time into the Kremlin and damage any knights trying to raid him. Really smart read there. And this seems to be more just about protecting the wood. So we aren't going to get any weird free TC plays. I'm kind of glad of that. I don't think free TC works well here. We used to see a lot of free TC Ruse, and it genuinely was just bad. Free TC Ruse versus 2TC Ruse, 2TC always won because you go fast castle. And then you win relics, right? Like, you're talking about a matchup where the relics will definitely matter. Like, mirrors, every small detail matters. So relics definitely makes a mile of difference. And Louis has more bounty. We figured he had about an extra 150. It's not a small amount. It's huge. Like, the difference when they were teching up was that Louis had Wheelbarrow, Recon didn't, and Louis still had, like, an extra, I think it's 20 gold. Now, I wish there was a way for us to show that without spoiling the results, but that would involve either A, Capture Age working on AoE4, or B, me having a second PC that's good enough to do that. Where my third PC is barely good enough. Yay. So, ball play coming in from Recon as well. Walls going up like crazy from Louis. This is because he's worried about Recon trying to all-in him. This is definitely fast castle. They're both worried about the exact same thing. Oh my god, guys. This is going to be an hour-long game. Oh, I warned it would happen. I just want to remind everyone that I literally have DMs from Recon with him talking about how he's a more aggressive player now and how he thinks Dark Age and Feudal Age is everything and blah, blah, blah. And then I remember at the time, like, my response like, yeah, right. He's like, no, really, dude. Like, really, I really think it's about that early in that mid game. And I'm like, yeah, I think it's about that. I don't think you do, though. He's like, no, dude, definitely. You watch me. I'm a Dark Age spin rush every person. Look at him now. Back on the stone as well. No, there's no way you go free TC here, right? I mean, if this is turning into a full macro game, yes, you do. Other side of it, Louis is going to be beating him to cast late, though. This will be our last casted game for today. You know, I was like, bored. Do I just go off now? Look, I want to really look at the positive sides of things, folks. You need to remember something very important here. At least it's not high view. It could always be worse. So high trade house now on the way. Louis, it's just going to be a standard one. Nothing. Well, there was an absurd one. If you want to go out here on this map, this would have been an absolute jackpot. Like a broken one. But he didn't. I think Recon can get a better one, though. He's got the 2 close by tree lines. If he just drops a high trade house here, he should be hitting the bank. Your brain's not braining right now? I mean, you don't really need to brain. It's a Roost mirror. You know what we do in mirrors, guys? We literally just look at the top stats, and we see whoever's got better, and we say, well, that's it, GG. So, like, you know, for example, Recon right now has 1 extra military unit, 1 extra eco. He's winning the game. We won't talk about the fact that that's a scout, but double stables drop now coming in from Louis. Immediately queues up the knights. Now I'm curious, is it going to be the same from Recon, or are we going to try to add in horse archers here? So free TC, high trade house. I mean, he's going to have to build spears, crossbows. There's no doubt in my mind. If he tries to build knights, he loses the game. Like, you're spending way too much food on villager production now compared to your opponent. This also means you're giving over relics, by the way. He's only walled in one. I don't see how you easily contest the others unless you go spears. What worries me is the fact that Recon isn't actually building any production buildings yet. He's got the stables and that's it, right? I think we've got 4 wall ups now as well. Louis completing the final little slab. And Louis, is this a double monastery pump? I know this kid way too well. He does double monastery pump more than anyone in the entire game. Some people try to highlight BC. I'm like, no, dude, BC does it half as often as Louis does. This guy right now is in a focus mind, a fast castle double monastery. Like, I have not seen someone do it this frequently in over 2 years. Smart choice though, right? Like Recon. This I'm not a fan of. The stables and the archery range follow up. Like crossbow, sure, but it has to be Spearman. I don't think you can play knights now. 5 minutes from now, 10 minutes from now, sure, I can see it. But like now, when you've chosen to invest 750 resources into TC, when you've chosen now to invest an extra 150 of your food income per minute into villager production, it's just not sustainable. Louis, because he already knows, right? He already wants to play mobility here. He's going to Horseman in a game where Recon has failed to get the Raxes, and looks like he never will be. It's going to be triple archer range. What an odd approach by Recon. To understand that like crossbows are important, but not understand in this type of matchup that Spearman can matter a lot as well. I mean, he's got a scout back here as well. That's the most perplexing part to me, is that he should know what's coming. He should have some inkling. So Recon's probably thinking this game was going to be more of like a true mirror of production, where it's like, oh, I pump 1 stables knights, you pump 1 stables knights, is what you'd think. But the fact that he added crossbows in the first place already tells you that he understands he's going to be up against heavily armored units. And if we're being totally real, the heavily armored unit you'd be up against would always be spears anyway. Would always be, sorry, knights anyway, right? So like spears just make so much sense to me. It's kind of wild that he's not seeing it. Recon's like, all right, I hear you. Spear's now on the way. So this is good. This alleviates my biggest concern. So now like Recon actually has a comp that can win. He's got more crossbow production. He's got better eco in the coming minutes. And his comp is more cost efficient, right? He's spending less per spearman compared to per horseman. Ergo, he has more inflated eco afterwards to put into things like more crossbows. So Louis needs to sense this, and he needs to consider going for some siege. Now, the big question mark is whether Louis actually saw that TC go down. He had knights in the backside, but I don't think he ever had a scout out here. So it's possible Louis doesn't actually realize that it's a free TC play. Especially with how hard it is to now break in. So he's trying to torch through the walls at least. Louis. One interesting thing is we shouldn't see a farm transition too quickly. These maps have a lot of berries, and although they may be inferior to farms, it's just allowing you to focus on getting your military count up higher, right? How many vills are 4 relics? So 4 relics equates to about, if you want to be generous, 8 villages. Because they generate 80 gold each, right? Okay. And a villager, by default, will gather between 40 to 45 resources. Depends on the resource, of course, without any eco upgrades. So really, like, at this point in the game, considering the eco upgrades, Louis' villagers are gathering closer to, like, 50 per minute. But I always try to be generous and say a relic's worth 2 villages. So 4 relics, plus the sacred sites as well. He's ahead on economy. Because remember, the sacred sites are worth quite a bit more, actually. But, oh, wait. No, why is it not shown there? Here. 3 sacred sites, 300 gold, right? 100 gold each. So right now, like, he's at 620. So if you put, like, an equated value on that, you're probably looking at, I'll say, like, 14, 15 villages. So Louis is ahead. Oh, looks like Recon is finally going to play for that 1 relic. One thing that worries me, actually, is these warrior monks are pretty respectable. 190 HP, not crazy base damage, but what really matters is that buff. Saint's Blessing is something that Recon just doesn't have in these fights that can make these crossbows better if you have the same count. Right now, biggest concern I have is Louis continues to scale towards Horseman. You can tell what he's really focusing on here. This is classic Louis. He doesn't want to fight the army. He wants to fight the economy. Makes a lot of sense, but something that always makes it harder to do that in this matchup is the fortified Palisade walls. Against normally Palisade walls, Louis would have broken through two different locations by now and been hitting eco. Against Roost, though, with this 2500 HP structure, it's not very feasible. I do love the fact that Recon built walls around the stone outcropping, by the way. Not really necessary, but bless him. Got it all covered. Remember, those sacred sites are locked in, by the way. There's a really big issue approaching for Recon. The good news is Louis has not castle dropped the sacred sites because no resources spawn near them. Only up here where the wall was in the way, right? So it looks like Recon will get the decap there, but I have a feeling we are quickly heading towards Imperial Age, and it should just quite simply be high armory. Interesting thing about mirrors, if you ever have to go to the defensive landmark, you're basically losing the game. Because you're losing unique tech advantage. And oh my god, Recon's losing this fight big time. Horseman, get on top of the crossbow mass. Saint's Blessing coming in big here as well. And Recon taking a terrible engagement here. Wow, the push continues. Louis has the full bulk force in one location. Looks like the Horsemen are finally going to start to get reduced in count. But considering Recon's military count, right, like the fact he's losing fights like that in the first place does not bode well. Louis will reinvest some of that resource saved up for an Imp Age into Horseman, but you can see he's just a small sliver away from what he needs now. Recon, his numbers definitely deceptive. The reason he's got so many, it was a militia pool. Castle drop should actually reset Recon. I wonder, does he sense what's coming? I don't think so. He went for Military Academy. Whenever I see Military Academy at this time of juncture, it suggests someone's trying to go all in the castle timing. So this is going to take him by surprise. He needs to do something fast. The issue, though, is most of his army are fake. He doesn't have any real torch power here to get through a wall. How did we do on the high trade houses in, by the way? 143, 160 on the other side, so pretty close. A little bit better for Recon. Militia are real? Where are they right now? Oh, they must have gone back to work. When you think about it, Akratoy is like real militia. You know the Byzantine skill that gives defense and damage to villages? Anyway, Louis now on the way with the high armory. So why is defensive landmark such a GG throw in these matchups? I mentioned it kind of briefly. These unique techs, especially this one, is huge, right? Like Recon, if he went high armory and Louis didn't, Louis wouldn't be able to play Siege. And do you want to know how you beat late game Rus? Siege, right? Streltsy get annihilated by Mangoes. Horseman should be good at dealing with the Mangoes, but if your opponent's just building Streltsy to defend that, funnily enough, you'd think Horseman would beat Streltsy. They really don't. And then you add in the fact that you get access to the Siege to kind of blitz through these static defenses, right? It's kind of a no-brainer. Similar with the English matchup, where if you go Berkshire instead of Wingard, you better be dropping that Berkshire in the enemy base, otherwise you're losing the game long term. It's crazy just how much of a difference it makes. Army slash on the south side. Recon kind of in the pickle here, right? Like he's trying to play in a Siege, and I hate this. This is a very quick way of losing a game. You should understand your opponent has got an Imperial Age. There's no way you will be able to dictate Siege. So unless the idea from Recon is he's going to prep these and then tech up, I'm not a fan unless that's the case. Like he basically has to do this as a preemptive and then tech behind. If he tries to attack with this comp right now, I feel like he's setting himself up to lose the game quickly. Another thing to keep in mind in this game, folks, that eco lead that Recon's worked very hard to build, you're starting to reach the apex of it, right? 104 eco to 120. Once you're capped out on that, that's when the relics really do make the difference here. And by the way, another kind of whoopsie detail, Recon, I think he finally realized that this entire time, he never picked up that one relic. trained dogs from the TFC would be cool in AoE4. Like when I heard the trained dogs, I was like, you thinking of Stormgate? I was like, wait, no, Stormgate's out of the racks. Straussy Master's building. I think this is my biggest concern. And this is probably why Recon did go for the Mangoes and Springles, by the way. He understands if he's teching second, he's not going to have Straussy. And he's going to be up against quite a lot of Straussy. So the Mangoes are to wipe that, right? So that's basically his kind of reset card. It's the only way you can kind of mirror this timing in a weird way. Bandit Arms are on the way, though, so Louis already prepping the Springles could easily get him a win. Horseman upgrades already coming in. We should have a Uni being dropped soon for Biology. In fact, it already has been dropped. Shutter triggers are also queued up. Farm count is getting pretty big, by the way. Looks like Recon is up to 25. Only 14 on the other side for Louis. High Armory now on the way. Gold. Oh my god, that's huge. Okay, Recon needs to win a fight in the next 5 minutes, max. Look at the gold situation. 1.6k, 700 left over, and then he's got the 4k here. And then he's out. Right, in a game where he only has one relic under his control. Louis has taken control of the 2 8ks. This is huge in a mirror like this. Louis should be getting ready for a main assault soon. I wouldn't be surprised if we just see a bombard added in. I mean, notice he doesn't even want to go for the Mangoes. It doesn't matter to him. Biology has also been queued up, so tech up complete. Recon has got a decent amount of gold in reserve, but basically he cannot play premium units now. He can play a little bit of Siege because they usually don't die straight away, but you're not going to see any Streltsy Mass from him. You're not going to see any Knights. He simply does not have the gold for it. Might even struggle to get the gold for Unitex, to be honest with you. Army on the march. Louis once again getting those sacred sites. Man, this is the thing. This is such a big difference between these two players. Louis has done such a better job at playing the flanks. Recon just hasn't really been present there whatsoever. And you can see how it cost him, right? Like a map like this, the 8k golds are everything in this matchup. I think that's the biggest blunder by Recon. You know, other details aside, it's the fact that he's allowed these gold veins to be secured for free by Louis. Breakthrough on the central walls. Horseman riding out like it's Rohirrim time. And Biology's coming, by the way. We're only 15 seconds out. Spearman count is low, by the way. There's nothing to actually defend this. Militia are going to push in. It's going to force a stand ground. Spawn is also moving up, and the Horseman ready to ride on in. Oh, not like this. Recon, only 7 Spearmen to his name. Mangoes are going to try to go for a wallop on the Streltsy, but it's simply not good enough. And with an army wipe like that, this might simply be GG. Yeah, this is actually over. It's out of his hands now. He doesn't have the gold to try and get back into this at all. He's stuck spamming Spearman into Streltsy. He lost all the siege on the backside, and now he has 4,000 to try and contest up against way too many thousands in gold. So we'll call it there. Louis MT showing you just how to play this matchup as the game goes on. You know, if you think the game is going to turn to a macro game, don't get baited by this idea of you just need more TCs. The difference here that put Louis a mile ahead is instead of thinking, oh, we're playing late game, I need 3 TC, 4 TC. He thought about the permanence of the map. Relics, a limited resource to take away that your opponent wants as well. Gold, a truly limited resource that will run out, something that he focused on, which made this victory look so simple. Yeah. What do we call that? How to win mirror matchups, I guess we call that one. Oh, sorry, I don't know why I'm looking at me. How to win mirror matchups. Focus. What do I call that one? How to win mirror matchups for the thumbnail. Master this skill to master mirror Civ matchups. I guess, maybe, I don't know. Wasn't too bad in the end. Wasn't a 2-hour game. That's the good news. Sup, Goldline? Thank you. Good to be back, buddy. Who else have we got? Let's see, if they queued into each other again, I wonder. Mr. Louis? Okay. I mean, who am I to say no? I think they might have my attention. Let's get ready for this one. I might... I'm weighing up having a short stream today. I don't know why. I feel weirdly drained. It's very unlike me, actually. We'll see how we feel after this one. HRE better than OOTD. I mean, dude, he's got Kaiser in the name. You got to trust his opinion on this. It's true. HRE versus Order of the Dragon is kind of an interesting one, actually, because before the HRE buffs, Order of the Dented were favored in Feudal Age. They actually had a good way of trying to beat their opponents in this matchup. But ever since the Holy Roman players discovered that producing units in Feudal Age is legal, all of a sudden this Civ looks ridiculous. Curious to see what Louis has in mind to try and beat them. I think if there's one player that I might trust with the Dragon Boys, this is the guy. This guy does weird things. He's the only person who's remotely made Gilded Knights in the late game look semi-viable. He's the only player who's really been kind of honing in on some of these Gilded Archer builds in the early game recently. So I'm curious to see what he has in mind when we hop into a map like Gorge. Now, if you're not familiar with Louis, MT, and Recon, I think you need to open up a Liquipedia of Age of Empires 4 because these are two very talented fellows. Recon kind of becoming a little bit more of a legacy player at the moment. That's not to say that he's not as skilled. It's more that other people are catching up, and in some cases eclipsing at the moment. But this is a guy that's been there since day one. He was actually present in the last Red Bull Wallow as well as a player. Louis, on the other side, has yet to really have that big breakout performance where he gets the slam dunk win. He's come close now on a few occasions, actually. Even being able to dispatch some of the best players in the game, such as Beastie Cutie. But what I'm curious about is, you know, with Red Bull Wallow around the corner, and only one player as it stands qualifying, could Louis MT be one of the front runners? I actually think he's top 6 most likely to make it, actually. If I had to quickly just shoot a list of most viable candidates to make it to that LAN, the ones that come to mind based on performances at the moment: Beastie Cutie, Louis MT, Wham, Poppy Paw, Lucifron, and now we go. Do we go for a spicy different one here? Who would be my final? I actually think Anatand. I think those would be my top 6 right now. They are looking pretty fierce and pretty hot in the game. So yeah, kind of curious to see how that one's going to play out. I'm still not sure like how I feel. It's a weird feeling kind of thinking that only one person is going to make it there. Marine Lord's already there. But it should be spicy later this year. For now, though, let's just focus on the fact that people need to be reminded this is not a mirror. They are building the same landmark, but they are not the same thing. No ML? No, because Marine Lord literally is already qualified for the LAN. That one farm's very cute. Actually, a few players have been doing this now. I think Anatan has been doing it most frequently. The whole logic is that you can stay out longer with your scout, right? Like, look where his scout is now. Like, he could have just actually used that for the initial rotation to go further. It's not a bad idea either. Order of the Dragon already gets so much value out of gathering wood before Arkan's up. That's a pretty cool read, actually. That's very different. So, the thought process here is for Recon to get into farms, he has to wait for Arkan to be up, because otherwise you're not buffing your full wood line and your full food and everything. You're only buffing partial, right? But with Order of the Dragon, it's already integrated. 28% of your gathering speed is already there in the villager itself, right? The Arkan just buffs it up by an extra 15% to 43 total, right? So comparatively, you can actually afford and justify even going into farms at a much earlier point. Vortex is always impressing. I think at the moment, like, I put Lucy in there. I think you could kind of interchange them there at a similar skill level. I think Lucy's been a little bit better, slightly better. And once again, like, I just want to point out, this is not me shooting a player down saying they're crap. It's actually me seeing the alternative. It's like, they are good, but these other players have eclipsed or gotten better. Does Order of the Dragon lose late game here? Yes. Very, very hard. Like, this... It's pretty brutal in the late game because, you know, your options are very gold heavy and gold will become limited. The difference is for HRE, they can just spam men-at-arms and be happy because they've got marching drills, they've got heavy maces, they can deal with heavy units, they're a premium unit themselves. If you try to match them and do men-at-arms as well, well, one, you already have gotten rid of golden cuirass because you didn't go for mine work, but on top of that, you're spending double per unit. It's just very difficult. So Rax coming in from Louis. This is in reaction, though, right? Recon has gone for the stables already. We're getting a Castle Age rush here, I think. I'd be surprised if it's anything but, because if one player is going to attempt it, the other's going to feel inclined to do it. I think this usually works a lot better for HRE if it is a fast Castle Rush. The reason is that, although you could argue OOTD have been a little bit more eco-efficient in an early phase, and the fact that they build the landmark quicker, the reality is they can't build prelates until they're castle. It's actually one of the single biggest flaws of Order of the Dragon right now, is the inefficiency in getting towards prelates. And then the lack of value, rather, that prelates present to them in the early phase of the game compared to HRE. And why that matters so much is an HRE player can sacrifice 2 villages worth of production to build prelates instead. And they can be running out to relics when both of you are teching up. So if you, as the Order of the Dragon player, do not build military units, you're screwed. Louis, what an interesting choice here. We mentioned that Gilded Men-at-Arms is going to feel worse because you didn't have the Golden Cuirass. They still feel pretty ass because of that detail. But the cool thing is, like, HRE don't really want to contest you here, right? Even when HRE get towards castle, if you have kind of similar military pop numbers, although heavy maces may seem crazy, you have to remember not only do the Men-at-Arms of the Dragon have higher base damage and higher health, they also have a notably lower attack speed that allows them to wallop just that much quicker. Must be the lightness of the gold in that sword. You know, I think anyone who... So I'm going to make bold predictions here. You know how, like, you have those things like, oh my god, I can't believe you like Skee-Ball. You must be, like, an Abbasid main. Right? Don't know where that came from. I'm going to predict that anyone that likes Order of the Dragon was a RuneScape player. You see it, right? 100%. You were that person trying to get your armor trimmed. I do like it, though. I don't know, man. I think Order of the Dragon, a lot of people try to highlight the negatives. Like, some people aren't that big a fan of variants. Some people just say Order of the Dragon seems pointless. I think Order of the Dragons presented something very important to us. A pristine argument as to exactly why we should have cosmetics you can buy. I would 100% chill out to get my hands on a trim design for another Civ like that. And anyone who says that they wouldn't are lying, right? Like, imagine you're playing HRE and you're able to get, I don't know, let's just say blue and red. Screw it, why not? Blue and green, something like that. Get them trims. Maybe you have your villagers walking around with big bling bling around their necks. Maybe it's the prelates get to look different. But what am I looking at here? Recon. Has he got enough sheep for this? No. I actually think Recon got baited. Burgrave's kind of wild here. You don't have any blacksmith upgrades, so your units are already notably worse. Your opponent is going to mirror your tech up timing. And honestly, if your plan is to mass blob melee here, I think you're doing it against one of the worst civs possible. Because if I'm Louis, not only am I now racing for relics for Regnants, I'm just going to build Landsnecht. Because Landsnecht destroys everything. Don't advocate for more microtransactions in games. I'm sorry, would you rather have either overpriced or underpriced DLCs that you pay one-off for, but the devs are inclined to design in a way that they're more OP? Because, don't know if you've noticed this, Very important practice, but usually devs are encouraged to overtune new things to sell more of them. That's a thing. AoE 2 people know what I'm talking about. Everyone remember Kumans? Dota 2 people know what I'm talking about. Everyone remember Monkey King? Yeah, and we call it power creep as if it's not intentional, by the way. That's the best part. It is definitely a design choice. Intentional to sell more, to shift more copies. And it kind of makes sense if you think about it, right? Like, you know, if someone's been playing Dehonse for years, how do you convince them that Zhone is worth playing? I don't know. Give her a machine gun and a lightsaber. Why choose between the two? Why can't both be okay? Do you by any chance live in a utopia where no one has to pay for anything and everyone just does things? Where is the money coming from in that situation? I think that's something you're not thinking of there. If something doesn't make money, how do you justify investing in it? Has everyone, like, has no one actually thought about this, by the way? Like, Age of Empires 4, Sultan's Ascent is the best-selling DLC in the entire franchise history. But we've yet to hear big plans of something new, or hear that there's going to be 15 lands, or even see a big marketing push by Microsoft. I guess the point I'm getting at there is, like, did we ever consider that, like, compared to the money invested in the game so far, maybe they're like, this didn't profit us much? Just food for thought. This is what I mean, like, it's the deceptive element of, like, you need to realize money comes from somewhere. So tech up complete on both sides. Focus on the game a little bit. Recon is coming in with the Horseman raids. And he is grabbing the relics quite quickly here. Now, the men-at-arms count has bloated. I'm pretty impressed, actually. I think I never would have envisioned him getting this type of map control. But we have to remember, like, Louis, it takes a very long time to scale into units. And I think he did make a little bit of a blunder here. Like, not going into Landsnecht at all. Louis really needs to consider Lanks as his win condition. Because at this rate, H or E are going to just take 5 relics. And that's going to be too late. Their expansion with OP civs didn't work. I would debate the civs weren't, like, the expansion civs weren't OP. What? Okay, so if you had to rank the civs, top 8 in the game right now, how many of them are new civs? Byzantines. And Iobids. That's it. Zhone ain't OP. Juji most definitely aren't OP. Order of the Dragon aren't OP. New civs, Japanese, are not OP. And then who am I forgetting? Oh no, there's someone I've forgotten. I can't believe it. What's the one civ I've forgotten? I'm going to kick myself for this. The point is, the majority of civs are not OP on the new release. But yeah, like that. This is my point. Is like what people just seem to realize is, like, there's nothing wrong with freemium models. GG was OP. Sort of, but there was still, like, more absurd civs. You're right. Like, they did have kind of some absurdity. But, like, the thing that people need to really realize is, like, you can't just fund a project out of love. That's not how businesses work. They need to make money. The problem is that because people have seen egregious examples of microtransactions integrated in the gaming world in the last few years, they hear the word microtransactions and they immediately have a negative thought. Microtransactions can be done in a way where they are not predatory. Fact. In fact, cosmetical microtransactions often do that. Compared to expansions, by the way, they're actually better because expansions divide a player base. I always use the perfect example of Call of Duty. Call of Duty, like from Activision Blizzard, Activision known for their greed. Call of Duty was like, we think we should stop doing map packs you pay for because it's dividing the user base. A big corporation like that said that, right? Partially because they knew they could make more money out of microtransactions, but also because it's a fair point. When you introduce new expansions, like let's say Sultan's Ascent was reasonably priced. Let's say they're like, okay, that was cool, but let's price the next one at $30. You're going to begin to divide the player base. Because the logic is like, oh, I can play into this civ. It's fine. You know, like, yeah, I don't have the expansion, but I can play with these people. Great. But, like, if the Civ is new and OP, then you're at disadvantage, right? Like, I actually think microtransactions done in a way where it doesn't impact game mechanics is the way to do it. Dota 2 is a pristine example of how you do microtransactions and how it is a positive to the longevity of the game. Facts. All right, let's talk a little bit about the Relic situation because we have got a 1-4 situation. Recon has done a phenomenal job of controlling the map so far. I'm wondering, though, Louis, if he can actually push this towards Recon's base, he might be in danger. Crossbows, Gilded Crossbows are insanely powerful. The problem that you're seeing, and this is why I really want to give a lot of praise to Recon, he's not letting him get there. Right? Like, he's intentionally raiding non-stop with his Horsemen. It's such a smart read because not a lot of players would go Horsemen this early in the game. But the whole idea is Gilded Crossbowmen can't counter you, you counter them, and then on top of that, you have a unit that is still capable of running villages down. Wait, did I really just read, it's not my concern if they make money? Okay, it might not be your concern, but if there's a game you love that you want to exist, they need to make money. Don't be that HRE guy with no relics, no gold access, like, I can't make any men at arms, right? Like, what people really don't realize in these situations, I say people, I'm not like calling out X, Y, and Z, but like, this is proof that the examples is like, if you want AoE4 to succeed, you need to find a way that is financially viable for it to succeed. Otherwise, why the hell would they develop AoE4 more? They'll go make AoE 5, or make StarCraft 3, or make Tom, Dick, and Harry's spontaneous adventures in the medieval century, right? Like, it kind of is your concern if you want this game to succeed. If you don't, then that's fine. Game can die. Like Louis is going to. What do you mean by succeed? From a business perspective, make a profit. If something's not making a profit, no one's going to invest in it. Like, actually, like, I think that a lot of people don't realize as well, a company like Microsoft legally cannot invest in it. Because there is something called, is it fiducial responsibility? I forget the word. Basically, it means because you have shareholders, you are responsible for delivering them success. If you do something intentionally to contradict that, such as investing in something you know is going to lose money and never make money, then you can be sued by them. So, like, Microsoft literally, like, whenever they're looking at where they put their money, they can't just go, I love AoE. I will put $15 million in this year. They have to be like, okay, financially, how much can we make from this? So these things succeeding actually do matter. Fiduciary, thank you, that was the word. I was close. For me, that was impressive. I don't know how I feel about, like, actually, I'm fine with this turning into a podcast. I feel like we've done a good job of highlighting back to the game, but it's nice. It mixes up the commentary. I feel like I need to do more talking head type content anyway. And yeah, Louis MT has hunkered down hard. This is a smart solution to the issue we're talking about with the Horsemen, right? But at this stage in the game, Recon should just see the problem and go Imperial Age. Like, what do you do then if you're Louis? You're in a game where you don't have long-term gold access because you've pinned yourself in a hole. You have 1 relic versus 4, which means your raid net just feels terrible. And HRE are just simply better when you reach Imperial Age. Because unless you have 75% of the gold in the map, you will not be able to beat the HRE. And yes, agreed. It is a prime example of how good Cav advantage is. We were talking earlier today, and I was saying mobility is the best stat in AoE 4, and this has actually been one of the best examples of why. Like, if you want to know why HRE versus All the Dragon matchup has now just become so HRE skewed, I actually think more than anything it's mobility. And, like, this is the biggest sin for All the Dragon, right? It's because they have less units, less entities that exist on the map. That mobility hurts them more. Not only that they're slower, but their opponent has more to mobilize across the map. It's the reason All the Dragon never wins late game, by the way. Because late game, if you think about it, more often than not, it becomes this raid game where you find the flank resources when the eco is spread wide and you snipe it out. Well, All the Dragon's units might be twice as good at sniping out that eco in terms of raw damage stats, but there's half of them to do it. Like, dude, I think skins would pop hard. Like, you want to know a very simple one that genuinely, like, you could even just test the waters with, which, like, it seems really pitiful, but people would pay for it and it wouldn't hurt anything. Different colors. You've got baseline colors. Maybe I want to play as Magnolia. No, not Magnolia. Maybe I want to play as Fuchsia, right? Maybe I want to have deep azure blue instead of whatever this blue is, right? Like, we've got, what, sunburn orange? Maybe I want to be light orange. Like, you know, whatever, right? Alright, at this point, dude, I think the whole point on how sustained support for a game works is going whoosh over some people's head here. Like, what I'll say to that whole comment from Evan, like, by that logic, what you're saying is you would rather the devs just stop updating the game. That's what you've just said to me. Because, like, here's the thing. You might say, oh, they made enough money to support the game for 15 years or whatever. Like, even if they did, the devs are just going to look and go, okay, so if we can't make more money out of this game, why would we invest in developing it further? It's not how games as a service works. I mean, you're fine to disagree with it, but, like, you know, that's like, to be quite blunt with you, that's like disagreeing with the idea that you need water to live. That's how business works, like it or lump it, right? That's like disagreeing with the idea that when I jump, I come back down because gravity. Like, that's literally how business works, like it or lump it. So, like, your options are you can either thump your head against the keyboard and be angry about it, and then nothing happens, or you can, like, try to think of productive ways that you would engage that make sense, right? Halo 3 didn't have microtransactions, made tons of money. Right, so when was the last time Halo 3 was updated? And also, how many years ago are we talking about with Halo 3? No way, Halo 3, dude. Halo 3 isn't the active competitive scene. Halo Infinite is the active competitive scene. That's the one getting lands literally made for it. Lands worth $1 million. Like, you're using an example from 15 years ago, right? That's like going, you know what? I really hate that my water bill's going up. You know what's making my water bill go up? It's the fact that I have to keep flushing my goddamn toilet. I'm sick of this. Why can't we just go back to when I would toss my out of the window? Right? Like, it's a different time. This is like someone complaining that AI is, like, taking over. It's like, well, yeah, but what do you want to do? Go burn down the servers? Go back to living in caves? Like, you know, make the cult of anti-Skynet? It's happening, so you have to adapt, right? Thinking AoE 4 will last for 15 years is dumb. Is it? Games as a service can. Dude, like, I think you need to go have a look at some games like Dota 2. You might be shocked how long that game has existed. Anyway, Clash is coming out. Louis, really smart switching to Gilded Archers here. His opponent's been playing crossbows. The weird part is, like, Recon, if he just played Men-at-Arms, this would be over, and he's switching now. The problem for Louis, though, is he's an age behind, right? Like, and as soon as he loses this fight, the game's basically over. Because he doesn't have the eco to catch up. So, yeah. I think we focused, like, I don't know. Let me know what you guys think about that kind of mixture of a TED talk and casting. I think we brought it back frequently enough to highlight the big points, which is fine. I don't think every game has to be like a full-on play-by-play experience, especially when the stakes are 25 elo. By then, we'll be playing AoE5. Come closer. Come closer, darling. Guess we're doing this. Got something for you. You ready? Let me just... It's very important to me. What's that? What's that date above my head? That's 2005? Hold on a second. What's that date above my head? Is that 16 years between 3 and 4? Come on now. How about this? You're also in a genre that a lot of developers don't want to invest in actively at the moment. And definitely don't want to build something from scratch. Because God knows AoE 4 was expensive enough already. Can't forget Age of Empires Online. I can and I will. You assume it will happen again? It's more likely to happen now than in previous years, yes. Or your alternative way this goes, do you want me to really kind of like indulge you? The alternative thing that happens is that they just use the name like they did with Age of Mobile, and it's not even an Age of Empires game. Because, admittedly, a lot of devs right now will basically just recycle the name and put it on another game. Have you noticed the lack of original IPs? Because it's much easier to get people on board if you just make Dishonored 54. Oh god, they'll probably make that soon. Actually, I wouldn't be against a Dishonored 3. Age of Mobile doesn't exist? I could have sworn I saw a video from Noob about it, but yeah, maybe it's not a real thing. I like these debates though. It's fun to educate. Has nothing to do with the fact that AoE 3 was a flop. Right, so your whole argument now is that there's a 15-year gap because it was conceived to be a flop. So, with that thought process in mind, if AoE 4 doesn't make the money, does that not define it as a flop? I want you to think about that for a second, because you've pretty much just given the answer. Right? You've pretty much home run to my whole point. AoE 4 needs to succeed for whatever means possible for there to potentially be a 5, or for 4 to exist long term. By the way, oh, actually, while we're at it, when did this one come out? 2012. All right, here's a fun one for you. It's now. But do you want to know something really cool? The skins just got moved across. You still have them. Dota 2. They moved it to a new engine. Kept all your skins. They could have just named it Dota 3, but they didn't. The only reason they didn't is Valve don't do frees. Which is an ironic statement because most of their games are free. Needs to succeed to have a 15-year plan, which is unnecessary. It doesn't need to be a 15-year plan. Like Dog. You can have cosmetics and buy into them for a game that doesn't have a 15-year plan. I loved Apex Legends. I bought skins in Apex Legends. I didn't know it was going to be going that long. How long is it now? It's been like, what, 6 years? 5. They got a 10-year plan guaranteed. But you know what I done? I bought into skins because I was like, I've got 100 hours in this game, and I like this game, and I like the look of that character. I'm going to buy it. Make AoE 4 free then? I've been requesting for them to do that. I've said for a long time that's what they should freaking do. And then they should introduce cosmetics. Imagine you can make your RAM look like a giant dildo. Okay, bad example. Imagine you can you get a Christmas skin where you can literally just decorate a siege tower to have like Christmas lights on it. Why not? Imagine you can literally just get a Christmas tree in the middle of your TC as a little trophy thing. Right? Popular content creators in the community, casters, all these things with voice packs. How about a custom looking UI? Ooh, here's a thought. Wouldn't it be really cool if when I got in a game and I'm playing like the English, it's full ye old English kind of like medieval throne room, right? Or when I'm playing as the Abbasses, maybe I want to have some dusted off sand-esque kind of thing, almost like it's out of Prince of Persia, as a UI. Those do not hurt your gaming experience, but they let people tailor their gaming experience and they provide funding for a game. I don't see how that's ever a lose. I prefer paying for a game once and it having everything you need. Okay, but my point is, if you want to do that, then it's never getting updated. That's the trade-off you're making. You want to know why most devs don't engage in that? Because people don't like that. You can literally create a perfect game state in a multiplayer environment, and people will still not be happy after a month or two. I literally seen it in Dota 2. Dota 2 had the perfect meta. Every single hero was pickable. I remember so well the golden age. But it's gone now. Because someone in the Dota office went, hold on a sec, people stop playing the game, they're bored. Break everything! That's all people want. They want new crap all the time. Game is pretty balanced now. Just make expansions. Yeah, I think you're just trolling at this point. You've completely missed the point that was originally highlighted, which is you just said gatekeeping content behind it. You don't want to, you don't like them gatekeeping. And they shouldn't have to charge additional for the game. And then you contradicted yourself with the immediate comment you followed up with. Because expansions, you're saying expansions are going to cost, right? God. I'm all for a very intriguing debate, but you literally I think you said earlier that I was contradicting myself. I think you've actually been the one doing that at this point. Actually, no, yeah, Arden wins. You're okay with paying for new content, but you're not okay for paying for new content. God. You think an expansion is the same thing as skins? They're both paid content! Dog, if paying for a skin funds the game so that they can release new civs for free, it is fundamentally a different way of funding them that is not pay to win. If you cannot see the positives of that, I cannot guide you towards her. All right? For years, Dota 2 has continued to run. The servers continue to be supported. They've released new heroes, new updates, huge, overwhelming evolution in the game. How'd they do that? They didn't release a new hero and say, hey, this costs $5. They literally just put cosmetics in the game. No, I think you missed the point, buddy. If you cannot see the logic behind this, and it's exactly why people engage with freemium. Yes, they know they can get more money out of you when you're engaged. But the ones that get the more money out are the ones that, funnily enough, the ones that get the most money out of people now are the ones that don't do it in a pay-to-win fashion. They just give people options because people like options. Right? I've got all the cool skins for my Dota 2 people. I go back and play Dota 2 regularly. I'm going to want to have some new skins again. A game isn't released for an expansion. It is an add-on to an existing complete game. But this is the thing. Games as a service are never complete. Mate, you're living in the wrong age. You need to build a freaking time machine with all that money you're saving from microtransactions and go back 15 years. You live in the wrong time. Even when expansions get added, they then have to be patched. They then have to be updated. They have to be balanced across months in competitive environments. You're envisioning a time that doesn't exist anymore. It's like getting pissed at a giant machine operated by AI cutting all your crops because you can't be out in the fields of Granddaddy anymore in a freaking old school combine harvester. It's not times change. It's not a combine harvester. You use an old freaking hand tractor thing. Dude, I probably played more games than you have. The logic in these arguments makes me think you're still in freaking diapers. I literally played since 1996, 97, across multiple platforms. An insane amount of different games played. The difference is that I'm paying attention to the way the industry is moving and trying to find positive ways of utilizing that to get a beneficial outcome for the community instead of just a predatory outcome. Now, you can have your predatory feelings, you can have your bad experience. I'm sure you've been burnt by many different microtransaction games, but that's not all bloody games. Haven't addressed a single one of my points. Are you kidding me? I've addressed them all the way through, constantly. And it only got to the point where we're insulting you when you literally just went back and contradicted yourself. And I would say even then it wasn't a freaking insult. But okay. You know what? If you feel like your arguments have not been addressed, welcome to feel that way. I'm not going to ban because most people just ban the situation because they can't be asked of it. I've made my point on it. Think what you want. You know, if stars are secretly alien ships which are watching us to you, that's fine. But like, if you can't, honestly, my little lesson to you: listen to what's being said to you. Stuff you've said has been reacted to and has been given answers. And if you still feel like they're not being answered, that sounds to me at that point like it's because you basically want someone who's going to agree with you. And if you're looking for a yes man, you came to the wrong channel. Oh man, if I was a yes man, guys, at this point, like Crackady's Byzantines wouldn't be on the chopping block. All right, so let's get to it. We've got Louis MT going up against Chuck Norrisaurus Rex. I'm trying to remember who this player was. Did we ever get a confirmed identity on them? This was Wham, right? I think this was Wham. That's right, Recon. I know nothing about games, dude. I haven't put more hours of my life into games than most sane people would ever. Wham or Puppy? Yeah, I think it's Wham or Puppy. So Japanese versus Chinese, though, it's like an interesting matchup, right? Because you'd think this would just be one-sided in China's favor, and it is if you get late enough. But the cool thing about Japan, they have one trick. I mean, they literally have one trick in every single type of game. And that's the Rush Castle Age. And with that Castle Age, the Surge Point is what's threatening here. So really, the goal of the Chinese player in this matchup is to survive that initial Castle Surge and then come out ahead in the late game. That's how you dominate this. So what you're probably going to see in this game, I'm expecting to probably still get a 2TC build out of the Chinese with Song. And then you'll likely see villagers walked out to wall off the relics. Meanwhile, the goal for blue is going to be to rush those relics and then surge knights into Onibugisha as a transition, because that's a very strong point in the game. So Louis' goal really is to grief blue's timings around relics and then hunker down so he's safe. Oh, I'm sorry, Crackety. Have you not played Byzantines for the last 2 weeks? Are you hoping that they won't get nerfed if you stop playing them and winning with them? Opening from loot? You don't like it? What part don't you like? Oh, wait. Yeah, I just noticed. You're right. It's the Imperial Official build, right? I don't know why Louis still fixated on this. I gave him the benefit of the doubt at the start of the year when he started doing it. And every player who's been doing it, I've not been convinced. I don't understand how it's better than going IO. The IO opening just feels better. And also, the other thing is, like, you're getting more resources longer. And what I mean by that is, like, that Imperial Official is going to turn this finite resource, such as food, into a larger quantity. You're going to get 20% more of that finite resource, right? So I just don't... Considering the difference in resource count when I've watched games, I haven't seen anyone being ahead on this build compared to just going Imperial Official straight away. The argument is like, oh yeah, but you have like one extra villager than you would otherwise. I just don't think it's worth it. The Canadians just saying it is better, you convince them it's not. Dude, Crackety is like here on it. The moment he sees a Chinese comment about like something being ideal or whatever, boom, straight in there. So my area of expertise is Japanese, because I'm a nerd about this Civ. This Civ is... If you all thought HRE was one-dimensional, I've got news. It's harsh as well, because like Japan has some very cool unit types, and there's a little bit of diversity there, but the problem is the overarching build order and the strategy isn't different. Every game is Fast Castle. If it's not Fast Castle, it feels like you're trying to lose the game. Right? The only time you will see a Japanese player not go Fast Castle is when they are forced to stay in feudal. Yes, Crackety. That's my point, though. Like, so this is the thing. I said it with the different units you build. They are incredible. I actually think that more civs should be designed with what they've done with Japan in mind. Like, there is a lot of unique ideas there I'm a big fan of. But legit, the problem is, why would you do any of them when like you can just do fast castle and build knights? I mean, even on water maps, this kind of got like funky, right? Like the Shinobi from the Koka Township, you still do it, but it doesn't feel as good as it once did either. There's a lot of kind of issues with Japan right now. I think one of the biggest ones is just their economy. A lot of their strategies can't make sense until you're late in the game because you just can't afford it, right? Like Onobugisha spamming is very expensive. Massing Samurai is very expensive. You know, what was your play? You go Castle Age because you play Relics, right? The way I kind of envision Japan is genuinely like old HRE. They need it. Oh, did I do my title wrong? Yeah, I did. Yeah, let's get that trash recon out. There we go. So yeah, I think this is Wham though. That's what we're gambling on. We know it's either Wham, Puppy Paw, or Magic. This account in blue has basically been ranked 20th and I think like 25th in the last 2 seasons. And I think right now they're around 20th. Louis going for that 2TC build we expected. We're probably looking at a condensed 2TC. He has already got the deer being shoved in. Mwah! Now, like, this is the beauty, especially when you're against like one of the Canadians just using the deer shoves, which I think they were most responsible for making popular. Dark Age Bannerman Rush? Oh, that build was kind of cool, right? The Gather Stone and then drop a Stables to get an Uma Bannerman out. It wasn't a terrible idea. I just think, once again, compared to just rushing Castle Age, I mean, that build usually just resorted in you rushing Castle Age anyway. The whole idea is if you're against another Booming Civ, you baited them. First Bannerman without Daimyo? That would be an interesting buff. I actually think that that would solve a lot of the problems. The only issue then is you need to find a way of locking the Uma Bannerman. Because the Uma Bannerman is a knight. And getting the knight straight away is kind of absurd. It's like, maybe you just make the Bannerman or Horseman when he's in Feudal, and he upgrades to a knight when he's Castle Age. That would be cool. Floating Gate now on the way. Wow, what an innovative build. Guys, let me know in the chat if you've never seen this build before. One's in the chat if you've never seen a Floating Gate coming out this early. I mean, it's crazy. This Civ has so many options in Feudal Age. Why would they ever rush Castle? Because the Mounted Samurai are king. I think Mounted Samurai actually are probably going to need a tweak after they buff something else. The reality is, like, I thought about this, and I actually think Mounted Samurai are, like, the best Castle Age heavy cav in the game. There is not a single one I can think of that's better. Someone's going to say French Knights, I'm going to shake my head. Because like a French Knight, you charge in, your charge gets completely negated, but you take a charge damage instead. OTD Knights? Okay, so Recon, if you, like, So if you could have 1 OTD Knight or 2 Mounted Samurai, are you really going to choose the OTD Knight? Because I'm not letting you get, dude, I'm not letting you get away from this. You didn't even, no, there it is. It has to be based on cost, right? Because otherwise, you could have went with Cataphracts being better than Mounted Samurai. But like, legit, if you're thinking about the cost of a unit, and in Castle Age and how you can buff it, you know, even this whole argument, like you go Royal Institute, it makes it close, but then you've also got to consider the extra melee text along the way, and by the time you got Royal Institute, okay, I'm allowed an Uma Bannerman then. Boom. Right? Like, actually, the sad reality of Royal Institute is Royal Institute feels really underwhelming as well, because the initial value point is Cantled Saddles, but if you build Cantled Saddles, you do no damage. Like, you get plus 10 damage to lose all that damage, right? Like, it's wild. This matchup, by the way, like, China is going to play a little bit longer in the Feudal Age. They're just going to kind of inflate their economy. He didn't go for the wall-in on the Relics, which is really surprising to me. So, this is a game... Okay, I'm changing... This isn't Wham, this is Puppy Paw. That is literally all the confirmation I need. Puppy Paw is the biggest Yuumi advocate playing the game right now. Like, Puppy Paw stream comes in, Faye has to leave the chat. Because he does this so often. We've got a Yuumi build. Recon's going to try to destroy me? Dude, you'd have to be present in AoE4 for that. I see you in Stormgate. I know what you up to. Stacy. Louis, now with... Okay, this is just getting weird. He's built Yuumi against a Civ that can build Chikanu. This is like the most elaborate bait, right? Because he's just going to come over the top with, I'm guessing, Samurai here? Mounted Samurai, maybe? It's such a wild build, actually. I mean, I guess you could just answer with mass mangoes, right? Like, that's something that the Japanese do really well because you can Euroshiro drop a Siege Workshop. And so far, we're looking at what? 2 relics basically at home. Other ones on the right side. Walls are basically walling Louis out of those relics right now. I would love to see him just come out into the mid, wall here, and then wall up here. Because here's the other thing. This fully backs my idea of walling these relics being good. Your opponent went Yuumi. He has no way of breaking through the walls. OG units are crazy with Holy Inspiration, otherwise they're too expensive. Not true. There is one unit in the Order of the Dragon Arsenal that is worth building, even if you don't have Holy Inspiration. Do you know what that unit is? Get your answers in chat. This is pretty cool, though. The Yuumi mask, like, it's tough because Louis should, in theory, shred these, but he just doesn't have the numbers. And there's no kiting, right? The Villager? Good answer. All right. I will admit there is a second one that's fairly good, though. It's the Lancenex. Lancenex stats are a bit padded for what they are. They're actually a bit too good. You just don't really see it because everything around them sucks. What a cool approach, though. So let's talk about why you do this if you are Puppy Paw. It's pretty smart, actually. You go for the Yuumi because this is a raiding unit. I think people really misunderstand the Yuumi a lot of the times. Like, don't get me wrong, it definitely needs some sort of tweak, some sort of buff, but fundamentally, this is a raider. It allows you to dive very quickly into the enemy base and find eco kills for practically no loss because they're so cheap and so damn fast. So I'd love to see this type of build coming out from Puppy Paw. The reason it's smart here is if he'd gone for Mount Samurai, China would just spam Spearmen. They defend. Okay? If he went for Samurai, they're too slow. If you go for Onobugisha, they die to Chukinu. An interesting part to me is that he hasn't tried to make his way into the tree line yet. It's weird the way he's weaving around the Barbican. He was a little bit delayed to get the Yuumi upgrade, but now that this is in, it should be a dive. I think he's trying to time it right for a tech up. No textiles even for Louis. Microing back may be worth it right now. Microing back may be... Well, right. Never mind. Okay. I mean, maybe I'm just imagining it, and microing wouldn't have helped at all, but I feel like pulling away might have worked a bit better for Puppy Paw there than standing his ground, right? It's tough because it's a small difference in range, but you have extra movement speed, so in theory it works. Looks like he's going to pick him down now. Louis has to rebulk into more Chiganu. Now, keep in mind that the numbers are ramping up, right? Like, I think we have additional archery ranges. Oh, my. It's 6 archery ranges worth of production. That is a wild build. What a cool one as well. Villagers now being sniped. Louis, he has got a substantial eco lead, but doesn't really count for much if you're idled up on half your base. So critical that he gets more units out. What he really needs is a rush Nesta Bees. 1 or 2 Nesta Bees solves this entirely. Why not go Yuumi and Horseman now? It's too much food. Like, you just don't have the food for it. Look at his food income. This guy is barely able to afford 6 archery ranges producing these guys every 13 seconds. And you want him to build ponies too? Level 2 ranged upgrade also on the way. More villagers being targeted. I mean, I think Louis just made kind of a bit of a blunder not getting textiles here. Feels like it definitely would have been worth it. Palace Guard are at least now being queued up. Louis, interesting time to go back to work. I actually think that they're a lot closer than they appear, right? Like, it's a 20 eco lead, but you have to remember the relics. Some are at least being guarded, so it looks like there's a little bit of a blocker there for Puppy Paw, but the Yuumi spam that. Alright, Louis desperately needs to get level 2 ranged armor right now. Because otherwise, this will, surprisingly enough, hurt the Palace Guard, right? They're sitting at 4 ranged armor, and they're up against 9 damage. Bannerman's in, baby. It's party time. Dude, this Yuumi only challenge. It's actually so big brain because this matchup is meant to be you spam Onobugisha, you try to win the game, and then if your opponent ever gets Imp, you on House Guard, you lose, right? He's not even letting it get to that point, but it's a similar logic that you just don't let the Chinese scale. But the cool thing I like about this is just you're a little bit more cost efficient in your trades, right? Like, Onobugisha, a lot of them die with dive. Yumi's more of kind of like an in-out, not much investor type unit. What I mean by that is like, oh, you can just probe and then get away. For Onibugishi to probe, they basically have to be on top of their targets. That brings additional risk. Finally, Louis is going towards those Nest of Bees. That's the thing that he's missing here, right? Like, I'm a bit surprised he didn't prioritize queuing one up straight away on the edge up. This is the way you win, because the downside, the negative to this Yuumi, very squishy. Only 70 HP on a Castle Age unit. Remember, that means they basically are getting Feudal Age health in Castle Age. So Nest of Bees, perfect answer to them. I love the fact he sent one Yuumi to deal with one veteran Shugenut. No. Nest of Bees will get killed by archers. Dude, they must have been drinking a lot of protein if they're that strong. Last time I checked, they're a little bit flimsy. They haven't been taking advantage of the offer we've got going. Kill a pigeon. Check out. Villagers. This is what I mean. Like, Yuumi, oh no, a bad fight? Let me just walk away. It's a similar concept to why Horsemen can be very powerful, right? Oh no, don't want this fight. Leave. But what I love about this kind of concept is we've seen a lot of players focusing around the idea of Mountain Samurai, which wins the initial Castle Age, but the way you win the game is Zerging, right? Japan is a Zerg Civ. There's no getting away from it. Are they the biggest Zerg Civ? I think Marlins would want to talk to them, but they are definitely like top 3 most Zergy Civs in the game. This is all about overwhelming the numbers. This is like sending 1 million Zerglings into the base against a handful of Protoss's best. Now the Nest of Bees. It can only kill us if we don't kill it first. Honestly, I think Louis blundered, man. He needed more Nest of Bees. The fact he went Palace Guard for some reason instead of just spamming knobs, I can't fathom it, man. If he got 3 Nest of Bees, I think this whole strategy doesn't work. Here we go. Dive in again. Get on top, boys. What are you countering again? I'm not quite sure. Help, help, help. Out of all the ways to die. So funny thing is, Nest of Bees essentially shoots a bunch of different arrows at targets, right? In a way. Well, that's exactly what Yuumi are doing in this mass as well. And there it is. I was waiting for the moment. Like, you can't win the game with Yuumi, right? You can do a lot, but you can't actually win the game on its own unless someone just GG's out. This is the thing that's going to be permanent. Samurai queued up. Looks like we've got some relic grabs, though. Louis did at least bring one home, but it's going to be a 4-1 split. Okay. Any game where you have to do this, it's bad, guys. We've got a few Chinese players in chat. They'll agree. When you have to keep drop berries and deer, like, this is the type of thing you do to secure your farm area or secure a big gold or a sacred site. He's up against the edge of the map using one to secure food. Our Chinese boy is in rough shape here. He has a grand total of 7 military pop. You can't notice the difference between the feudal and castle Yuumi. The castle Yuumi get these really cool hats that makes them all look like ministers. Oh, man. I mean, you know, I'm saying this Puppy Paw. If we're being totally real, him and Wham scrim a lot. It's always possible that Wham's started to agree with the Yuumi way. But the reason I'm saying it's Puppy Paw is Puppy Paw was the first person doing this regularly. Like, I remember we cast a game between him and Don several weeks ago that was absolutely absurd, where he just spammed Yuumi against Delhi. Like, out of all the players, I struggle to find a player competing right now that's been exploring the Yuumi more than Puppy Paw. Maybe Corvinus. I know he's been playing a lot of games recently, but I'm not sure how many. You thought they just got some hair dye? I'm sorry, you think these aren't hats, but they're just going Johnny Bravo in the black? I love the fact that for some reason we've got Onimushi coming. I guess, you know, a little bit maybe worried slightly about the Palace Guard. I think it's more about raiding, though. But look at what's happening. He's starting to stockpile resources. We might be looking at Imperial soon. Wham in absolute peak form? You think it's just Wham in peak form? I think Puppy Paw as well. Are you sure it's not Puppy Paw in peak form and you like, couldn't tell the difference between the two twins, Crackety? I think they're both in peak form. They're looking the best they have. So what does Louis do here? He has at least got the walls to hide behind. Farms are coming in. More stones being gathered, so we should get, like, what, double keep drop? I think one north side, maybe one in the main. That'll slow things down. Honestly, at this stage, I think blue just techs up. Samurai diving in. It's kind of cool, right? Like, he's slowly scaling the Samurai, but look at the reserves he's keeping back. And this is all one TC. No second TC coming through. Magic taught them everything that they know. Yeah, but I taught Magic everything he knows. He won't admit it, but I recall us sitting in a cafe in Heidelberg. Was it a day and a half, I think it was? Or actually, I think it's 2 days total before he took down Marine Lord. And we were sitting there eating kebabs, and we were talking about ideas, and he was like, you should be a coach. And then he went and beat Marine Lord. Only player to beat Marine Lord on LAN. Wallow, just saying. Kebabs in a cafe? It's in Germany, dude. Everywhere has kebabs. I mean, I would call it a cafe the way it's designed. Anyway, castle's coming up. What a cool build, man. I'm still just in marvel of it. We're up to 30 samurai now. You don't really have the counter either, right? You've got like 5 crossbows, 1 nest of bees. This looks really bad. Cafes allow you to pay with card. I think you can pay with card. They were going to charge you extra, though. Oof. They had seats. It wasn't like a typical kebab shop where it's like, oh, congrats, leave. Like, I think this is just differing ideas. The amount of times where I say kebab and when I'm talking about sheep and people are like, oh, that's not how you make kebab. It's like, it's in my country, baby. And this is how we do it in my country. It's Nippon time. Samurai around the back on the nest of bees. Army about to get wiped. Konnichiwa, mother ducker. Oh, the best part about this is the irony. Louis been like beating the Canadians with some wild Shaolin monk, not Shaolin monk, sorry, Buddhist monk builds at the moment. And now, ironically, loses to Japan because of Mass Yumi. GG called. Puppy Paw, Wham, I don't care which one of it is, but either way, they are summoning intense Yumi energy. The Yumi are a way of life. Why send some mother ducker? Because I'm a good boy. That game was great. Fast Castle Yumi Archer. New meta. Oh, dude, that was brilliant. Are you going to Red Bull? I'm considering it. I think it's a tough one. Because, like, this is the other issue with literally just doing one match on LAN, right? It's like, you don't really drive people to go. Yeah, it's because, like, you know, if you don't care about AoE2, right? And you go for AoE4, you're going for one match, right? So it's kind of a tough one. I don't know if they've really considered that. I don't think anyone's really considered that. But I think I'll aim to go anyway. Because, like, I know some of the AoE2 people, right? I don't know if Neely's going to come back. I don't know. But I got to hang out with Dave and whatnot a bit. And they were fun to be around. And, you know, I got a lot of love for some of the AoE2 players, right? Like, Tato's amazing. Love Viper. Who else is likely to qualify? I don't think we'll see Kazza there, unfortunately. But yeah. So I don't know. If anyone was like, oh, I want to see someone for AoE4 there, I mean, I'll be there for some reason. Guess it's time to pick up AoE2. I'm just gonna do the puppy paw. Oh, guys, interesting detail. All right, that definitely complicates it. But for those that are looking, so I just got news in quickly. Like, I mean, I want to get you guys the best deals. Eyebrows, eyebrows. So there is a summer code right now for good old Protein Works, man. I've guzzled that one down already. Let me have a look on the website, because I think it's showing on their website. They've got a really big sale on right now, but they've also got... Yeah, you can get an extra 20% off. Okay, guys, so really important combo to do here. If you do want to check out the Protein Works stuff that we've been chugging throughout the month, and I've been enjoying, this one was the... I think we had the white chocolate and raspberry today. Loved it. If you want to check these out, if you want to try them yourself, right now they've got a huge summer sale, like over 50% off on some of them, but they've got another summer sale on top of that if you use the code SUMMER at checkout. Now, that does mean that they won't know that you sent me, which is why it's important that you make sure you use the link on this channel that keeps popping up or down in my banner below so they know that I sent you across. But when you get there, recommend using the summer code because my code will give you a 10% discount, but this one's going to give you a 20% discount. So click on the link and then use code SUMMER at checkout for an extra 20% off. In some cases, you're already saving 60 or 70%. So we're talking like, you know, let's say someone's using £35. I've seen it be as low as £15. And then on top of that, you're going to save 20% extra. So you're down to £12. Crazy. And if you go past £60, it's free delivery. Outside the UK, it scales. So depending on which country you're looking at, we already highlighted for US. I think it's $30 if it's under $50 spend. Then if it's under $150, it's $20 spend. And then after that, I believe it comes a $10 delivery for $150 plus. So take advantage of that. Pretty cool deals on there. Definitely something I've been enjoying so far. Hopefully you will too. All right. What's up with the tie on the shirt? Someone redeemed it. Yo, your Protein Works is coming tomorrow? Pod Crackety. You're going to have to let me know what you think of him. Let me know. Give me the deets. You know what? I was actually saying what I need to try and do is I need to try and combo flavors. So like blueberry cheesecake and raspberry with white chocolate. I might try and mix them. That's a spicy idea, right? Wait, I just realized we went a whole game without like having an argument about transactions or something. We're getting back to it. I can't believe I'm going to have to pay to get a ticket to Red Bull. Actually, how much are the tickets? Because aren't they batch releasing them, I think they said? That's like another tough issue. It's like, if you, this is one of the... So this is one of the biggest challenges. Is like, you now have an extension of the problem of AoE Wololo Legacy, which is that people who buy tickets are going to buy it for 2. So they're not necessarily going to care about 4. Right? That's a really big problem. And people who buy, like, now, yeah, apparently they're more. So now, like, if you want to go for 4, it's one thing to travel for a show match, and then maybe you see someone else you want to watch. But then the tickets are more... It's tough, man. It's really tough. IRL word bans stay for the new streams too, or just the current? I'm pretty sure the IRL word bans are literally like... Was it a 5-minute ban or something? It literally says how long they last. You don't permanently... Jesus, I'm not going to let you permanently ban a word for that. You crazy? But yeah, I don't know. I think it's a very tough one from my perspective. It's why, like, at least having AoE4 be a day would make a lot more sense. So, Vipers Online. I went over this a few times already. Servers are meshed. Going to cast the EGC Red Bull qualifiers? I'd imagine so. Most likely, yeah. 4 weeks new DLC. Soldier, what are you smoking? New DLC, XD. Don't the AoE2 casters cast AoE4? I mean, I'm not sure any of them would want to. Of the active casters in AoE2, I don't think really any of them pay attention to AoE4 anymore. It wouldn't make sense. It would be like a really bad look for everyone. God damn, now I want a kebab. Okay, so negatives of Wololo not being in Germany. Kebabs. Positives. Has anyone had tapas? I was just in the Mediterranean. Tapas pops. Out of all the things I ate there, tapas won. We had like some local like sausages. Can't remember what was it. They're quite spicy. They were nice. I freaking love them. I did try what's it called? The rice dish. I tried one and it was a little bit underwhelming, but I got told that by locals like, yeah, this was a bad one. Not good. And yeah, Recon, dude, you're smoking. Like, are you serial, bro? You clearly have not had a good kebab. Dude, Crackety, you're huffing the hopium. Why are you talking about Heidelberg still? Dude, you need to get over this. We're not going there. It's southern Spain, buddy. You can't reel it back home. All right, get on board. Get on the train. Actually, yeah, you can actually get a train to Spain, and it rhymes. Pog. Oh dear. Right, who else have we got playing? Let's have a look. Wait, is Calp back? Please tell me it's Calp, Louis. Poogers. I need Calp to now just Yumium him as well. Who is that? I don't know. Let's have a look. The way I said it. Who is this? Learning about where different food came from, and let me tell you, nothing is authentic. I mean, if you leave idolatry. Some countries, the food is authentic. Because importing is too expensive. Actually, technically, all food is not authentic from the standpoint that we consume plastics. You guys know that? Like, it's been proven that there's like this, microplastics or whatever in like pretty much everything. Like, I noticed there's a recent study done to show that it's in your sperm. But like, yeah, like it's not just that. It's like, it's in breast milk. It's been proved to be in like, you know, in flesh and whatever. Well, not flesh. I think it's like kidneys and so on and so forth. Because like a lot of the things are stored in plastics, right? And that has a kind of knock-on effect. Yeah. This is a thing. Let's have a look. Yeah, tiny plastic particles, less than 5 millimeters in diameter, in 75% of 34 breast milk samples studied, is one example. There's loads on this actually. If you like search microplastics in humans, you love being filled with microplastics. Not those kind, Kaivayu. Not the kind that get shaped into certain things. But like, yeah, I think it was just the other day. Like the one came out about like. Found microplastics in every human testicle they studied. I just love. I'm gonna show you that. Like I just love the way it's worded. By the way, like this is brilliant. The way it's worded is hilarious. Microplastics found in every human testicle in study. But like I like to read it as every human testicle studied because I just love this idea of like a scientist just being there with a giant magnifying glass, dressed as Sherlock Holmes. But yeah, like plastic junk, researchers find tiny particles, and yeah, the most recent ones are all about men's testicles. But like, there's been studies about this for a long time. Why are you looking at this content? It comes up on Twitter. It shouldn't be a surprise. Like guys, the other day I'm like, I'm a content creator. I like to find work and partners to work with. You know what I typed in on Twitter? I wouldn't recommend it. Actually, someone's going to need to be hit with the horny stick. Actually, you know where this is going. I typed content creators on Twitter. The amount of not safe for work crap that came up. Holy crap. I finally understood why it got renamed to X. That wasn't the kind of content I was looking to collaborate on. Looked like they already had enough people in the room to collaborate, to be honest with you. They didn't need an extra. Woo-wee. A lot of microplastics were flying around in that room. That's all I'm going to say. Jesus Christ. Oh, man. Has anyone else noticed that, by the way? Like, I'm curious, because like I talked to a few friends about this, and they were saying, yeah, I saw this too. Like, dude, the amount of basically porn that is just appearing on Twitter now is insane. Can you even call it microplastics once they get that big? Macroplastics? It's like, it's weird for me, because like, I really just want somewhere else for esports to move away from Twitter, so we can just get back. I don't want to say the purity. I don't want to be like gatekeeping or some crap. Like, we can just get to the brass tacks. Like, I've been using LinkedIn a bit more actually for that, but I haven't really been posting on it. What would your good Christian parents, grandparents think? I mean, I don't know, dude. The lessons they would have learned from those Twitter feeds, you probably never would have been born. They would have been using different offices. Jesus. Anyway, okay. There's a game going on. Oh wait, no, shit. We would check that one. We'd check Mia Micro, I think. By the way, that was the wildest part about that holiday. Because, like, for those who don't know, I was in the Mediterranean for like a week and a bit. And this holiday, right? The reason we were there is because Emma's brother was getting married. Which, by the way, I'm giving my opinion on this. All right? 2 approaches. If you're going to have an abroad wedding, A, you pay for everyone you want there. Or B, you at least bloody organize options and things for them to do on each day. That's my take, right? Because, like, you're basically trying to get people out there for you. That aside, her brother's wife, her mum she's clearly going through like the midlife crisis thing or whatever, because she's with a guy who I don't think anyone likes. Be great if he somehow finds this, but like I kind of got where they were coming from quite quickly. I don't remember the last time I was exposed in person to someone who was so homophobic. We're talking like him sitting there going, oh, you know, it's a bit gay, isn't it? But I do enjoy a good cocktail. Or like something, and that almost seems like, oh, bless it, granddad style. But we're talking full on, like, someone told him, I love that shirt. It's a really nice pink shirt. He's like, it's not pink, salmon. It's salmon. Look, it says it's salmon. Like, we're talking full on in it. Like, like to the point where like so much homophobic tension built into the person, you wouldn't be surprised if they've been repressing like something their whole life. You know what I mean? Like that type of person, right? That to the extreme. And I it's crazy because I thought about it, I was like, I feel like I just don't see these type of people anymore. Like, I almost feel like we should put them in a museum. Behold, the homophobe of yesterday. Like, behold, the pig of the 20th century. Yeah, dude, like, I honestly cannot get my head around this thought that, like, some people think cocktails are, like, very camp. It's like, I hate that we've even put a stigma on it. I drink cocktails all the time. You want to know why? Because I'd rather that, like, my drink tastes good, that I paid whatever for, right? Instead of paying for something to basically taste like acid mixed with dog crap. Sorry, beer enjoyers, but a lot of your beer, especially the IPAs, taste exactly that way. Don't ask me how I know. I've had a frivolous life. But, like, it's wild, some of the things that just get, like... I don't know. Like, the feminine and the masculine crap, like, in my eyes, a lot of it just like needs to go out the window, right? It's such a, like, negative blocker to a lot of enjoyments in life for both sides. Like, I had a friend who was like, he's like, I got a pedicure. I was like, I never thought about that. It's like, yeah, it's really nice. I was like, oh, okay. I mean, I don't know if I'd ever do it because I got a problem with my nails. I pick them. So, like, I'd be a terrible hand model. I'd be a terrible hand model between that and the fact that I've got a permanent scar. I don't know if you guys can see that on my hand. I shouldn't be telling you this info because if I ever like rob your house and you see my hands, you'll be able to identify me. But like, yeah, I'd be a terrible hand model because that and the nails. But like, you know, I was like, oh yeah, good for you, man. But like that is the type of guy that legit would have been like, I can't believe you got a pedicure. You gay, right? Like the wild. It's don't get me wrong, like there's a difference between just being a pig and just being culturally like uninformed. Like I had this with, so a perfect example of this is with my my grandfather, genuinely the single nicest human being I've ever known in my life. But he had a saying, as black as a, right? To a metaphor. No hate. No hate. It's going to come off like the classic, oh, can't be racist, I've got a black friend or whatever. Like, he never had a racist opponent, but he didn't know how to hate. But it's like, because of his generation, that was seen as a norm, right? Like, I think the one I was explaining to a friend recently is like, there are terms used in the UK for people from India and Pakistan that weren't really seen as a derivative term about 15 to 20 years ago. Some people might use them that way, but like it was seen as just like a slang or whatever. But now we know it's bad, right? So it's like, I get the difference between you were born in a generation and you are used to like certain things and behaviors, right? But this guy was genuinely just a pig. Like, I think he even, and you know how? I can tell he even made a comment. Not to me, someone told me, he made this comment to them about, it was something along the lines of like, it's not a right to be gay. Or unless you, like, you know, you attractive lesbians. He genuinely said that sentence to them. I was in awe. Like, this is what I mean. Like, I don't see these people anymore, right? Maybe I'm just living a sheltered life. Thank God. And I don't see them that often. My apologies to people that have to deal with them. But holy crap. Guy needs a time machine. You're curious what it is? Is you're Indian? Take the other, so we were saying Pakistani. Take the start of that word. That was like especially like 90s and 2000s, right? That was a term that got used a lot. It started to take a negative term. Yeah, I'm gonna deny what just got typed. Thank you for helping us, Zeus. But like, yes, that's the term. You guys can figure it out from there. No, it's fine, Zeus. I know what you're trying to do, but like, yeah. I'm just gonna block it because it is racist. Do we go with Louis? What do you guys think? No, I like that we're having these discussions, actually. I really like them. It's refreshing instead of just hopping game to game to game to game to game, right? I think, because we can't watch Voldemort, which is a heartbreaker, we will watch some Louis. They refer to themselves that way? Okay, yeah, but like, I think for a lot of countries, it's not seen as acceptable, right? Maybe I'm wrong on that. I don't know. But like, I think the most clear one to like the gay example, a certain word beginning with F, was like actually like it is. Those that don't know, it's like it's the equivocal of. It's genuinely the equivocal of like the offense it causes to a gay person is the equivalent of like saying the N-word to a black person, right? It's really bad now. But like. There was, I can't remember, I don't think there was a time where it was accepted. But like, it was tolerated is what I mean. But it's like, you know, there's a lot of people that just like don't clock those changes, right? Like, I still like to this, like, you guys know what I'm talking about. The gaming culture early 2000s, do not even. Like, does anyone follow Call of Duty? There was a guy recently, he had back-to-back, I think it was like F-word drops. And he immediately, like, he'd do it, and then the reaction on his face, he's like, oh, crap, what did I just do? Like, he knew straight away. That's because of the experience, like, when you're a kid in a Call of Duty lobby, right? Like, the crap people would say to each other is wild. Absolutely wild. F-word looks fabulous. There we go. Hey. But no, it is wild. I don't get just considering shortened version of the country or as origin. Origin is racist. So it becomes racist because of the negative connotations get associated with it. So a very interesting one for you guys to look up if you're ever intrigued to find out more about this type of stuff would be Japan. There's a reason why when you're talking about Japanese in Twitch chats, if you use abbreviated form, it automatically gets blocked by Twitch. And that's because around World War II and afterwards, there was very negative connotations attached to that term. It was used as a way of referring to an enemy that, you know, like, seems quite, you know, scummy or whatever. Similar to, like, the logic of, like, Germans and Krauts. I don't think that one, like, held as strongly, but as an example. I think that one's okay to say, because I've talked with Germans, they don't seem bothered by it, because it's, like, reached in. But, like, I know with Japan, for example, there is still, apparently, like, a lot of places where that is considered to be quite offensive. Yeah, exactly, Kai value. Like, you're trying to be efficient with the length, but it's like because of what it became, because like the propaganda around it, it has very negative connotations, right? I guess another way like thinking it is a certain I might have to double check this, but I don't know if like was a certain party that existed in World War II. Did they exist? Yeah, they existed in 1920. Was it always certain someone leading that party? Was Hitler always leading that? Because I'm trying to figure out if that's like an example where it started off with nothing evil attached to it, but then someone made it evil. Someone like might know better on that one, but like that's an example of what I'm highlighting is where words and things have meaning when you attach things to them, right? Like, oh, no, you know what a simple one is? Dictator. Dictator wasn't a negative thing. Like, think back to Rome. Dictator was not seen as a negative thing. A tyrant was seen as a negative thing. That's a perfect example. But how, like, the events in history and things that, the ways these things are used warps and changes the meaning, the definition, and the emotion attached to words, right? That's yeah, I actually think that's a good one because I think a lot of people don't think of dictatorships as a good thing or in a good light. All right, let's kick into it. We're a few minutes into this game. Nothing has really been missed. Hopefully, something entertaining down the line, though, because we've got Louis MT going up against someone who I'm not really sure of the identity of in the green. China versus Iabids here. Now, this account going up against Louis is a fairly competent one. I've seen this one around before. I think... Was this a rank 40-ish account? Let's have a look. Okay, 171st. They have sunk a little bit. But Iabids is trying to... Not a bad matchup, right? I feel like Ayu plays really quick. A little bit too quick for China. Because China wants to, like, boom 2TC. And the issue is just how quickly Iabids ramp into eco-gathering and then flood the map. Now, admittedly, you will build an eco lead by the time an Ibid player techs up. Because usually if you go rush TC versus Ayu, you can get about the same amount of villages as when they tech up. But the difference is going to be you're not going to want to be present on the map at all. And look at that. Yeah, Ufasa, you're correct. It is a very harsh matchup for China. It's just like China usually can handle a decent amount of matchups with aggressive timings just by being very aggressive in eco. But the Ibids just swing too fast. The quality of their initial units are really good. And also, if you try to play in a nest of bees, which takes ages to get out, you have to remember you're against a Civ that can build siege in the field. Add in earlier than that, the issue that the Barber can protect one side of your base, but you don't want to build units to protect the other, and you're going to be up against a Desert Raider. That's really the sore spot. Desert Raider forces you to commit to things you don't want to have to do. You can't build Spearmen, because Spearmen alone aren't going to be good enough. Just run away. So you have to then consider Chukanu, which will have no value down the line. Green. Okay, that is sick. Did you see that? That was sick. So he leads with a scout to see if he's in range. Oh, that was absolutely fantastic. So some other time is going to be achieved here. This is unfortunate. Louis made a critical blunder. He clubbed all the sheep next to the mill. So now he has to go back for an archer range. And this is exactly what is highlighting this bad. You have to go into Chuganu that you know are going to be fully countered shortly. Rough one. And you can't even fake pump, right? Like, it's not as if there's this building that's been suggested and then nothing's been done with it. The thing is, once Military Wing has been picked, Ibids are going to keep generating more and more free Desert Raiders. So if you don't build something to address it, it is going to creep in on you and get kills. On top of that, although you've got Song Dynasty, what you don't have is 2TC here. So Louis is trying to, what, fast castle, I would imagine? The problem with fast castle here on 1TC, I hate it. Because the reality is Song Dynasty won't build you up a big enough lead to overcome the Growth Wing. And on top of that, because you're going to be playing Fast Castle, you're not rushing out your base, right? You're not going to build Palace Guard against Camel Lancers. You're not going to rush Spearmen to try and get out against Archers coming down the line. So you're building Fast Castle to stay alive, but then the Ibid player just goes for the Relics. So your only choice here if you're Louis is to try and, what, rush Castle, go Relics? I think that's difficult. If he spams Spearman Chuganu, maybe, but ideally, optimally, I'd say if you want to win this, you can't play Long Feudal. Because your time to go all in is gone, right? Like, look, you're building racks, archer range, and your opponent's stacking up. He already has the outposts on the gold. He's got stables coming behind this. And it is indeed going to be the Growth Wing. So everything pretty atypical out of green so far. What if China goes 2TC all in against IU Fast Castle? The problem is he's too late for 2TC. And if you stay in feudal, what do you really do? Right? Because if your idea is you mass Chuganu blob, that takes so long to get online. By the time you mass Chuganu, your opponent's going to have, what, like 10 Gulums or Camel Lancers, maybe a Mangonel to assist. You have to actually reach Castle, I think. It just doesn't... I think China, like, maybe even we need to go back to the ideas of, like, Barbican Rush days. That might even feel too difficult. The problem with a Barbican Rush is the time it takes you to get in place. In theory, your opponent should complete Military Wing and then have a Desert Raider coming out when you're building the Barbican up, right? I'm trying to think if there's a harder matchup for... against Ibids, rather. Possibly Mongols. I think Mongols is the most egregious. In fact, I'm looking at the 1v1 matchups right now because I am curious on this. So at the highest level of play, Ibids... Well, here's the funniest part, first of all, by the way. Ibids are actually a negative win rate. I think the best matchup is Abbasids. What? What? Okay, I don't agree with that at all, but okay. Yeah, honestly, I'm not even trusting the conk stats anymore. Guys, Abbasids versus Ibids, Abbasids actually win. I wholly believe that now. I think it's Abbasid favored. With the fresh food stuff change, you go 2TC and then you go like play Culture Wing into Fast Castle. You can actually beat Ibids. Pre-buffs, the Abbasids would lose to Ibids all the time. But I don't think it's that simple anymore. I think it's more of a skill-based matchup now. So take up complete. And it looks like we have got Raxes being dropped as well. So this should be Gulums plus Lancers. I think you still go for a few Lancers to raid, but the Gulums are great here because the Spearman cannot stand up to them for a second. Louis is halfway on the eco required for a tech up. He's definitely going to have to rush that up. Wolves have not secured any relics. Unfortunately, the spawn was not kind to Louis in this one. Do you think the player maining mastering certain Civ matchups causes some discrepancy? There's a lot of things that can cause discrepancies, right? Like a very big one, actually, straight away, in my opinion, is the fact that the matchmaking sucks at high levels. So you get like a Dimu ranking up against a rank 600. Well, you know, no offense to the rank 600, but Dimu could probably pick the worst matchup and still come out with a win, right? That already skews results. It's why you really want to find competitive results. Now, I know that AoE Full World does have some event-based stats, but there isn't I don't think there's a public page that shows all competitive tournaments through a timeline. Really, what AoE4 needs, what AoE4 World would really benefit from doing next is something along the lines of what Dota 2 has with things like Dat Dota and Dota Buff, where you can choose, like, between this period and this period, what are the stats, and it'll pull them all up. And then you can choose a specific tournament, or you can choose that it's a premium tier tournament, and B tier tournament, whatever sort of thing, right? Even Liquipedia has the stats on hand to do that. Good chase down, just cutting down some of these reinforcements. Looks like Louis is still patrolling around the back looking for a target. They are back to being even on raw eco, but remember it's deceptive. Louis has got 4 Imperial officials layered in there. Relic should be being gathered up now. First Dervish is on the way for green. I believe that is going to be the end of Louis' little Vanguard force here. Camel Lancers moving in. Honestly, against this many Spearmen, you don't care. Like, it's 4 Spearmen, you should be able to clear this up. The Desert Raiders are a bit of a mistake. I don't like the green committed them in, because the Chuganu are getting good value there. Remember, there's no ranged armor on these Desert Raiders, and they haven't been upgraded whatsoever. So they'll clean it up. It's going to cost them a bit more than it should have here. Yeah, especially when you consider those Desert Raiders weren't even attacking, right? Like, for half of that, they were just standing behind the Camel Lancers. I feel like that was just kind of a waste when they could have been raiding instead. Being said, he's going to get on the move now. Louis MT is going to need to get into a good defense force fast. I wouldn't be surprised if we're looking at Spearmen with maybe crossbows. You could try and go into Nest of Bees. I just think we've highlighted the issues of that, right? The scale point is slow because you can't supervise, and on top of that, your opponent can react with siege built right outside your base. Ibid should have been more aggro by now. He was worried about Chuganu on his economy, which makes sense, right? Like, Chuganu get in here, shred these guys real fast. So it may seem a little bit silly, but he wasn't really missing out his real timing here, right? Like, he's still got Camel Lance to work with, and he's got extra relics coming home, right? Second Moscow being dropped. So from that POV, it's not too bad for him. He still has the opportunity to raid now without this impending pressure that either hits his economy or blocks the relics. So I think this is fine for green. Louis. We're about to keep most of the eco alive. Still only 1 TC. I don't expect that to change anytime soon here. What's more worrying, actually, is the fact that this is just the cavalry. The Gulems are yet to come, and Louis has yet to build a reaction to them. Maybe 2 TC Song will be better. It's the way that most people have been trying to go. The logic is that against Ayus, you will build a eco lead by the time they get Growth Wing. But you will forfeit relics. I'm actually a big fan of Song 2 TC, and then you wall the relics, because your opponent goes Lancers. It means you can't torch through quick enough, right? So you buy extra time. But yeah, this 1 TC approach, I thought maybe try Fast Castle and what? I don't know what you're meant to do from there. That's my issue. If you Fast Castle 1 TC, like you can rush Scholars, but how are you getting the relics? You have to build feudal units anyway. When's the mid-season patch coming? 2 seasons from now. Well, we didn't say if it was the mid-season of the season or the mid-season of the season. That gets confusing. Louis, credit to him, actually, has started to grab some relics, by the way. Oh, unfortunately for him, the other one has already been yoinked away. So it looks like green will be getting a 4-1 relic split in their favor. And now they have to make a choice. You're either going for 2 TC, 3 TC, or you're going all in. It looks like we're getting a 2 TC build, which is quite intriguing. That does mean that Louis will never be able to eclipse him on economy. The reason why it's a little bit intriguing is typically when you're up against China like this, you don't want to turn it into an economy game, because that means you're playing into their favorable state, right? Like for me, Ibe's is really all about how they thrive and peak in castle. This is not a Civ really designed for Imperial engagements. They can do it. They have some really cool builds. I think the Gulems with Mamluk's Bravery are really surprising the late game. But ideally, you're looking to close out the game in castle or close it early Imperial off of what you got from Castle Age. Yeah, second TC confirmed. I mean, the walls are up, right? So I can kind of see where Green's coming from, that he might be worried that there's a second TC he didn't know about, or that the farm's coming up and there's permanent food. Meanwhile, a temporary food of Green's is going to get blocked out, so Louis marching in. This would be a really good time to consider just maybe one Manjanique, make the fight a lot cleaner. Instead, he's just going to A-click it with the Gulems. Tough one here, right? Like, I'm a little bit surprised. I'm wondering if Louis just didn't expect the Gulems. I mean, in fairness, you do reasonable damage against them, especially because of this. What? Oh my... Okay, so this should have been a terrible comp for Louis. He should be losing the game big time right now. But Green made a mistake. The Blacksmiths was never dropped. He's only now getting the first of his Blacksmith attacks, and it's not even the Undermesh. So these Gulems are actually surprisingly flimsy. They're taking 6 damage from each Chuganu. Oh, sorry, 7 damage. No, wait. My brain. 12 damage. Wait, 9. Okay, I'm just going to give up now. It's 9 damage. It's 3 times 3. I don't know where my brain was going there. I was just refusing to clean the whiteboard of mathematics and was adding on to what already existed. Because he's got 4 armor and it's 7 damage, right? So 3 goes through and it does 3 bursts. So 9 damage per Chuganu. That's why they just got dented so hard. I mean, that might cost him dearly. I actually think that's a substantial error being made. You're playing a Civ that's all about timing, and you didn't respect your opponent's timing. Nor did you enable your own. So now we're talking about a situation where Louis does have a notable eco lead. He does have a notable military lead. And he's adding in those Nest of Bees, which right now don't have a solution. Undermesh only just got queued up as well. A little bit surprised that Louis isn't trying to commit to the fight a bit more. I actually think he could win this fight quite easily. Guess he's just going to bide his time. Has actually now got the melee armor on the way. It almost just feels like Louis is just giving too much respect to the green player here. He probably expects there to be more troops coming behind. Like, that right there doesn't seem good to me. Like, targeting the Dervishes instead of the Gulems, right? In fact, if anything, I feel like you should throw the spears in, let the Chuganu clean up. Maybe he was worried the Undermesh was coming through, which is going to heavily reduce his damage, but either way, it just doesn't just mean you've given over extra kills that don't really need to be occurring. Has at least got a second wave on the way on the west side, though. Yeah, that's what I wanted from Louis originally, right? The issue is if you ignore this group, Spearmen always move quicker than Chuganu, so you will end up losing the Chuganu. Trying to react to some anti-siege. Army now coming in. Green has food issues, right? Yeah, they've got deer gathering on the right side, but the left side's being shut down. Has got a few farms coming in, but big risk here on the back. Green, right now, looking to be distracted. Louis moving in for the food on the right side. This is sick. So it's a multi-pronged assault, right? He's just trying to stab at the food to prop up any sort of bulk army he can get, right? He doesn't want to allow Green to get on the same wavelength as him because the archers will form reasonably well as a backline for the Ibids, and the Ghoulims right now aren't really answered. So pretty quippy little read by Louis. And a lot of idle time here. 22 villages. A third of Green's economy is not working. And guys, despite the fact he went 2 TC, you may be noticing that Louis is starting to pull ahead compared to that 2 TC build from the Ibids. This is not a good look. Yes, the military lead has shrunk for Louis, but the eco lead has bulked. Yeah, and these walls that went up aren't substantial, right? Like, he went for very aggressive wood walls, which doesn't work. Usually when you put walls this far forward, you want them to be stone so they can't be broken easily. Because it's very hard to guard everywhere. Green is learning very quickly. Louis now coming with the Falcon Punch. 4 nest apiece. Well, you wanted an answer to the Ghoulims. It's on the way. Louis with the intriguing outpost drop. I love the fact the wall just kind of griefed him here. But that's going to now be addressed, and Green's in trouble. Food just doesn't really exist in reserves, right? So you aren't able to easily pivot. On top of that, like, your initial wood line is drying up, right? So while you're investing in archers, there's going to be this gap where you have to shift across for new eco. That will mean you'll be a bit slower on getting the counter to siege out. And a keep drop now coming in from Louis. So that was sick. I love that. He builds the outpost first to scout the area and then rushes the keep, knowing he has enough time. And he most definitely does. Green tries to dive in. Not going to be good enough, though. Castle goes up. Nestabees are now answered. And I can't help but feel this game is close to over now. Louis at home, now with the free farm setup coming in with the granaries. Spearmen have just been a sore fun for him, right? Like, just keeps finding targets. I think the issue here is, like, Green, lack of walls in the right locations and lack of mobility. Sick read by Louis, though. It's kind of crazy the way this one played out. I think Green just went a little bit too lax about this. You're playing against Chinese, and you chose to turn it into an eco game. And that 2TC has paid off for Louis. Whew. Castle drop now coming in to secure a small gold vein. It won't even secure the food. The food's out of range. Louis now looking to park himself in the enemy base. Now keep in mind, there are a bunch of relics here that are probably going to force Green to defend a little bit earlier than maybe he'd like here. Because, like, the reality is if Louis starts sieging down these mosques, he can force a reaction. For the time being, it's going to be a backup. But I wouldn't be surprised if this turns into a tech up. Considering the farms are about half set up to where they need to be, that's when the late game eco opens up. On the other side of this, we're talking about a situation where Green has a grand total of 13 farms to their name. It's not really the type of late game economy you're looking for to try and compete with the Chinese. Okay, I'm sorry, what? When all else fails, burn all of your resources. That's the lesson we're taking away today. So what is the thought process with this Tower of the Sultan? If you're going to lose, at least have an excuse? I mean, it's a little bit of a weird one, right? I don't rate it that highly, especially against Palace Guard that can just run it down quick. I think Nesta Bees can even deal this well. And, like, you're playing against a Civ that can play Siege reasonably effectively from this position. But they're not even going to play fair about it. Louis is just going to go for attack up. All these small little raids. I mean, someone said it in chat earlier, death by 1,000 cuts, right? And it truly has turned into that. Rainwatcher's right. The other thing that I'm worried about here is, like, gold. Anytime I've seen Ibids play late game and look good, it's gold. It's very weird how they're a polar opposite to the Abbasids, because Abbasids, they're not about these spikes off of a tech timing. Ibids are. And Abbasids late game isn't about gold, right? Late game Abbasids is about food and wood. Ibids comes out the other end. They need those hand cannoneers. They need those Ghoulims. What would you change about the Tower of the Sultan? I'd make it good. So Tower of Sultan is kind of a tricky one, because if you're not careful, it becomes OP. You know what would be kind of cool to see? I'm curious if, like, people would like it or not. Maybe, okay, this is going to be a sick idea, but I don't, like, I think it's going to have to be a different civ, but I love this idea. Imagine you can deploy it and it becomes like a 6-tower range cannon. But it's like a long deploy, a bit like a Mongol prototype, unpacking and packing. To keep, like, but that would be a different unit entirely. To like make the Tower of Sultan good. It might make it a bit broken, but what I'd say is maybe if you could garrison range units inside, and they would actually be their range units. It's like if you put crossbowmen in there, they'd have crossbowman damage. I feel like that would be way too strong though. Because like, could you imagine, like I stick 20 crossbows in this? The problem right now is like, you're held hostage by the balance of it around Springles. And Springles is just, Springles to this day feels like a very negative design element in AoE 4, right? Maybe the longer a Tower of the Sultan's still, the faster it fires. That could be intriguing, because then you have a balance, right? Of like moving versus standing still. It's like your ram attacks get quicker and quicker and quicker. And maybe your Archify increases over time. Like a static redeployment that you get from Streltsy. Because this, the only thing that feels good about them is the explosion. Spear replacement, that sounds a bit bonkers. Free 6 sites locked in. Age up advantage. I mean, green is dead. I'm not really sure what they think their recovery arc is anymore. I think they are just in limbo at this point. They don't just want to immediately GG because they're 24 minutes in the game. And they're kind of just sitting here basically saying, Louis, you have to finish the game. I'm not just going to leave, right? If you want this win, come get it. And it's, you know, it might seem like they're wasting time to some people, but like it makes sense, right? You're offering up an opportunity for your opponent to make a mistake. Mistakes can always happen and recoveries can always come from them. But in fairness, with the way Louis played this, it would have to be a very big mistake. Yeah, I think like what this is a perfect educational point on with the Chinese is like we talked about the 2TC build. This was a 2TC build but on a delay, right? Like sometimes it's worth delaying your timings to get value. I always recall like Don's perspective on Eco Wing for the Abbasids actually is a perfect kind of comparative to this. Is that Don would go for the Eco Wing, but he wouldn't build TCs until he built a lead. Logic being, I can always inflate my advantage later. I need to address the threat now that faces me. Once I've addressed that threat, then I can focus on bigger upsides for my Civ. Makes sense, right? Like, you know, if your opponent's building knights, do you just build TCs up, or do you build spearmen first to address the knights? You build spearmen, or you build wolves, right? Something to address the knights. You don't just say, well, I want to get free TC, because that's my ideal situation. You address what's in front of you, and then move forward from there. So, pretty smart read by Louis. I'm not sure if this will be the golden answer to Ibids. I feel like there was a missed trick for the Ibids where he had a huge advantage at one stage, and then he backed away. And I think he gave the breathing room necessary for Lou to get back in this. But now that we've got Yuan Dynasty online, we've got imped up, almost fully upgraded Elite Pass Guard, there's just no real coming back from this. You're going to be running around your own base like a headless chicken for the next 20 minutes. And in 20 minutes' time, I just don't think there's going to be much base left to run around in. Pass Guard, just moving in. Big siege blob coming out from green. The problem is you're up against shutter triggers, right? So like if Louis just builds 1 or 2 Springolds, you lose it all. In fact, that's exactly what's happened here. You can start marching out, but another cool detail, I love the fact that Louis used this on the front line. Look at his vision on the map. This is so impressive. There isn't a single move that green could have made in this game that wouldn't have gone scoured, wouldn't have gone spotted. Speed just blowing up what's left of the Ghoulems. I mean, the siege count has just been shrunk entirely. Spirals are all gone. It's Mango's left over. This should pretty much just be game. Just a small handful of Pass Guard holding this back. Nestabees are now at least going to get dove, but this is the annoyance, right? Clock Tower makes them so much tankier, so much harder to kill. He's got the repair nearby from the villagers, so we'll easily just turn around for another flurry. Green, I mean, dude, he's not even paying attention to his macro anymore. 4,000 wood in reserve just shows you how grim it's getting. GG called. Louis MT, pretty cool build. Curious to see if this is going to be the way for the Chinese to deal with the IBIDs in general, or if this is more of a slip-up than a success. Imperial China might be the scariest next to Rus. I feel like it's more scary because like they have the mobility that Rus only have on the horsemen, right? But like China gets on everything. They're pretty nuts. Hmm. All right, there we go. Sorry, just naming that quickly. So apparently food is going to be ready soon. Weighing up whether we come back afterwards. I think maybe we just aim to not fatigue because we're going to be streaming tomorrow and Friday as well, right? So maybe we just don't overdo it today. So I'll quickly catch up on chat, and then I guess because food's going to be ready in a sec, and I have got some things to sort behind the scenes. It's been a weird week with sponsors. One sponsor that literally doesn't want to get involved in the scene because they've been burnt, and then another sponsor who now is playing full ghost mode. It's fun year so far. So yeah, I've got fires that I need to put out behind the scenes. Sorry, you fast. Well, you got 5 hours of content to look back on, and YouTube uploads has been 2 a day. I'll be back tomorrow. I'm going to be back tomorrow and Friday. So between those 2 days, it'll probably be bare minimum another 10 hours, if not like more, like 15 or 16 hours. So you'll get your bang for buck. But me hungry, and I know food's coming soon. So yeah, China's late game is kind of nuts. They have so many good things going for them. It's kind of weird, right? Like having some of the best units and some of the best economy at the same time. Whew. My ex-girlfriend said the same thing. Jesus. Isn't the classic one my dad said the same thing, and now it's been 20 years? Those cigarettes must be hard to find. What did you order? Oh, I didn't order anything. My partner cooked. Thank you, Lion. Alright, so let's find someone to raid. So yeah, streams will start same time tomorrow and Friday. You know how it is, guys. Midday UK time is when I come live. Like I said, we'll aim to do somewhere between 10 and 16 hours. But yeah, you know what? Like after I put these fires out tonight, I can basically go and try X Defiant finally, because that did release yesterday. I don't know if anyone else had this problem. Couldn't matchmake at all. Couldn't find a single game. So curious as to how that game performs. But yes, I need to go put some fires out. I desperately need to find a PC sponsor. Because this PC is definitely giving up on life. But now, most imminent thing is finding you guys someone to watch. Let's send you to the #1 spot to get your crack. We're going to send you across to Crackety, guys. Make sure you ask about the crack. It's very important that we ask about the crack, because if not, how else do we get him banned? But you know what? He's playing Zhu Ji. You got to simply go in and ask him, why does he hate winning so much? And I'll see you all again very soon. Tomorrow, in fact, hopefully you'll be there. If not, I'll also be casting Friday, as well as I think I'm working Saturday on EGC. I'm weighing up whether we cast here on Sunday. I'll figure that one out. But see you all soon. For now, go have some fun with Crackety. Toodaloo.